Hello everyone from beautiful Switzerland. Here in Biel, Vienna, it's taking place the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. Everyone is coming here from all over the world to compete in one of the best and most unique competition in the world. It's a Grandmaster Triathlon which drives all attention, and we are going to have today the final round of the classical portion of it. Masters and challengers are going to battle it out till the very end. My name is Angelika Valkova, and I'm happy to be joined by Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans for this wonderful journey. And Arturs, we have today the final day of the classical portions. What are your emotions?
Yeah. It's been a pretty fun ride so far, and the action, of course, continues. The weather outside today, by the way, finally there's some rain shower. It's been a very, very nice middle of July here in Switzerland. Typically, the weather is pretty great. So I expect a lot of action. Yesterday we already saw some unexpected twist time scrambles, etc. Even though, by the way, 5 games out of 6 in both tournaments finishing a draw, 1 game was decisive. I think we are going to see definitely more victories today.
More action in today's pairings. Let's take a look. Who is going to face each other today? Since we have, first let's go to the standings shortly to remind everyone who is the leader in the Masters and in the Challengers, because I see that in the Masters, Aravind has 15.5 points, 1.5 point in front of Vladimir Fedoseev, and right after them is Saleh Salem, just 1 point behind Slovenian Grandmaster. And Volodar Murzin is 2 points behind of Saleh Salem, and at the end of the leaderboard, we can see Radoslav Wojtaszek with 10.5 and Frederik Svane from Germany with 6 points.
Yeah, in the meantime, in Challengers, it's all about Nicolas Theodorou. Amazing run, because currently he stands at 19 points, 3.5 points ahead of Aram Hakobian. Rinat Jumabayev is slightly behind. This is also the final chance for the players to get 4 points for every victory, because that's the format of the triathlon. And tomorrow, the players, they're going to battle out a double round-robin blitz tournament. But first and foremost, let's head on for the 5th round.
5th round, we have very amazing pairings. The players are getting to play against each other. Vladimir Fedoseev with white pieces against Frederik Svane. The players have not arrived yet at the board, but coming very soon. Aravind Chidambaram against Saleh Salem, one of the most exciting matchups, I think, in this round. Aravind as a current leader, and Saleh Salem has just scored 2 victories in a row. Meanwhile, the reigning world rapid champion, Volodar Murzin, is going to face Radoslav Wojtaszek. Is going to be also another exciting battle. We see Radoslav is already at the board. And what about challengers, Arturs?
So in the Challengers, we have Rinat Jubayev against David Navara. Both of these players would really enjoy to have a victory today. So for Rinat, it's the white color. The tournament leader, Nicolas Theodorou, is going to take on the closest follower, Aram Hakobian. Could be a very principled fight. The question here is if Nicolas is going to press for more, or he's just going to settle for a peaceful outcome. For Aram, pretty much it's the same. And Machun against Daniel Darda. Once again, one more final chance for both of these players to have a clear shot to qualify for the final stage.
Looking at the players, I feel like most of them, someone like Aravind and Nicolas, can pretty much relax because they are already in the finals. But the rest of the field, especially the players on the 5th and 6th place, especially we see right now Radoslav Wojtaszek is greeting Volodar Murzin now. They are going to start the game shortly. So such players, they have to try and fight today, because if they are not going to gain points, tomorrow it will be Blitz. And in Blitz, I mean, as it was said, Blitz is kind of a lottery, Arturs, right? Like in Blitz, anyone can win.
I think it basically depends whoever wakes up in which mood from the bed, with left foot or right foot first. So it's really about the very first start of the rounds, and you see how it goes. Yeah, but the game have started.
The games have started. We see the first moves at the board already. Let's maybe go immediately to the game of Volodar Murzin against Radoslav Wojtaszek, or would you like to start with Aravind against Saleh Salem?
I mean, I think we're going to check all the games anyway at some point. So here we are seeing Volodar against Radoslav. So we could perhaps start with this game. Also, of course, a very interesting matchup is the game of the two leaders of the tournament, Aravind against Salem Saleh, and of course, Fedoseev against Svane. But one step at a time, and we have a ready on the board.
Wow. And looks like Radoslav is taking time. Was he not expecting that? I mean, I would say he should have. What do you think, Arturs?
Yeah, it might be that the Reti is something that you wouldn't expect from such a principal player as Volodar. But of course, I'm pretty sure that Radoslav is having at least several systems to play against it. Here he did play c5 immediately. And there are some very interesting opening trends. We still don't know what's going to be Volodar's choice. Is he going to attempt to go for some c4 idea, and would it be like a delayed Reti opening or the Neo-Catalan? He can still go for d3, knight e2, e4. So let's just sit here for a minute and see which direction the players they're going to take.
And talking about their encounter, Volodar Murzin has never faced Radoslav Wojtaszek in the over-the-board games. So it means we're going to have something exciting here. They have played, obviously, in the Rapid tournament against each other, and there was a draw. So anything can happen from this game, considering the tournament situation right now, that Radoslav Wojtaszek is right now on the 5th place. He needs to get in the top 4 to stay for the finals after the Blitz Day. Yeah, G6 is on the board. Okay, so we see moves coming very quickly. Probably it's a good time for us to take an overview on the rest of the games as well, to see what is going on in the rest of the games of the round 5.
Let's go. Let's go to the overview of the other games and see. By the way, I'm a bit surprised, Angelika, there's no moves played in the game of Fedoseev against Frederick Svane. This might suggest that Vladimir, once again, is late for the game, because yesterday he arrived at the playing venue. I don't remember, was it 5 minutes late? At least a couple of minutes late he was. So as you can see, no moves made. In the meantime, there's the middle board up the upper part of the screen. Aravind is playing against Salem Select, the battle of two leaders, and we see a very, very fighting position, and I don't think this is going to be a quiet game. We just talked about Murzin against Radoslav Wojtaszek, that's the top right corner. I suppose we're going to go there in a minute to talk about the nuances. The lower left corner, Rinat Jumabayev against David Navara, it's the Slav. And of course, Slav has been a huge topic of this year's Biel's festival. There's either knight c3 or e3, either g3, many, many interesting choices. And I'm seeing something very interesting in Niklas Theodorov's game against Ram Jacobian. I'm not sure I recognize this variation.
It looks very interesting, because there is no pawn on c6.
And no Daxla bishops as well.
Oh. Okay, we have to check what was happening there in that game. But most likely some exchange happened on d5, and then exchange on d6 happened. Oh, now here we see c6. And meanwhile, while we were discussing all the rest of the games, Vladimir Fedoseev apparently arrived at the board, and we see Trompovsky. It's in the top left corner. d4, knight f6, and bishop g5 has just been played.
I think Trompovsky is a very nice opening. It should get a bit more popularity. I mean, the London obviously is hugely popular opening, and Trompovsky very often has pretty similar quality. So I'm pretty sure we're going to get our chance to check it. Then we see Machun against Daniel Darda. Those Peereds positions with knight e7, e5. That's the lower right corner. Real interesting stuff. So I suppose we could just pick one game and see where the pace is going to take us.
I would love to go to the leaders. I would love to go to Aravind Chidambaram against Saleh Salem, just to check out what is happening, because I see there is King's Indian defense, and there is this f3 move.
Now it looks like some sort of a Benoni.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, so because black is threatening to take on d5, e takes on d5. That's the idea why the pawn is on e6, followed by c takes on d5. And there you go.
So we're going to see Benoni-like positions, and
but not the best Benoni for white.
Yes, you're right.
I think there's some more dangerous setups,
yeah,
from white. Let's maybe go back from the very beginning and see what was played, why it was played, and what we might expect. So f3, okay, that's a bit unusual.
That's how it started.
Yeah, pretty unusual idea. I mean, obviously the idea is to play e4, and black has many choices. Black has the d5 idea, the Grunfeld. Black has bishop g7, e4, d6. This would be the Zamish variation. I think mostly it's considered to be pretty much okay for black, but again, these opening trends, they keep changing all the time.
Maybe the idea could be that after d5, there would be take on d5, and there is no knight on c3, and that's why you can play e4, and then there is no exchange on c3.
That's a very good point. I think it's exactly like this. After e4, knight b6, and now the question is the pawn on f3 good, or is it not good? Because the knight going to go to f3, it's like a completely different direction of the game, so it was not played. And c5, d5, d6, this is the start of the Benoni positions. So e4, knight e2, knight c3. I think that Salem definitely he knows these positions, and he of course knows really well that this is not the most dangerous setup that White could play against the Benoni setup. And considering that the Emirati Grandmaster is such a fierce player, I think it just makes perfect sense.
Yeah, there are many setups from White. I personally actually prefer the setup without pawn on e4, with the pawn on e3 after you develop the bishop on f4 first. So, but this one could be also pretty dangerous because you support the pawn on e4 with the pawn, so there is no real danger with that. And later you can maybe push for f4 and e5. But this knight g3 move, it's bringing the bishop out, so now there is all the squares, for example, on d3. Should it go to d3? I'm not even sure.
I mean, normally when there's a Benoni on the board, as you said, Angelika, the big idea is that White somehow plays at the king side. Maybe it's f4, e5, sack the pawn, play f5. I think we are going really far with this. Or somehow use the pawn majority at the king side. And black typically tries to somehow advance at the queen side, which is a6, b5, potentially c4, knight c5. And just as I was about to mention, also a very common idea for these positions is to play h5, h4, target the knight on g3, and very commonly in these positions, black plays even after that knight h5 and tries to undermine White's center with f5. Either way, again, this is a big theoretical discussion, but this means it's going to be a fun game.
What a fight we're going to see in this game. Bishop e2 is on the board. Is he not afraid of h4? I mean, the only square for the knight would be on f1. It means he would like to transpose it to probably c4 at some moment. h4, knight f1, knight g2 or e3 and to
Makes
c4?
sense. Yeah, that makes sense. And by the way, if we roll back a bit, in case you're wondering, why is he doing this? So why is he playing knight e2, knight g3, knight f1, knight e3? Why do you need all of these moves? I mean, you would have to scroll back quite a bit. Because with this first move, f3, which is a bit unusual move, it's not a super popular move. I think Arvind has prepped it for this particular game. You want to play e4, you want to grab space, but the main downside of this position is the knight on g1. So you see, it cannot go to f3, and knight h3 just doesn't really feel that great. So that's why White brings out the knight on e2 immediately. We could, of course, ask why here White did not play bishop d3, and then play knight e2. I'm not, to be honest, 100% sure where's the issue, because it feels like a perfectly reasonable move. I mean, apparently Arvind is pretty happy to have the knight on g3, and also black's h5, h4 idea, winning so many tempis so that this knight is forced to relocate to e3, might not always be in favor for black, because also do not forget, it's about the king's safety, and if this king castle is short side, pushing the h pawn so early and so far, it could backfire.
And Arturs, I mean, looking at this matchup, I'm wondering, have they played against each other? And I was researching, and they actually had one draw and one win per each side. So Aravind won in one classical game and Saleh Salem won another classical game. But in the World Blitz Championship in 2023, Aravind won. And they have already had neither Sicilian with exactly the same colors, and they had the King's Indian, where Aravind played fianchetto variation. So now we have something else on the board. We'll see if Saleh Salem goes for h4, but looks like Aravind is in the book. While Saleh is taking time, let's take a look at the bird's eye view and see if there is anything else going on, because today we have absolutely explosive matchups in the final round of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon.
And before we check those games, I would like to give a special shout out to maybe
Maybe PUBG
PUBG91 in Twitch for gifting us subs. Really appreciate it. You are the best, absolutely. So thank you, everyone.
It's
Single
my coach.
supporter. Your coach? Oh,
Yes.
you know him?
It's Grandmaster Dulapap from
Oh.
Hungary. So,
Thanks, buddy.
thank you so much. But it's in my chat or in our
All right.
chat.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay,
This is
so here we go. This is the overview of the games. What are we seeing here? It's some sort of interesting setup in the Fedosev's game against Frederick Svane. This was the Trompovsky with bishop g5. You see he has taken an f6. I'm talking about the top left corner where white normally aims for some long-term pressure because these pawns at the king side are possibly weak. It's still really too early to tell. We just talked about Arvind against Select Salem, the leader fight, top middle board. We are going to come back to that. And also we have an update in the top right corner. That's the game of Olda Murzin against Radislav Wojtaszek. C4 was played, so here Volodar already is making decisions in which direction to take the game.
A big question, definitely, in all of the games. I mean, we have already checked a couple of games. Shall we take a look at the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederick Svane? What is going on here? It started as a Trompovsky, and there has been exchange on f6. Arturs, let's go maybe there. Fedoseev against Frederick Svane.
All right, let's do that. Trompovsky is not a super frequent guest at the highest level, and I think it deserves a bit more love, to be honest. So in this current position, we already can see that position is pretty unbalanced because Fedoseev voluntarily gave up his bishop for the knight and doubled the black pawns at the king side. Normally, I believe the best way how you can make sure that it's a good idea to give away the bishop, you get something in return. So white did get something in return, so he did ruin black's pawn structure. D takes on c5 is played, and typically I think white here plays c4 and hopes for a long-term quiet game.
Arturs, the pawn structure is ruined on the king side for black in a way, but after the move, D takes on c5, it looks like black can get a very nice center at some moment to play e5, but maybe they have to fear this move c4.
Yeah, c4 is going to be a very good question here. I mean, of course, you can play e5. I think it's a very legit move, but once again, I could play c4. I could undermine the center, and there might be positions when, for example, black takes it. I could trade the queens. I could take on c4. Let's say it might lead to something like this. To be honest, I'm absolutely sure this is not a forcing line. It's just an example. So you see, it seems like it's not a big deal, but these pawns are a bit weakened in the long run. And I think this is what Vladimir wants.
And looks like this, because he was the one who went for the Trompovsky. And in this position, I see that Frederick Svane is taking time. He's not sure. Of course, this e5 move is very committal because it's weakening d5. And what would you play other than e5? It's e6? Or?
I would consider queen a5 check, absolutely.
In the style of Rogozin.
In the style of Rogozin, exactly. So queen e1, the queen on a5 hits the king on e1, also the bishop, so you have to play knight c3. The pawn on d5 is hit, so I would say a6 looks reasonable. And for white, this move already looks pretty scary, because if black will be able to play e5 and have two pawns in the center, backed by two bishops, here Fedoseev should be very, very careful. And also the problem with this knight on c3 is that it blocks white's idea to play c4. So from a strategical point of view, it makes perfect sense.
It definitely does. So that's what currently Frederick is taking his time and trying to figure out. Should he play queen a5 or he goes rather for development of the light pieces? While he's doing it, let's get an overview of the rest of the games. We have already discussed some of those. We haven't yet checked the games of the challengers. Arturs, where should we go?
So we have a very interesting position in Jubabayev's game against David Navarra. That's the lower left corner. An early h3. Very interesting move in this. Now it started as a Slav. Now this is semi-Slav. The bishop on c8 is locked, and Navarra is just playing the normal moves. And this h3 move very often gives some interesting ideas for white. That's the position I would love to check pretty soon. Of course, the leader fight Niklas Theodorou against Aram Jacobian, lower middle board. This is some sort of a clospet structure, feels pretty equalish. Again, we are going to go back to that position at some point. And then we have this Pirts, Pirts of Fimtsev. There's many
A4,
names.
A5. A4,
Sorry?
With A4, A5.
Yeah, with A4, A5 included, that's the lower right corner. And White does enjoy some space advantage, but these positions, once again, they're becoming pretty popular. And some of the best players in the world, they're playing these setups and proving that Black is doing pretty much all right. So it's going to be a big fight.
A huge fight. So I suggest we go to the game of the leaders, Nicolas Theodorou against Aram Jacobian, because it's a very important game. In case Nicolas makes another victory, then he would go very much high in the standings. And then we might see even only 3 players coming into the finals, but we'll talk about it later, because tomorrow there is still a blitz as a chance for the players who are currently on the 5th and 6th place to get up in the standings. But for now, it's definitely a very important matchup. I think Aram wants to take over as well, but can he do it with the black pieces?
That's probably early to tell. I think both players wouldn't mind to win. And also, we shouldn't really underestimate Nicolas' ambitions in this game, even though he might, perhaps you think he might play solid just to keep the lead in the triathlon. But again, this is a fight for the longer run. And tomorrow there's the Blitz tournament. You don't really know how your shape is going to be in that particular day. Then there's the final stage. And I think it's pretty much safe to say that Theodorou already has qualified for the final stage, unless he's going to, I don't know what he even has to do not to make it. So, and also Aram is his closest contestant who might overtake him. So that's why for him also this is a fight possibly already for the victory in the Challengers tournament. So that's why here we might see a big fight.
A very important fight for both of the players, as Arturs have mentioned, but I don't think that relaxing is something what Nicolas wants to do, because definitely, as you're mentioning, I mean, Blitz, you never know what might happen tomorrow. You never know. Maybe the last ranked player, maybe Daniel Darda is going to win it, because he's also very good in this short time control. So you have to be always ready, and you have to always fight. And also the tournament system, giving 4 points for a victory, it motivates players to fight for more, because you get only 1.5 points for a draw.
That is correct. So that's why this game is so important. Let's maybe start from the very beginning of this game and see what was the opening choice. So it was the invitation to Nimzo. I think this already gives you like a pretty good idea of Theodorou's ambition, because Nimzo is considered to be a more fighting choice. So knight f3 is the more pragmatic choice. Knight c3, this very often means that White wants a fight. Yeah, so very often that's how it goes. So d5.
But he didn't go for Nimzo?
Yeah, he played c takes, bishop f4. The more traditional move is bishop g5, pinning the knight. But bishop f4 seems to be a perfectly playable move as well. And here Aram immediately traded the bishops, followed by knight f3, c6, and knight h4.
Yeah, I mean, f5 square could be the weakness in the position, but since h6 has not been played, it's not really that weak, I would say, but probably you would love to have knight maybe somewhere on e7 covering it.
Yeah, maybe let's go back a bit. I know I fast-forwarded quite a bit. So one thing, Black typically is trying to solve a problem. For this, I would have to make a very short mini lesson. So the big idea here, White plays bishop g5, c6, and e3. This is the classical line. And very often Black has problems with this let's go bishop. So if you play bishop f5 immediately, you need to watch out for queen f3. The bishop is under attack, the knight is under attack, and the White very often takes on f6, doubles the pawns, and Black is suffering in the long run. So that's why even in this line, after e3, let's say Black plays bishop e7, White plays bishop d3, and Black is somehow always trying to solve the problem of the bishop. So you cannot easily go here. Sometimes Black plays bishop g4, by the way, a pretty trendy move these days. But there are moments even when Black prolongs the idea to trade the bishops by playing g6, knight e7, knight f8, knight e6, knight g7, then trades the bishops and eventually equalizing the game. So why I'm saying all of this, because it feels like there might be something similar. So is bishop f5 here a possibility? I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps black has some problems with the pawn on b3. And yeah, so he did play it, c6, and that's why here white immediately tries to capitalize on the early jump of the bishop. And he's somehow at least trying to win over this bishop, but it doesn't seem a lot to me.
I'm wondering if we could go back to this bishop f5 moment. Was there queen b3? Could we try to go into those lines? Because queen b3 usually is used against bishop f5, because now there is no good way to defend. Okay, maybe just queen b6.
Maybe queen b6 could be a move. We're, by the way,
d5?
hearing ambulance outside every single day. Like there's an ambulance.
Yes, it's
Going.
probably for one of the players, yeah?
I hope not.
Someone is in danger
I hope not.
on the board.
No, like I heard it yesterday and day before yesterday, and even some people started to joke in the chat that if somebody's doing badly, the ambulance already is coming. Anyway, yeah.
But what about knight d5? It doesn't work?
Knight b5.
d5. The pawn is saying knight
Knight d5. Yeah, sure. Knight d5 is a move. Queen takes on b3 is knight x on f6, intermezzo check. So takes, and whatever is this. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You couldn't take the bishop for the 5. You could give a check on b5, trade the queens. Maybe.
Some endgame.
Yeah, white is slightly better. But again, this is like a completely different game. So knight h4, bishop d3. Typically here white has two major ideas, which is to play f3, e4, which I think with the knight on h4 makes most sense. Because the other idea, the more classical idea, is to play b4, b5 and create a weakness on c6.
Yeah, but this knight coming to f5, how can you even stop it with black? Because, of course, you always have this g6 move, but I'm not sure if you want to weaken your king side.
No, I think the bishop typically goes to g6 here. Like if you play g6, then let's say here you play g6, h3, this bishop cannot go here, and
Bishop
it's feeling
e6,
awkward.
yeah.
And we might even see some inspired continuation. This was also the game of Fedoseev against Aravind, if I'm not terribly mistaken. One of the earlier games here in Biel where Fedoseev with white color went for some inspired f4. Yeah, there was f4, f5, so I don't think the g6 is going to happen, but something like bishop h5, bishop g6.
Yeah, might be the move, but that's why knight on h4 is standing there to get ready to capture it, while Aram is taking time to figure out what he does with his bishop. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view and see what else are we missing on the boards. I see in the bottom left corner Rinat Jumabayev against David Navarre. There has been b5 played, and it's asking some questions to the bishop to move away. Also in the bottom right corner, the game of Machun against Daniel Darda. We were discussing already this was disputes with a4, a5, and bishop e6, bishop e3 has just been played. Shall we take a look there, or is there any other major development? By the way, looking at the top left corner, Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederick Svanen, there has been b4 just now played.
So I would maybe put it this way. I see a very big fight in the top boards, at least the top middle board and top left corner, because Fedoseev is like going for a very, very big fight here. He has decided to keep the pawn, and he's asking Svanen to solve some problems. So it's going to be a pretty crazy game. The other games seem to be more or less positional. So yeah, I mean, your call, Angelica. We could just take them one by one.
Let's maybe go to the game of Rinat Jumabayev against David Navarre. And then we go back to the games we have already checked, because I think these are the games we have not yet checked.
All right. So this is some sort of Miran position on the board. Pretty popular line, but with the move h3 on the board. I'm not sure how it helps, but yeah, these h3 moves, they're somehow getting really popular at the highest level. In most of the lines, they really help. So let's maybe start from the beginning and see what Jumabayev played. This was the Slav, knight c3, and we already saw a couple of times in this tournament d takes on c4. But e6 is an invitation for a huge fight.
The new approach So we had it actually also yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, here you can play bishop g5, and you know, I still remember, like, this was about 10 years ago, and 10 years ago, I'm not talking about today, and I had some discussions with Alexei Shirov, right? So the Botvinnik variations with Neiksans e4, e4, b5, e5, h6, bishop h4, g5, knight g5, etc., right? So it goes really long. And the idea was this. So the opening theory goes until move 40. And then one day he told, like, yeah, the Botvinnik variation is not playable. like
Why?
black is in trouble after move 40. And then
After
some
move
other, he said,
40?
no, it's still okay. Yeah, it's still okay. Anyway, it's really crazy. So these lines can go for a very, very huge opening theory. And I think that e6, it doesn't really mean that David wants to do this, but that's also prompted Jumabayev already to make the very first decision and play e3, which is perhaps the pragmatic choice, not to enter those discussions, who has the better memory.
So we see that Rinat is going for a more solid approach, not asking any questions with a bishop g5, not testing out if David is going to take on c4. And yeah, now we're getting pretty much normal position, right? There is pawn on c4, which is defended, so no d takes c5. And here, h3.
Yeah, this h3, I would say it's somehow preparing the g4 move. And since I just mentioned Shirov had this very interesting idea, Shirov-Shabalov attack, but I think it was after queen c2, bishop d6, and g4. So this was developed either in the 90s or in the early years of the 21st century. So there's some, again, crazy lines. And I'm not entirely sure why this h3 is here. I mean, it could be connected with the g4 idea. And normally when this happens, white castles the long side. And this means a huge unbalanced fight. But yet we saw something else. We saw bishop d3, bishop takes on c4, b5. And this is like the classical Miran, except h3 is on the board.
It's just maybe one step back if we could do Arturs this moment when bishop was developed on d3. Black is using that bishop has already developed and taking on c4 to win a tempi. So would there be any other move than bishop d3, waiting move, what white could do here? Queen c2?
b3, I think,
b3?
yeah. I think b3, bishop b2 is a pretty reasonable idea, but I mean, you got to be ready that black's going to play e5. That's like the classical idea. Yeah, let's say, should castle, bishop b2, e5. I think here black very often just plays it out. And now the move h3, it's not clear what it does, because if you open up the position, we might have some discussion of the IQP, but I mean, your king is in the center, right? So it's pretty dangerous.
And d4 is ready to come, so for that reason, also white had to make a decision, and Rinat went for bishop d3, even though he lost the tempo, but he still gets good position. So b5 was played by David. Does it mean he will not go for e5, or does it improve the e5 idea?
These are some mind games. Like, I think that white could still, I mean, black could play e5. I think e5 is, answering your question, still one of the main ideas here. The other idea could be playing b4, c5, going for some symmetrical position. But why I'm saying mind games is that I'm not sure which direction Jumabayev is going to take. Because with the pawn on h3, it would suggest that he was thinking about the g4 idea, so he might think about some long castle ideas here. Or maybe he's just going to play a short castle, and then the engine, for some reason, likes this h3. I would love to have him here in the studio, maybe at some point, and ask him, you know, what's the nuance of this h3? I'm very curious. You could explain it.
Yeah, definitely. And also we had Fedoseev, who was also one of the players who played this h3 quite some openings. By the way, how is Fedoseev doing? Let's take a look at the overview right now of all the rest of the games, because you were mentioning this game is going to be a fight. It's a game in the top left corner. Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederick Svane. The b4 move has been played. Shall we dive deeper, or do you see anything else?
There's no more moves made. It's just one move, really, Angelica.
Oh, it's just one move.
Yeah, it's just b4. So he kept the pawn on c5. We see that Frederick just played e6. He did not give the check on an a5. So that's the upper left corner. Maybe we could select a game where some more moves have been played, and that's the game.
Aravind?
But also not so many moves. Yeah, Aravind against Alexa Lem. Now the pace is a bit slower.
And the pace is getting slower, but this is for sure the battle of the two leaders. Have there been games that we have not checked yet? I believe we checked everything. So let's go to the game of the leader.
Yeah, let's see. We see an extravagant rook a3 on the move. Earlier in the tournament, Saleh played himself rook h3,
Rook h3.
In the slot against Voldar Murzin. And now Arvind plays rook a3. And the idea of this rook a3 is that it's a multi-purpose move, and somehow this rook on the third rank is possibly lifting towards the king side. And I suspect that he is anticipating the h4. Maybe there's some interesting positional properties that he could keep the king on e1. You know, I'm going to tell you honestly, I don't know this line. I have definitely seen these ideas, but if you ask me specifically about this position, no, I have not seen it. But I suspect the last move, rook a3, could be, for example, if black would play not queen e7, but let's say h4, knight goes here, and let's say goes for, I don't know.
b6?
I don't know, whatever. Yeah, rook e8. I just wanted to show the idea, yeah, let's say b6. Maybe there's some moments when white can go aggressive at the king side and not using the fact that he has not castle short.
Then just put king somewhere on f2 or something.
Maybe. Yeah, keep the rook at h5. Let's say black decides to take on g3, which seems to be crazy. King f2, queen g1, queen h2, suddenly white develops a king side attack. Okay, I know I'm reaching here. It's very, very big guess. But this rook a3, it's like a multi-purpose move, and maybe Arvind is still going to castle short anyway.
But what I want to highlight in this position is a bishop on g7. It's a very strong piece. And now there is also the d4 square for that bishop. So for that reason, these castle opportunities sometimes can be blocked by bishop d4. So that was also one of the moves, because the knight is not standing on f3, it's not standing on e2. So the square is available for the bishop.
Yeah, it is available, but he didn't play it. I think he didn't play because of knight b5. So the bishop is under attack.
Wouldn't work.
Yeah, but not yet. I mean, he could include a6 and then play. By the way, I think this was a perfectly legal move. With the idea to play your bishop d4, sure, it makes perfect sense to me, right? So keep the king from castling, but does white want to castle?
That's a bigger question. That's a bigger discussion. And yeah, right now we see that Arvind is taking time and trying to figure out, do you think he wants to wait for this h4 to happen, or he wants to castle, or what could be an idea right now for Arvind in this position?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the big idea, instead of queen e7, is this, if you roll back a bit, is this h4 and f5. So let's say h4, knight f1, and f5. This is how black typically plays it out. So he tries to open up the file, then somehow throw the pieces at white. But you see, the engine somehow likes it. I'm not entirely sure why. I mean, with the king on e1. So we might be seeing some battle of the engines here. And it's entirely possible that Saleh suspected that this is a deeper prep, and maybe he's trying to steer away from the preparation, because that's usually pretty scary. You are playing and your opponent responds very quickly. So you have a feeling, I'm not playing against Arvind here, I'm playing against Alpha Zero essentially here. This is a deep idea prep with just engines, so you're naturally thinking about choices to divert.
The round 5, the final round of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon is heating up. We see the battles of the leaders. Who will we see triumph today? Will it be Arvind or will it be Saleh? We'll find out later. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we go for a very short break. See you in a few minutes.
Greetings, chess fans. We are the official commentators of Biel Chess Festival. My name is Arturs Neiksans. I'm a chess grandmaster. This is Angelika Volkova, my co-host already for 4 years of the festival. And we have for you a very important message.
Yeah, we're here in Biel, but the question is,
if we're going to come next year, and it could depend on you, dear viewers.
The goal is to achieve €10,000 donation from our Tippy campaign. You probably have seen, what is this Tippy button right there on the streams? This is our donation campaign. So if you are enjoying our coverage, if you like us as your hosts, and most importantly, you would like to see us coming back next year, we would really appreciate that you would donate something for the campaign.
And we're going to reach the goal. You will have this opportunity of having free entrance to all the tournaments at the Biel Chess Festival and also hotel accommodation. Arturs, I hope we're going to get some donation, because I'm really looking forward for the next edition, and I would like to be here commentating with you.
So do I. Being here for 4th year in a row, we make a really great team, so please make it happen.
Welcome back, dear viewers. We're in Biel, Vienna, in Switzerland for the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. Now it's a Grandmaster Triathlon's final day of the classical portion before we dive into the Blitz tomorrow. We have exciting matchups today. We have battles of the leaders. Arturs, what is the most exciting game so far? Or what do you think we're going to see? Some games with the decisive results?
Yeah, there's the absolutely crazy game, Angelika. Fedoseev against Frederick Svane, top left corner, where Fedoseev grabbed the pawn and he has no intentions to give it up. So here you see the action is heating up. There also, of course, a very, very explosive game of two leaders, Aravind against Alexa Lem, who is going to take control of the standings of the Masters tournament before the Blitz tournament. That's the top middle board. Everything else is a bit quieter.
There was a 5-plate, Arturs. There was a 5-plate by Saleh Salem. What a move.
Yep. So f5 instead of, it seems instead of h4, so we can see the black pawn. Yeah. The black pawn stands on h5 and white played knight f1 first, and now black did push f5. We are going to definitely check that game. But also there's some more moves played in the other games. For example, the game Machun against Daniel Darda, lower right corner. This is something we haven't yet checked, so maybe we go there.
Let's go. Let's take a look at the Machun against Daniel Darda. We see there was the Peirce opening, and then there has been a straight on d4, which happened. And he took with the queen. I'm just wondering, it's not the first piece which comes to your mind to take on d4.
I mean, of course, the logic suggests that you want to have a knight on d4, but I think very often also the strength of the queen on the central square is underestimated. And normally, especially with all the kids watching the broadcast, by the way, here we have a lot of kids here with us in Biel Congress Center. Thank you for watching the broadcast. Really makes our day a bit better. The point is that normally you cannot have the queen on d4, or it's not such a recommended choice because black can play something like knight c6 or black can target the queen, but here you see he already has committed to the pawn on c6, and if you play c5, it would just create so many weaknesses of the light square. So that's why queen takes on d4 does make sense, because you see black has a weakness on d6, and this, I think, is Machun's idea, to target it as quickly as possible.
But then why did black take on d4? Probably it's time for us to take a look at how did the game evolve earlier to see why did Daniel decide to take?
That's a good choice. So we are going to step back a bit. e4, d6, and knight f6. The Peirce, or when I grew up, we called it Peirce-Fimtsev. Okay, it doesn't really matter. Sometimes we get some Philidor vibes as well. Anyway, e5 is played. So this is a pretty interesting choice, because you would be thinking, why not d takes on e5 and queen takes on d8? Because you see, I'm ruining the king's castle, so it must be great. But unfortunately, it's nothing. The practice has proven that black is doing perfect. Once again, black plays bishop e6, white doubles the pawns. Let's say knight f3, bishop d6, king e7. I think black plays knight c6, and he just has a really, really nice game. So that's why here, white play knight f3, not going there.
He's not trading the queens, making the game still complicated. And the next move for Machun, I mean, knight d7 looks like the most logical reply to defend the pawn on e5.
Right. So bishop c4. This initiates some ideas to target the pawn on f7. This is pretty known stuff. For example, here, bishop takes at f7 cannot be taken. Common trick. Here, knight e6, queen e8, knight e7, queen g6. The rook is under attack. You got to take it. Followed by queen g2, rook f1, e takes on d4, knight e5. Sorry, pardon my arrow. This is just bad. Like the practice has proven, agent fully supports. Why can I do that? But this doesn't mean that bishop takes on f7 is not a threat right now. And that's why black played short castle. And that's why black plays here a move later. So first a4, a5, including the space fight, this h6. Because if you play rook e8, you do need to watch out for bishop takes on f7.
Bishop f7 is definitely in the picture. You have to count on it, and that's why h6 was played. Now rook is ready to go to e8 after bishop e3, and that was exactly what was played. Bishop a2, stepping away from some targets like knight jumping to b6. And now black is taking on d4. And I'm wondering, why did Daniel decide to go for it?
That's a very good question. I think something like queen c7 makes perfect sense. And if I am not terribly mistaken how Engine likes these positions, I think Engine likes something like d5. Like, I recall these positions because I have done some analysis before, maybe not this particular position, but very, very similar. And then white wants to play knight e2, knight c4, somehow fight for the b6 square. And that's why also we have to pay attention on this move, bishop a2. So it's like a prep move. And this bishop a2 is more common when black is thinking about a6, b5. But with the pawn on a5, I think it simply means that white frees up the c4 square. So my money would be on the d5, but perhaps we cannot also rule out this traditional idea of d takes, and knight e2. But as you can see, Engine says, no, I mean, black is just perfectly fine. So it's got to be d5.
Absolutely, because in this position, the pawn is on c6. It's taking control over the d5 square. So for that reason, he was fearing the d5 move, and he traded. But the take with the queen...
I mean, you could argue, by the way, you could argue, why not d5 immediately?
Actually, yes.
Yeah, why, if this is such a great idea, why not play d5 immediately? There could be some issues with either knight b6, the bishop is under attack, or c takes on d5. And now you see, after c takes on d5, knight takes on d5, you have to be ready to give up the pawn on e4. Might be some complications still. I mean, the pawn on h6 could be taken, like knight e4, bishop takes on h6, and who knows what is this position. First time I'm seeing it. I'm seeing also knight x on f2, intermezzo move. Or it could be knight b6, hit the bishop first, which probably makes a bit more sense, and then play c takes on d5. And now we have some Sicilian Najdorf vibes. It feels like some sort of a Najdorf, even though it started from Pirc.
So we can say that bishop a2 move was a preparation for d5, so there were no knight b6 or any other moves. And after take, suddenly queen takes on d4?
Yeah, and also black here, he creates himself a weakness on d6, but he wants to have some pressure against the pawn on e4. Answering the earlier question, why not the obvious move knight x on d4? Because black will play knight c5, target the pawn, play bishop f8, and maybe even at the right moment organize a counter-strike. Let's say white plays f3, feels like a normal, healthy move. But if at the right moment black does play d5, might be not this moment, you see we have a lot of... Sorry? I'm not very good with arrows, as you can see. Okay. So you see there's a lot of dark square weaknesses, and in the long run, black could create some problems.
Yeah, and that's why the h3 move, which was played earlier, it could be a disadvantage, but of course you don't have to go for this line, you don't have to go for f3 if you have already such position. So knight f8 is on the board. Machun is now taking time because knight e6 is a threat, knight e6 targeting the queen. And
or bishop e6,
or
and
bishop
then take
E6.
with the knight. Maybe this bishop at a2 is a bit more annoying. I'm not really sure. Maybe you're right. Maybe knight e6 is also a move. But then this bishop on c8 is a bit weird.
You're right, Arturs.
And again, there's the ambulance. It's unbelievable.
Is everything okay on our boards? Because maybe the ambulance is coming for one of the players.
Sorry, terrible jokes. Like, yeah, we're hearing it every day. Yeah, let's go back to the overview and see what else is happening in the other games.
Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederick Swan at the top left corner. There is still a pawn up for Slovenian Grandmaster. The pawn on c5 is an extra pawn, and he's holding on to it. Knight e2 has just been played. Voldar Murzin against Radoslav Wojtaszek in the top right corner. We see there has been a lot of trades earlier. Shall we go in this game? Because I see that we have missed many moves already. I don't even remember how we started it.
Yeah, we checked it. This was
the first game.
The Reti. This was the very first game we started, the Reti opening, and then we switched to the other games. And now let's focus once again and see and assess the situation. So, what do we have here? It seems to be some symmetrical Grunfeld on the board.
It does feel like this because we have both fianchetto bishops on g7 and g2.
But look at the clock.
Oh.
1 hour and 57 minutes for Wojtaszek.
He's in the book. And Volodar Murzin has 1 hour 11 minutes only. So he spent 50 minutes. But looking at the video footage, I see that Radoslav is still sitting at the board, even though he spent only 3 minutes on the clock. And
He's really well prepared. I mean, he was the second of Vichy Anand, also in the team of the Maraju Gukesh. So if you prepare the openings for the best players in the world, this means you also have top-notch opening theory. I mean, Radoslav is considered to be a high-class world theoretician, so it's not really a big surprise to see that he is this well prepared.
Absolutely, and he also won the Grandmaster Triathlon in Biel in 2020, so 5 years ago. And unfortunately, he was not able to defend his title, because usually the champions are defending the titles in the next year, but he's coming here in a way as a defender champion, because we don't have a champion from the previous year who is a Grandmaster Lim Le from Vietnam. So definitely one of the top players considering the opening preparation. And see, he is in the book, so maybe let's go back a bit, trying to see where we stopped looking at the game.
Yeah, here G6. This is where Volodar made the very first choice. So this was a very interesting move order. You see C5, and then play knight f6 and g6. Well, I gotta tell you this, it's not the most popular way to play. I mean, this particular move order. Now, there's definitely many move orders, and one of the most annoying ones, I can definitely tell you this from my experience, is the early g6, because black wants to play bishop g7 and put the pawn on e5. And typically the move c5, it suggests that black wants to play knight c6. And this is also the move I'm seeing a lot online, that some players like to play it.
And also we had this idea in yesterday's game, this g6, bishop g7 with e5 opportunity.
Right, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, we saw this yesterday.
And then there was knight f6 played, didn't go for it.
But normally the idea of knight c6 here is to play e5 to have some reversed king's Indian defense. And now it turns out to be reversed Grunfeld, so white plays d4, c takes, and knight takes on d4. And again, here there's some opening trends. This used to be considered not a very accurate line, but I just heard recently, again, there's some developments in this line, and black is proving he's perfectly fine. Okay, it doesn't really matter. So here we have this position, very interesting move order, c4, c takes on d5, d4. Now here Murzin transposes to the symmetrical Grunfeld. Everything is equalish, but you see black might have some problems with the pawn on b7 because the bishop on g2 is applying some pressure.
And there is no opportunity to go with the knight from b8 to c6 because knight is on d4 right now. So you gotta think how to continue from here. Is there opportunity to put knight on c5 to defend the pawn on b7, playing something like knight?
Maybe knight b3 is a move, yeah.
Oh.
We cannot completely rule it out. I mean, knight b5 enables queen d8 and knight c7. So
This is a threat.
yeah, it's a threat, so black has to respond to that. Bishop b4 again enables the knight c7 threat. And here, by the way, you might be wondering why not e5. I mean, e5 might be a playable move, but it also weakens the d5 square and also the d6 square. So we're thinking about moves like bishop c5 and knight e6, so it feels to be quite risky. Anyway, this is the current position.
Here we have it. Bishop went on f5. So now there is no way to take on d8 again, and there is no knight c7 threats in the position. But now it's Volodar's turn. He has a more active knight on b5. And other than that, it's pretty much symmetrical position. So the only difference is the knight on b6 and the knight on b5.
I mean, visually, black's position feels pretty safe. Like, I think that here, Radoslav has no reasons to be unhappy. And considering that very often black can sacrifice a pawn to get an active game, here he already has an active game and he has not sacrificed the pawn. So I think that, I mean, it looks like he has solved the opening problems.
Arturs, looking at the clock situation, we can say almost 1 hour in front for Radoslav Wojtaszek, considering the time control in this event where we have 2 hours till the move 40, and then there is going to be extra half an hour edit, and only from move 41 there is going to be this 30 seconds increment. Do you think we might say that Radoslav already is in the lead in this game due to the time situation?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I would say that his position looks nice in general, and I just try to understand how I would continue here from white. And I think that the only realistic idea I can come up with is avoid a queen trade, put the queen on b3, and somehow try to prove to black that his queen on d8 doesn't stand well. So I'm thinking, can I do this? Like that, this was my first idea, to play queen b3, to play rook d8. So maybe it's still too early to make the assessment of this position. And what I'm saying here is that the black queen doesn't have the same square. Like the knight on b6, that's the problem. Like this queen might not have good squares to go. I mean, if you go to e8, there's a fork. If you play a6, there's either the fork on, not the fork, but the knight on b6 is going to be under attack, or even bishop c7 idea. So this could be interesting, but what I'm not entirely sure is what happens after some moves like bishop e6. And now there are moves like queen c2. Again, there's some attacks like knight b4. Can I play like queen a3 here to walk away? And black plays knight c4. I play queen c5 here. This could be pretty interesting.
Yeah, there is suddenly pawn hanging on b2. I mean, like, all the moves are happening. I mean, it's so tough to calculate. So that's why we see that Volodar is taking time. Actually, he went for a
Queen
decision.
C1. And immediately, knight c4. Oh.
Instantly. Wow.
I mean, knight c4 is a very logical move, because this is, I think, if we go back here to this move, queen c1, Volodar had exactly the same idea, maybe just an improved version, to play rook d1, to target the queen. And apparently here, the Polish grandmaster is still within the prep. He played knight c4. He wants to meet rook d1 with queen b6, counter-attack, at the same time attacking the pawn on b2. And also for Volodar, this is not really great news. I think mostly you don't like to see that. When you're sitting over the board, your opponent just blitzes us out, and, and again, here we go.
But Arturs, look at this. I mean, I'm just wondering. I mean, first, Radoslav is blitzing out knight c4, and then he is thinking. Look at him right now. I mean, he is taking time, but already after the move is played. I mean, how can you explain this? Usually you think, then you play a move, and then you walk from the board. But here we have completely different situation. We have blitzing out the move and just sitting there enjoying position.
It seems that Wojciech has decided not to use any time whatsoever in this game. So he knows his opening prep. He feels it. So must be feeling really good. There's also a joke, by the way, that in classical games, significant time advantage is considered to be like an extra pawn. Is this like a situation here? Probably not. But I have seen this situation many times at the highest level. If one of the players is well prepared and the other player is out of the book, it's very common that we see 40, 50-minute time advantage for one of the players. And then in the end, it somehow it just equals. You're going to see, like, watch out for this game. For example, we are going to go back to this position at 5 p.m. local time here in Switzerland, and then it's going to be about even on the clock.
We're going to see how the game on the clock and the position on the clock is going to balance it out. Meanwhile, we have other games which are still ongoing. We have Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederick Svan, and in the top left corner, a6 has been played, kicking the bishop away from b5. Meanwhile, the game of Aravind against Saleh Salem, the top middle board, the game of the two of the leaders. We see knight e5 has been played. This f5 was played early. I mean, crazy move, separating the pawns for Salem. It's a huge fight. We will see for sure. Other than that, we have challengers boards. The Rinat Jumabayev against David Navarre in the bottom left corner. e4 has just been played with a threat of e5. So David Navarre has to take care of that or push e5 himself. Nicolas Theodorou, the current leader of the challengers, against Aram Hakobyan, the second-placed player for now in the bottom middle board. There is still a fight. I mean, the rook has just played from a to e1, not f to e1, but rook to a to e1. We have to definitely check it out. And on the bottom right corner, we see that Machun against Daniel Dard. I mean, there has been not so much of development. We see knight from f6 went to d7, and queen is on c4. So, what do you think, Arturs?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Now that the pace is a bit slower, we could perhaps go to the Fedoseev game. Look at it, how it goes. Looks rather unbalanced. I'm also well aware that the evaluation bar says that black is slightly worse. I mean, a pawn is a pawn after all. So still a fun game. Listen, Angelica, I wanted to ask you, obviously the festival is ongoing and we're having all the fun every day. So maybe you could share a bit, what is your favorite part of the Biel Chess Festival?
I think for me, the rest days are definitely a lot of fun. The organizer is making it all the best, and they are finding the best possible activities. Like this year, we had these beautiful escape rooms. Last year, we were going on the island, and so we had always different. We were at this Omega Museum one of the years before with Gukesh, with Noderbeck, and it was very nice to be there. And it's very fascinating that every time they're finding something new. But chess-wise, for me, I think the most exciting day is the Blitz, which we're going to have tomorrow. Because after the Blitz, we're going to see that we will see the finals. And Blitz is super important for all the people who are below in the 5th and 6th place. So for that reason, I would definitely pick the Blitz, because anything can happen there. And for you, Arturs?
The food.
The food.
Absolutely, the food. I mean, this is the main reason why I keep coming back here every year. Like, there's some couple of great restaurants here in Biel. We have the Carlos next to us. That's our absolute favorite restaurant for
we can see from here. Even.
Yeah, it's like 50 meters outside of the playing venue, and then we have the Verona, Rotonda. So usually we have really great time, and yeah, it's fantastic. And like you already said, those rest days make it special. Also, we have a chance to communicate with the players quite a bit, and this is not the only place we're meeting them. Like all of us, we're staying at the same hotel. We see them at the breakfast. We share some thoughts a bit. The other day, I was talking with Vladimir Fedoseev, and I asked him, how does he feel? Yeah, he said, everything is good. And then he said, yeah, you're doing very good work. I know it's very hard work, etc. I thought, thank you, Vladimir. This really means a lot, etc. Also, every day, David Navarra, he passes us past the broadcast stage. He says hello. By the way, the wonderful thing about David is that he says it like in any language. He knows literally every language in the world. He can say hello to you.
To everyone.
Pretty amazing.
Yes, at least he knows hello I think in most of the languages. He says always, he speaks always Ukrainian to me. He knows Ukrainian fluently because also it's very similar to Czech. So for that reason, he knows Ukrainian, Russian fluent, and Latvian. Did he speak Latvian?
Yeah. This was once, a really big surprise because I have a, maybe I'm not going to tell that story, but he once greeted me like in pure Latvian.
In pure?
Yeah.
Wow. Yep. Absolutely amazing to have such players. But meanwhile, look at the board, Arturs. What do we see? We see some trade on c6, and still there is an extra pawn for Vladimir. I see that we have a bishop pair for Frederick Swane. There is a pair of knights, as you were mentioning the story about the bishop pair advantage and knight pair advantage.
White has the two knights advantage here, absolutely.
White has two knights advantage. And the position is, we cannot say that it's close because there could be pushes in the center, but there are still many pawns in the position. So that might complicate the collaborations between the bishops for the black. But other than that, this pawn advantage, do you believe that there is a compensation for black, for Frederick Swane in this position?
Well, I'm seeing that black has a pretty terrible light square bishop.
Yes.
Because you see every single pawn is put on the square of this bishop, and it means pretty bad news for black. Of course, he's going to bring it in the game at some point by playing a5, bishop a6. But looking at the current position and consider what was played in the opening, I think it's very safe to say that the opening is a complete success to Fedoseev. Like, it feels like it. He got exactly what he wanted. He wanted to play some kind of a game. Now he kept the pawn. He has unbalanced position. He also has the time advantage on the clock. So Frederick here is struggling a bit. And speaking about Frederick, so obviously he's a very, very strong, young, bright talent. And I'm pretty sure he's going to make it to the 27th Hungry Elo in coming years. So one of the big stars coming from Germany in the footsteps of Vincent Keimer. But we already saw him a couple of times at this tournament being very nervous at the critical moments. Like there was the yesterday's game that he played against Voldar Merzen. He had the large advantage, he misplayed it. And then before also the absolutely mind-boggling miss against Aravind, like he was winning twice and then this absolutely insane time scramble. So it's really difficult for him and he's doing everything he can. But unfortunately in these time scrambles, like he's having sometimes problems.
Yeah, he has a huge problem with time management. For now, we can see he still has 1 hour and 12 minutes, but we might see him coming down on the minutes and seconds. Meanwhile, Vladimir Fedoseev, yesterday it was not a happy day because he lost against Saleh Salem. Something happened in the opening, some glitch, some hallucination, and he was down a pawn. And
I wanted to ask him actually. I saw him in the breakfast and I wanted to ask, but it already was pretty clear what happened. Yeah, so yes. I think he would just answer me like there was some kind of a glitch in the thought process, so I didn't even ask him. Yeah, so I perfectly understood.
Yeah, so both of the players have had some tough time, but yesterday Frederick managed to save that position because at some moment he was worse against Voldar Murzin in those time trouble situations. And here we see Bishop G7 trying, I think Frederick Svane trying to answer our questions, or still one of the bishops is a good piece. So Bishop went to the long diagonal targeting the rook on A1. But there could be a few ways how you can stop it. You can play C3, you can move the rook.
Yeah, that's a good question. C3, rook B1. I don't think that here Fedoseev is going to sacrifice the exchange. There's even such an opportunity. But my money would be on something like rook B1. Like rook B1, and then the question is what happens after A5. A5, most likely A3. Let's say black can close the trade. Black plays bishop A6, activates the bishop. White most likely needs to cast short. Black probably needs to do the same. And something like this. I think we're seeing this position. But for white, it's also very easy to improve the position. I think white would want to play eventually knight e4, f4 possibly. Maybe not the 4, I'm not sure. But knight e4, c3, target the pawn, play queen c2, rook a1. And I think it's also a very nice position for Fedoseev, who has a lot of easy moves incoming. Like he can consolidate the position. With every single move, it is Svane who has to prove what does he have for the pawn. So this might be not so easy for him.
It's for sure will be tough for black. At Arturs, I would like to ask you. I also would like to ask our dear chat. Who would you think is going? How do you think is this game going to result? Will it be a peaceful outcome, or will it be some player who is going to true-move over this game? Dear viewers, you can write your suggestions in the chat, but I want to hear your opinion, Arturs.
I think Fedoseev is going to win.
Fedoseev is going to win.
Somehow, yeah. I feel like I like his position after the opening, and I've noticed that Frederick has been struggling a bit. And he already is down on the clock. Might just go completely otherwise. So it's just my opinion. But I think that Fedoseev is going to win.
Let's go get the overview of the rest of the games and try to maybe predict for all the rest games how is going to be the outcome. So for the first game, we have already discussed the top left corner, Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederick Svane. Artur says he believes Vladimir Fedoseev is going to win. I agree with Arturs. Let's see if Frederick will be able to save this game or will be able even to score.
Can we guess every single game? Let's make a guess and then compare our results at the end of the round.
Absolutely, let's do it.
Okay, where's your guess?
So as I was mentioning, the Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederick Svane, I agree with you. I think that Vladimir is going to win this game. So the next game in the top middle board of Aravind against Saleh Salem. This is going to be a crazy game.
No, that doesn't count. There needs to be a result.
I know, but I want to ask you. What's
No. You're the first one.
Okay, I'm going to tell that Aravind will win.
Okay, the next one.
But now it's your turn.
No, you tell all the results, then I'm telling you mine.
Okay. So in the top right corner, Volodar Murzin against Radoslav Wojtaszek. It's very tough because, the position is okay it's good for Volodar. But Radoslav has a disadvantage on the clock. I would go with a draw in this game.
Okay.
Then we have challengers in the bottom left corner. Rinat Jimabayev against David Navarra.
I hope somebody writes this down, all of this prediction, because we still need to decide what do we get if one of us makes the better prediction.
We have to do it. This is a tough game. I would bet on a draw in this one. I would go for a draw. Yeah.
Okay.
Rinat Jimabayev against David Navarra, draw. And then Nicolas Theodorou against Aram Hakobian in the bottom middle board. It's interesting position for both of the players. And looks, I do believe in Nicolas, but I'm not sure because Aram is also playing really great. I would say it's also a draw. And Machun against Daniel Darda, I believe it's going to be a decisive game, and I'm going for Daniel in this one. So now it's your turn, Arturs.
So who is going to win?
Daniel Darda.
Daniel Darda is going to win. Okay. So from the top left corner, again, we are guessing. We're going to compare the results at the end of the round. I would say Fedosev is going to win, as I already said. Arvin against Saleh Salem, I would say Saleh is going to win. Then the top right corner, Murzin against Wojtaszek, I would say it's going to be a draw. Then Jumabayev against David Navarra, I would say Navarra is going to win. Then Theodorou against Aram Hakobian, it's going to be a draw. And Machun against Daniel Darda, it's going to be a draw. So we can compare maybe the results at the end, and we decide who's the winner, but I don't know still.
The chat is going to decide. The chat should decide everything.
Yeah, the chat will decide, yeah? All right. Okay, here we go. The bets are in. We'll see.
Yeah, so what's the next game you think we should dive in right now? Because we have some development on one of the boards. Should it be the leaders of the challengers, Nicolas Theodorou against Aram Hakobian?
Yep, let's go. So both of us, we predicted this game is going to be a draw, right?
Yeah, but probably the players will try to prove us wrong.
Of course. They should, of course. Both of them, they want to win. Why did I say that I believe this could be a draw? Not because of the particular position, but you already had a critical element of the prediction, which is that Aram is very solid in this tournament. Mm-hmm. For example, earlier in the tournament, he already held a very difficult, long end game against Daniel Darda to a draw. So he definitely knows how to do this. And Nicolas has slightly decreased the tempo of the tournament. Like he started the classical tournament with 2 victories, and now it's a couple of draws. So that's why I believe it's going to be a draw. And also for both players, it's a pretty good result. But anyway, if you're looking at this position, we just noticed Rook AE1 has been played. And I think this, Angelika, suggests that F3-4 is in the cards.
Yeah, for sure. You want to keep your rook on F-file for some other activities there. So they bring the other rook from A to E1. It means you will use your rook on F-file. You will not need it, but definitely an interesting way. So now Black has to make sure they know how to react on F3 and E4. And I see that Bishop H5, Bishop G6 is not anymore an idea. Because if you go Bishop H5, then there could be immediate F3, and after Bishop G6, there could be even immediate E4. You have to calculate this.
This is a very good question. Yeah, speaking about the bishop, where does it go? Does it go to H5 or does it go elsewhere? And I think the problem here is a bit larger because you can't really go back. Where do you go? Because if you play knight e7, let's say here you play knight e7, F3, maybe you play bishop e6, like bishop e6, allowing white to play e4, and there might be some counterattack against this pawn. And typically in these positions, white wants to play e5, f4, and establish some sort of an attack. Again, I'm not really sure how this knight on h4 being defenseless,
There
how
could
does
be
it
knight
relate?
e4. Is
sorry?
knight e4 here a move? Knight e4?
Yeah, it could be. Again, Angelica, you see these tactics very quickly. Yeah, like I already noticed. I noticed in the commentary, like you're spotting, like, oh, there's 94, there's a fork, there's a skewer or something. Immediately spotting things. This is correct. Yeah, 94 is an idea.
So for that reason, probably this e4 has to be prepared well.
With some
how
queen
do you
f2.
do?
Yeah.
Queen f2, and then e4 is coming.
Yeah.
And also the pawn on d4 is defended.
Yeah, e4, but again, you need to watch out for knight g4. And I think typically here black plays something like rook d8 and h3 just in case to control the g4 square. And then we might see c5. And c5 is like a common counterattack with a pawn on f3. Like c5, d takes on c5, and I don't know what, queen c5 or knight c5, could be either of the moves. And this knight on h4 is weird. It should be on d4.
Yeah, it's very wrong placement for the knight. I'm wondering if the oh, he went for c5.
Immediately.
Okay, c5 move is made against this f3 e4 idea, but since e4 was not even a move for a moment, it's surprising to see c5 so fast.
Maybe he didn't see anything better. Because as far as I know for these positions, the common idea is to wait for f3. Like let's say black does play bishop h5, and you play f3, and I'm playing c5. So this is the typical idea, because you do get an IQP, but there's a weakness on e3. And white might have a knight on d4 eventually. Of course, I know I could have played knight f5 intermezzo and put the knight on d4, but the pawn on e3 is always a target. But here there's something else. I mean, he did play immediately c5. Now I can take it, and the pawn is protected. So this means we might see some classical IQP, like maybe queen c5, h3, the bishop goes either on h5 or on e6, I'm not sure where, knight f3, and then black is slightly struggling.
Yeah, because there is no dark squared bishop. I would love to have dark squared bishop in this position to create an attack against the king, but here black doesn't have that bishop any longer, so it's going to be definitely tough. So going for this decision for Aram, I mean, it should have been a very tough choice, because he might not have seen other ideas, because going into the isolated queen's pawn position is not something maybe we want to do.
And I think also for this position, the knight belongs on c6. So I'm pretty sure that Jacobian was not super 100% convinced that this is the right moment. But then again, if he will play the classical knight d7, then c5 quite doesn't make any sense, because you need the pawn on c5 supported by the knight on c6. You're applying pressure against the pawn on d4. And also, of course, white does want to play this f3, e4. For example, knight e7, f3, bishop h5, queen f2. And now this c5 feels a bit weird, because the knight on d7, again, it best stands on c6.
And we have a major development in one of the games. It's a game of Waldar Murzin against Radoslav Wojtaszek. Knight c7 has been played. And now big question for black, what to do with the rook, because there might be some rook d1 ideas. Arturs, let's take a look at it.
So the last move is knight c7.
So now the big question, what is going to happen after rook c8? Because rook c8 feels like a normal move, just removing the rook, attacking the knight. But after that, there might be some rook d1, and looks like the queen is almost trapped.
I mean, this looks incredibly scary, of course, for black. You see, the queen on d8 cannot go to e8. And knight e4, it just looks... Did I just use the word scary again? Yeah, it looks scary. So there's either e3 or knight b5. But to be honest, I'm looking at this position, Angelica. I'm thinking knight c7, what about e5? Like, it's a very common trick in these positions. The knight is on c7. I'm disconnecting the bishop with the knight. So if you play knight takes on a8, I'm going to take on f4. And the knight on a8 is trapped.
Then you're having two pieces for a rook.
Right, but obviously there's again, this is a very concrete position because the knight on c4 might be under attack in some lines. So we could be talking about like some intermezzo move knight e5. The knight on c4 is now under attack. The knight on d5 supports the escape of the knight to c7. This is a very big choice for Merzan. I would say a very brave choice. So what was the last move? The last move was here after queen c1, knight c4. He did play knight c7 while knowing that the opponent is deep in the prep.
And look at Radoslav, at his body language. He's holding his head fully. Just a move ago, he blitzed out the move. He blitzed out the knight c4, and now after knight c7, he is taking his time. He's holding his head, and Merzan is not even at the board.
You know, I think right now Merzan has conflicted feelings. So the first feeling is, hooray, Wojtaszek is out of the prep. He doesn't know this move. The second feeling is, oh no, the engine doesn't support knight c7. So if your opponent who is really deep in the prep, he doesn't know this move, this probably means the engine quite doesn't like it. And also that's information to Wojtaszek because it's possible he knows this move, but he's trying to recall because very often the players are preparing the openings, systems, analysis, and some training camps at home. They have like computer databases with all the variations. And who knows when was the last time when Wojtaszek looked at this line? Like it could be 3 years ago, like in some training camp. And I can definitely guarantee you this. I've heard this discussion so many times from GMs. They're just sitting there and then trying to recall. So ChessBase PGN file, training camp from 2022. There's this file. What was in the chapter number 15? And they're just sitting there and trying to recall. You cannot recall. So having a really great memory is very, very important. And ultimately, if he doesn't remember, he's going to have to figure it out himself.
Arturs, have you had such situations for yourself? Do you have a good memory?
No, I have a terrible memory. Like I don't even remember my own courses sometimes. Yeah, so like I've written some courses and then like 2 years later, I'm playing some line. I'm like, what did I even recommend there? Yeah, like I have to revisit.
You have to check all the time. But knight c7 is a huge move by Volodar Merzan, getting the position really spicy. Now, big question for Radoslav. Is it going to be rook c8 or is it going to be e5? I mean
rook c8 doesn't look natural to me.
Yes.
Like it looks crazy. I mean, walking into rook d1, I would say definitely e5 is the top choice. Now what? I mean, the knight is under attack. I mean, you could of course play bishop g5, which is a pretty crazy sequence. Like, I don't believe that black can be worse here. So the idea is to play knight e5, hit the pawn on c4. But visually, black's position is completely healthy. Like, I can play queen a5 and just be happy. Queen c4 and, okay, you have the knight on d5, but I have like a pretty healthy position. So I wouldn't be alarmed if I was black.
Absolutely not. And also somehow the piece is getting activated in this line. And what else if not bishop g5, Artur? So if e5 is on the board, is it knight a8, which...
You start with knight a8, absolutely. It's always the rules, capture, check, stretch. You start with the forcing moves. And if somebody says, I'm starting with the move bishop g5 or not knight a8, that's really weird because you always have to check the captures. You check the capture. So knight takes on a8, takes on a4. Okay, what is this? Knight d5 maybe? I mean, we already talked about this, yeah?
Yeah, we shortly talked knight d5, and it threatens knight from a8 coming to c7. Knight on c4 is under attack. There could be ideas of bishop b2 and take on a1.
Yeah, I mean, but the knight is under attack.
You can take with a knight on b2.
What's going to be the material balance? I'm a bit afraid, to be honest.
Take. Rook a1, queen a8. There is knight.
No, it looks very scary.
There is knight f6.
Yeah, knight f6, like knight f6, king, queen c3. I'm seeing here ghosts.
Oh, it's very scary.
Some knight e8, queen g7. Oh, pardon, there go my arrows. I mean, listen, we're going to get some training to draw arrows.
You got to get a coaching from
Hikaru, yeah. We talked this the other day, like, how do you draw these arrows? Yes. So bad with it. I need a gaming mouse, I think.
Yes, you need better mouse. But yeah, definitely now Radoslav is in thinking tank after knight c7. I'm wondering what's going to be, but while he's taking time, let's take a look at the bird's eye view and see what else is going on the rest
So
of the
let's start
boards.
from the top left. Fedorsev, Svane, extra pawn, f4, spicing up things. I like the move by the young German, getting rid of the double pawn and opening up the position for two bishops. Still, I believe that Fedorsev got exactly what he wanted. Then the top middle board, we have one of the most principal and central games of the round, Arvind against Alex LM, two leaders in the Masters tournament. Then we just talked about the very brave choice by Volodar Murzin against Vladislav Wojtaszek, even though he's playing against a very deep prep. Volodar, the reigning World Rapid champion, is attempting to fight for the victory.
Exciting games we have as well in the challengers, but for now, let's take a moment to go on a short break to bring some coffee, tea, water, refreshments before the battle is spicing up on all of our boards in the Masters and Challengers of the Grandmaster Triathlon. We'll see you in a few moments. Welcome back to Biel Vienna in the beautiful Switzerland. We are at the 58th International Biel Chess Festival, and in the heart of this festival is Grandmaster Triathlon, which we are following. We have the final day of the classical portion here in the house. My name is Angelika Valkova. I'm joined by Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. We are happy to guide you through the games today. Arturs, so far, there has been some amazing openings and very spicy positions, but what would you say is the most interesting?
Well, it's a really tough pick, Angelika, because we are following the game of leaders. The leaders are fighting against each other, and this is not going to be a quiet game. So I'm talking about the game of Arvind against Salem Select, the two currently some of the best players in the Masters tournament. Also, the two leaders of the challengers, Niklas Theodorou against Aram Jacobian, is slowly heating up. So we have a mix of everything, quiet positional chess and explosive games.
Let's maybe dive in instantly to the game of those two leaders, because we see that something has happened on the king side. The pawns are being separated. I want to take a look and see what has happened so far in the game. Arturs, we see pawns on f5 and h5.
This is also the game where our prediction is contradicting to each other, right? So we made a little guess and trying to predict how the games are going to finish. You said Arvind is going to win. I said it's going to be Salem Select, and the position can still go either way. Either way, it looks quite sharp.
Yeah, it is definitely very sharp. But how did we get here? Maybe we can move, slide a few moves back and take a look. How is it going? How did it continue? Because we didn't see this f5 push.
Yeah, this was this King's Indian defense, Grunfeld turned to Benoni, turned to craziness. Yeah, this is like something very exciting when you get two creative players over the board. That's what you get. Here, white play knight f1, not waiting for h4, and for select, this was an invitation. f5, immediately fire up things, so the pawn stays on h5, not on h4. E takes on f5, a very, very brave move considering the white king's on e1. G takes on f5, and knight e3. The silly engine says it's a mistake. I think it's a pretty human idea to cover the e file. The knight is getting to the c4 square.
And also you're getting ready to castle. So knight e5 has been played, castle is happening, now bishop d7.
And g3.
And g3. Yeah, I mean, the position looks very complex.
So the idea of g3 is, I think, to play knight g2 at some point. So the knight on e3 no longer is going to the c4 square.
The knight went from the beginning to e2, to g3, to f1, to e3, in order to go to g2?
Oh, the fire arrow is... Oh, sorry.
Right.
Yeah, I just gonna draw it. So there's a very long way for the knight from g1 to make it to e3, and this might not be even the final stop. The last move is a bit puzzling, to be honest, for me. Why did Saleh allow this? Why did he not play f4? He probably was not entirely sure if he should weaken the e4 square, because white might play knight c4. That's the traditional stop for the knight, and then maybe something like takes, and then you want to go for some kings that attack. I would say that he probably was a bit surprised with the move g3, because normally white doesn't want to weaken the pawns in front of the king, but it's all about giving the knight on e3 a better square.
It is indeed. And also looking at the king side, the black's king now is pretty exposed, but the biggest question is, how can you use it? Or is it going to be black who is going to attack the king? Because there is not a single pawn which is covering the black king on g8. But there is still this big danger of h4 push.
Yeah, you know, Angelica, that's a big question. What happens after h4? You know, I'm even thinking that maybe there's g takes on h4. Like, normally this would be not a great move. But the point is, you get to play king h1, rook g1, and maybe even use the open g file. But then black will play king f7, rook h8, and the bar is laughing at me. So it's very easy here to go straight. The position is very sharp, and ultimately the one who understands this position best is going to win it. And this is where it gets really interesting. So who is the better, sharper player? So is it Aravind, who recently rose to 2750? Now he has dropped some rating points. Or is it Salem Saleh? I would say both of them are very, very creative players.
They're in top shape since Saleh has won 2 games in a row yesterday and the day before yesterday. Meanwhile, Aravind has also scored a very important victory 2 rounds ago against Frederick Swane. But look at the clock situation, Arturs. 1.5 hours for Saleh Salem has left. Meanwhile, for Aravind, it's 47 minutes, so around 50 minutes difference on the clock. That's what we have right now, and it's only move number 17. Can we say that Saleh is in the better shape here because he didn't spend so much time, or is Aravind still fine?
I mean, it definitely is going to mean something. Like these extra, 45 minutes, it does mean something, and you need this time. By the way, I see your coach in the chat, Angelika, says Aravind is sharper, but Salem is more aggressive. Would you agree?
I definitely agree that Aravind has a very unique and deep calculation. We have seen him calculating many lines in the tournament and then winning this game against Frederick Swane. Meanwhile, Saleh Salem has had these very sharp games. Yesterday, the day before yesterday. Okay, yesterday it was not sharp game, but it was a mistake of the opponent, which he managed to convert to a victory. But Saleh does love to play some sharp openings.
He's listening to you again, Angelika. Look. We saw him already yesterday. I mean, okay, jokes aside, very often that's the favorite pose of players that really like to take their mind off, left or right, as also seen in the Netflix TV series Queen's Gambit. The main protagonist, she was looking in the ceiling, trying to imagine the position. So you see, I don't think that here it is Saleh who is looking at something happening in the hall. Most likely he's just trying to calculate the variation. And this is also something that I'm suggesting to my students, is that when you want to calculate clearly, don't look at the board, try to look elsewhere, because the pieces that you have in front of you, they interfere, possibly when you're going really deep in your calculation. Really nice moment here.
And we have also commented in the chat that probably Saleh is thinking, what did she say, that Aravind is sharper? No way. But also we have the MTO tournament going on in the same playing hall, but not at the stage. So for that reason, we might have some friends or familiar faces of the players who are on the stage, and maybe they're looking, oh, how is my friend from the Masters tournament doing, or from maybe ATO tournament? And definitely there are a lot of things to see in the playing hall, and that could be another idea, and just follow. There is also very nice weather outside, so there are also big windows in the playing hall from which you can see around. So a lot of things to see, but
I mean, here we're thinking about many things. Like I still recall this very famous example of Michal Tal, who once was spending a lot of time thinking, and then for some reason he was starting to think about hippopotamus. Yeah. So, and then he was, I think the hippopotamus was drowning in a swamp, and he was thinking about opportunities, how you can escape the hippopotamus, and he was considering all kinds of scenarios. I mean, okay, this is like a pretty famous and well-documented story, but I can definitely relate to. I mean, during the game, sometimes your mind takes you elsewhere. Maybe, Angelika, from your experience, what's the oddest thing you have ever thought about during a chess game?
I cannot remember the oddest thing I have thought, but what constantly is happening to me during the games is that I keep on hearing the songs. Like whenever some song I heard before the round, or there was some song I recall, and then just like earworm for me, and then it just keeps on playing in my head during my game, and I'm trying to get rid of it. It doesn't help me with calculation, but I still keep hearing some songs, or sometimes even songs I didn't hear for a long time. Suddenly they just appear in my mind. Some songs from the childhood, from some cartoons, you know, and I just have them in my mind, and I don't know what to do, and I'm just singing along. But I also don't. I need time to calculate, and it doesn't help.
The song doesn't go away.
Yeah, it doesn't go away.
I mean, this used to be a problem for me, but as I'm already reading in the chat, for me it's probably food. Yeah, I could think about the food during the game, like what you're going to do in the dinner, etc. But yeah, even world-class players, they sometimes tend to think about something else. It's not always 100% concentration, especially when you have like 1 hour and 30 minutes on the clock, and yeah, the mind takes you on a crazy journey.
Yeah, definitely it is. And there is also some comment about the scores. I mean, here we have a very nice team, and one of the social media managers here, we have Arne, who is from the chess base, and he was doing these very nice interviews during the Grenke. And there was an interview where he was asking each player to name his abilities in chess. It was opening, endgame, it was tactics, it was tenacity, it was the fighting spirit, something like this, in from 1 to 10. And I was calling, and I got a few 10s. And so the main feature of the new chess base, how he was explaining the chess base 18, you can find yourself, and you can find your scores in all of this.
I'm
Yes.
curious about myself. I want to check it out.
You have to ask
I
Arne.
have to. I mean, you got me really curious here.
Yeah, so
What's my weak
that was very fun. Yeah,
So
that
it's in chess base 18, you're saying?
Yes, it's chess base 18. So what you can do is you can have an interview with Arne where he will ask you your expectations, and then
I'm going to ask him today.
he's going to compare with chess base 18. Does it?
Oh, this is fun. This is fun, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I'm very curious. By the way, speaking about you, you're saying that you got a 10. I would say tactical vision is 10.
I'm not so sure it was 10. I remember it was 10. It was some fighting spirit or tenacity. So the way how you're trying to, it was very high. And also I got very good score in the opening. I mean, like that was surprising for me. And aggressive. Yeah, it was aggressiveness. Aggressiveness. I got very high score, like 10. So
Yeah, your coach already is posting all the
oh my God.
positional plays 0. Oh, oh my goodness. Oh, that's bad. Really? Positional play 0? Everything was 10, basically.
Yeah, a lot of good scores, but you definitely should try this.
You see what you have to work on.
And for that reason, I would say that Saleh will have a lot of 10s in aggressiveness and sharpness, but meanwhile, the rest of the games are still ongoing. The knight c7 is still on the board in the game of Volodar Murzin against Radoslav Wojtaszek. He's still taking time to see where to go with the rook, or is it going to be a pawn push to attack the bishop? Big question. Other than that, we see in the game of the position of Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederick Svane in the top left corner. We see that the king went to the safety, and still white is up a pawn.
Look at the sharp game of Jumabayev against Navarra. Lower left corner. Yeah, it's getting really, really sharp. So it was very positional game. So you said it's going to be a draw. I think I predicted that Navarra is going to win. The Malaysian bar really likes David's position. We'll see.
We'll see, definitely. And what
G4,
about...
by the way, look at this. Theodoro.
Ooh, Nicolas Theodoro against Aram Hakoben in the bottom middle board. We see that he started to push pawns in front of the king on the king side, creating some attacking opportunities. I mean, this is going to be also not a draw, which we predicted with you. The boss players are trying to prove they are fighting. And what about Machun against Daniel Darda, which is in the bottom right corner? I see that there is a queen on the king side targeting some squares.
I mean, I think White has some minor pressure at the moment. A couple of pieces have been traded off. And here, Darda with the black color is attempting to initiate some activities against the White king. So it's going to be fun. You know, there's two games I really want to check closer, Angelika. That's the game of Jumabayev against Navarra, this spicy cluster, whatever they have, on the lower left corner. And of course, the leader fight of the Challengers Tournament, Nicolas Theodoro against Aram Hakobian. So maybe we start with Jumabayev versus Navarra and then go back to the leader fight. What do you think?
Definitely, let's do it, because the position is getting sharper and sharper. My prediction was a draw, but I'm already not sure about it. I mean, look at this center. There is d5 played. I mean, there is knight in the center and e5. What is going on? There could be ideas of the knight jump from e5. Big questions now to David Navarra. I see that the evaluation bar slightly prefers black's position.
I don't
Do
think
you, Arturs?
Yeah, I don't think it really matters at this point because the one thing I have learned in my career is that in sharp positions, the position can swing very wildly. So this is still very, very unclear game. Everything could happen. And the next couple of moves most likely will be critical. And then we can make a more accurate prediction. So the moves we did not see that were played, that was the... Let me scroll back a bit. Here, there was this moment, this interesting Meran with an early h3. Black played a6, aiming for the c5 push. White played e4. There's the counterattack. c5. Wait, he was walking into a fork?
Ooh, what's happening after e5? Is there pawn takes on d4 targeting the knight on c3?
Probably.
And now if you take one of the pieces,
But wait.
you can take on c3 probably?
I mean, I'm guessing it's on f6. You know, I didn't really know. Is it f6? I mean, I just thought I could take the pawn on g7 and ruin your castle. And then I saw there might be some... whatever is this? Bishop h7, rook g7. Like, I saw these lines. Takes, queen d6, bishop f3. And
What
there's
is going on?
some carousel.
Wow.
So it didn't happen, but it seems that Navarra was pretty happy with white forking the pieces, and here white played d5. By the way, marks is a mistake, but this is a pretty common pawn sacrifice. So the idea here is that if white loses the pawn on d5, the king is a bit exposed, so these positions might be a bit dangerous for black. You see he has like two bishops under attack here, so I'm talking about either rook e1 check or even maybe some quieter move, and black lacks the coordination.
Yeah, and there could be already many ideas of using the spin, bringing the bishop out. But he didn't go for it, so David didn't take, and he plays knight e5, centralizing the piece, not allowing any e5 action, and bishop f4, targeting the knight on e5. Huge pressure right now in the center. Who is going to release it first, Arturs? Do you think now it's a time for black to take on f3 or to take on d5, or maybe black just have to castle, but the knight is hanging on e5. You have to do something.
There's a million moves. You know, again, without any backstory, like the players here, they have been sitting and thinking about this position for already good 1 hour, if not more. I'll just show you what choice Navarra faces here. So the choice number one, he takes an f3, he takes an f4, and either castles or takes on d5. So this is choice number one you have to calculate. But you lose dynamics. And that's what I don't like, is that white is feeling pretty okay. I don't think that black can win the pawn on d5 because of the exposed king. So I wouldn't really want to go here. The choice number two is you go for some other choices, like maybe knight takes on d3, a bishop takes on d6, and here we go. Like, I can take on b2, probably. If I take on b2, queen e2, takes on d6. Does white take on b2? Does white play e5? Probably white plays e5, and you have to calculate these lines very carefully. So it's very difficult to guess. I mean, you have to calculate these lines. Choice number three, I could protect the knight on e5 by playing knight e7. So if you take on e5, I put the other knight on e5. But now I notice the bishop on d6 is left defenseless. So once again, take on e6, f takes on e6. Can white exploit this? Can white play bishop takes on b5 to target the bishop on d6? Black can include the trade, capture the piece, and what or not is even this position. So I just show you like introduction to the amount of orations that David has to calculate. And normally, they already played a couple of moves. Normally the players are pretty good at calculating things and guessing a bit. And look at the move c4.
Wow. The knight took the bishop on d3, the bishop took the bishop on d6, and black doesn't take on d6, but goes for the c4, creating a very strong knight on d3. Arturs, have you expected this?
No, I did not expect it. So this is getting really explosive. And I would say that Jumabayev definitely wants to keep the bishop on d6. So if he walks away, like if he plays bishop g3, black is at least not worse. So if I'm playing with white, I'm thinking, I got to keep the bishop here. So my first thought, without any deep analysis, can I play e5? So that's what I want to do. I want to play e5, mostly to keep the bishop on d6 alive. Let's say you take on d5, knight takes on d5, bishop takes on d5. Can I organize some king-set attack with queen g4? Like, this is a very common maneuver. For that, I probably would need to remove the knight. Is this good enough? The bar is like sinking lower, 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 and saying, no, no, sir, this is not good enough. Like, it's terrible. But that would be like my thought process. The other idea is maybe I can sacrifice the bishop on d6 to... but I cannot play e5. The knight on d3 protects it.
Oh, that doesn't work. So now...
Bishop a3 is... it does work. I was thinking b4, but there's queen a4 check.
Oh, it doesn't work. So the king in the center is still a weakness for black, so not allowing these ideas, but there could be some moves like you cannot really do queen d7.
Yeah, there's going to be queen a4 check, and the knight is lost. And black going to play knight c6 or queen d7, and it looks really terrible. But you know, I got to say you this. I'm sure that Jumabayev sees bishop a3, Angelica. And he sees that b4 is going to be bishop b4 and queen a4. But it's such a responsible decision if you get it wrong. Like, if you miscalculate the slightest detail, you might be losing a piece. The next move.
And it's a very tough position, super sharp to calculate. But I got to ask, is there idea of play e5 for white? So defend the bishop on d6.
That's what
sacrifice.
I just discussed. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So sacrifice the pawn?
Yeah. I mean... Yeah, it is a possibility, but I'm not sure where this would lead. And then Engine doesn't like it. But this move is basically the same idea to keep the king on e8. I'm totally positive that Jumabayev is thinking like crazy here. He's thinking about this choice. He really wants to do this. But maybe black can play some move like, how do I improve the b4 threat? So I would formulate, b4 does not work because of queen a4. So I need to neutralize queen a4. How do I neutralize queen a4?
Maybe knight d7, queen d7. But the problem is, knight e5 is not working because knight on d3 is stopping it. I thought queen d7 doesn't work because knight e5, but it does work.
Yeah, queen d7 is the move. Now b4 is a big threat, absolutely. Also, you said knight e7. I also consider this move. So knight e7, kind of threatening to play b4. The other idea I saw is queen a5. Stopping queen a4, improving b4 threat. Thinking about a long castle. So I think this is also very scary moment for Jumabayev because he probably sees also queen a5 and he sees that black would castle the long side. So that's a super, super critical moment here for Jumabayev. I'm not entirely sure he saw the sequence. Again, we go back here. This moment, did he see the black can play knight takes on d3, bishop takes on d6 and c4? It's so easy to miss this.
Yeah, he's sitting right now and trying to figure it all out. I mean, c4, super sharp move by David Navarra, entering all the kind of complications right now. We see Rinat is trying to figure it all out. By the way, Rinat was one of the players who has played so many long games at the Biel Chess Festival in the recent couple of rounds. He was defending like a lion against Daniel Darda in that game, which he managed to turn around and win himself, which Daniel Darda was winning. And one of the games he was also defending pretty tough, which it was against Machun in one of the rounds where Machun had an extra pawn. So also super strong player in the field, the winner of the previous year MTO tournament. But was he ready for the c4? I mean, we will find out after we come back to this game one more time. For now, let's go to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening and if there are any major developments in the positions. We see
Wojciech is still thinking after knight c7. Look at that.
In the top right corner, Wojciech still didn't play a move. And this we could we could say that maybe now he will spend this 40 minutes, which he had extra 40 minutes on the clock, and now he might think about it. But look at this in the top left corner. There has been a break in the center by Vladimir Fedoseev trying to get rid of the double pawns. So it's also something very interesting we have to address. And other than that, is there anything? Is there any development, Arturs?
Yeah, the game of the leaders in the Challengers tournament. Niklas Theodorov against Aram Hakobian, the lower middle board. This weird, what was it? A Kaspad that turned out to be to IQP, which is not IQP, and now there's some G4. This is some vibes from the Nimzo. So it does look like a Nimzo to me. Actually, it was a Nimzo from the very beginning, so it's a very, very big fighting game. In the Machun against Darda, there's not much happening. So I would suggest we go to the Fedoseev against Frederick Svane. And there have been already a couple of changes in the pawn structure.
Yeah, I see that there is the open, semi-open F-file. And now C4 has been played, trying to break the center of black. But I'm just wondering why white wants to open it all up. Because while opening up, it will improve the black's bishop pair.
The logic is perfect, of course. Yeah, so that's the logic. So the bishops best operate in open positions, the knight operate best in closed positions. What we saw earlier, this position feels like an improvement for Frederick, because what we saw after the opening, I'm going to show you the one. Like, that's the moment I think we left it. It was around here. Maybe even before, like a move before. And this was the position where white had the extra pawn, he kept it, and he had like a 40-minute lead on the clock. Yeah, and also this had a pretty great influence on me, and I said that I think that Fedoseev is going to win it. It looks really great. He got everything he wanted after the opening. But what happened later? So Fedoseev played knight e4, which might be an inaccuracy. You see, Engine actually disagrees, but I really like this move f4, because you could have taken f4, there's going to be bishop takes on d4, black gets rid of one double pawn, and is opening up the position.
Yeah, there will be no double pawn, and also e5 would be ready to open the bishop from c8.
Yeah. Bishop d7.
First defending the pawn.
e5 is incoming. c3, e5, there's your e5.
Take, take, take.
So, okay, now the question you had is why c4? I mean, we can't always say that if you have the knights, you don't want to open up the position. And if you have the bishops, you always have to open up the position. Every single position is very concrete. And maybe Fedoseev simply doesn't know yet what to do with his knights. Like, if you would be looking at this position, and we would have to guess, Angelika, where would you want to put those knights?
I would love to put it on d6, b6, d6, f5.
Yeah, yeah, d6, it's very far, but f5 might be realistic, right?
f5 is. So knight g3, yeah?
Yeah, but knight g3, I could play f5 myself, and you're not going to get there. And the other knight, I don't know where to place it. Maybe knight b3, knight f5, but what does it do there? I'm not sure I understand. So that's why I think it's also understandable why Fedoseev played c4. He is looking for some targets. Maybe he wants to play knight c3, tickle the pawn here. Maybe c takes to create two connected pass pawns. Does he feel there's a risk in the position? Absolutely. I think he knows. He knows this is a risk. And if I was him, if I was in this position, considered what was before, I would feel my position has taken the wrong turn slightly, because black has achieved a bit more. So I would go back here at this position and perhaps add an inaccuracy move tag to the move knight e4. Like, I'm not sure about this. If this was a good inclusion for Fedoseev, because it did weaken the king, but maybe he didn't see anything better. Maybe he had to play like rook b1. This is what we discussed. a5, a3, a takes, And if black plays e5 here, should castle, the king feels a bit safer. And maybe I can play f4, threaten to take with e5 and control the d4 square. And in this position, those knights somehow feel more comfortable. But right now, what we're seeing, not so much.
Yeah, absolutely not. So c4 has to be tried to try to open. Of course, white would hope for black to take on c4, but that's not going to happen, because if black is taken on c4, black is giving up all the light squares on e4 and c4, and suddenly knight can jump to d6. But what else then to do for Frederick? And of course, he can just play some, maybe some, I don't know, some improving move.
a5?
Oh.
It looks perfectly logical
a5,
to me.
yes. Looks
a5, a3, just to have some pressure against the rook. And somehow target those weaknesses. You know, Angelika, what I would normally do in this position, I would, again, try to formulate things. Like, what are the weaknesses in white's position? What are my worst pieces in the position where I can improve them? And find a way. Like, for example, I'm looking, which piece is not working for me? That's the queen. What are the weaknesses in white's position? That's the pawn on b4, that's the pawn on e3. So the logic says I could maybe do the two things at the same time. I could improve my queen and I could attack a weakness. So even queen g5 looks perfectly a reasonable move, targeting the pawn, and maybe this pawn is not so easy to defend.
Yeah, queen g5 or queen h4, yeah.
Yeah, but again, it gets really concrete, because I could take on d5, and now you did say this idea, the knight could be heading to d6. I found it to be quite unbelievable. Maybe there's even some knight e4 ideas.
Oh.
Knight e4, d takes on e4, queen takes on d7, and you have to calculate all of this for black.
You definitely have to. But,
yeah, whatever is this.
Because you're allowing knight if you're not taking on e4. And your bishop on g7 suddenly is becoming a bad piece. Bishop is just being blocked by the pawn on e5.
It feels like freestyle chess to me. By the way, bishop g4 is on the board.
Ooh, bishop g4 was played. So the idea is first, of course, pinning the knight, but...
Might be heading here. Like, first, of course, pinning the knight, but if you play h3, I might put it here on g6.
And also it's defending the king side. It's also very important. There is no pawn on g6, so bishop would be perfectly located on the g6 square.
And it comes with a threat.
Oh.
The threat is d takes on c4.
Wow, huge threat, because the queen will be overloaded and there is going to be a win of the pawn. Let's illustrate it.
Yeah.
The knight.
The knight is lost.
Is hanging.
That's a great move. I really like it.
So it means it forces white to make some decisions in the position. Either to take on d5, which looks very logical. If you played c4, you got to take on d5. But now the big question is, do you take on d5 with the queen or with the pawn? Because originally you want to have the pawn there. You want to have strong center, but Arturs, do you think taking with the queen is also an opportunity?
I would say this is one of those positions where you really have to listen to your gut instinct. Like, you cannot calculate these lines until the very end. So my gut instinct would say just take with a pawn. Just grab the center, see what happens. The bar slightly doesn't like it, but I don't think there's like a big decision. I don't know, like, somehow I feel I would take with a pawn, but it is up to the Fedoseev. Does he even take on d5? Maybe he walks away from the pin somehow. Maybe he includes h3. There's many choices.
Many choices. Maybe there is rook c1 defending the pawn on c4, improving the rook, also removing it from the long diagonal. Definitely a big moment to think for Vladimir. Meanwhile, let's get an overview of the rest of the games. If there is any special going on, we see in the top left corner, top right corner, finally, Radoslav Wojtaszek made a decision. He removed the rook, but he thought about this move for
about 50 minutes.
Ooh.
50 minutes, and we had a discussion about this game earlier. Like, when Merzen was down on the clock about 50 minutes, I told you, at local time, 5 p.m., Merzen is going to catch up. It's 4 p.m. and he already did it, by the way. Yeah, so I mean, this huge time advantage in the opening phase somehow gets even in the long run. So here the big question is, can Merzen play rook d1 and punish the queen on d8? If Wojciech played it, he's sure he can do it.
So rook d1 targeting the queen. There is no way of removing the queen, so there is either bishop d7 or knight d4. So knight d4, knight d5.
This makes sense. So walk away from the knight. I'm hitting the knight on d4. You could take it. The queen is under attack. So the logic
E5.
suggests e5, of course.
Defending the knight, attacking the bishop on f4, but there could be a crazy move, bishop takes b7.
Oh. You think?
I mean, I got the suggestion from our producer, so...
Bishop b7, like, this is what our producer suggests.
Because you cannot take on f4, since knight on d4. But this is going to be crazy. I mean, I just love the evaluation bar in this position. I just love how it just comes still in the middle.
So our producer said this is what the engine suggests. No, big, no, this is not what I would play myself. Sorry. I would be thinking like some immediate ways to exploit the pin of the knight. Bishop g5 looks a bit slow. There's queen b6. I would be looking, can I play for the move? Maybe it's a bit too crazy. Yeah, like, I think my move is not going to even be better. Like, I would be looking for e3. With the idea, if you take on f4, I take on d4. You could take on e3 because the bishop is under attack, but I could sacrifice it even. Ah.
Absolutely insane.
Actually, it's probably better. So what was it? Rook d1, knight e4, knight b5, e5, and bishop b7. Yeah, but this is such a difficult move to make. Like, where's the idea? Rook b8. Ah, now take on d4.
Yeah, because there is a pin.
And it's a pin.
And now, if you take on b7, knight will take on f5. So bishop b7.
I don't know. Like
for
me, this would be a very difficult move. Like I gotta tell you this. Like I would be looking at some clearer moves. I would be looking at either e3, or I would be looking at knight takes on d4. Maybe this is a line I would love to check, like knight e4, e takes on d4, knight e5. But yeah, I see the queen is
problems
under attack. And there are some engine lines we're said after bishop b7, engine likes this move for some reason, with an idea that after it takes on c4, let me just switch on the engine. It's rook takes on c8.
Ooh. So it's sacrifice and exchange, but the problem is there is also bishop hanging on f4.
Knight d5 and queen b7 and black wins.
Yeah, because there is this X-ray on the queen.
It's close to impossible line. I would say it's a very difficult line. I would be really surprised to see. Like, it's a very, very, very difficult line. But ultimately, we might think from the white's perspective, what else do you do? Because black wants to play queen b6. Maybe it's the human move bishop g5. Like bishop g5, queen b6, and try to get rid of the knight. e3 something. Yeah.
There is suggestion to take on d4 instead of e3.
Here? Then to play knight e5.
Knight e5, yeah.
Yeah, I looked at this move, of course, with the queen on b6, it does make more sense. And it also, of course, enables the fork. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. So maybe bishop g5, you cannot really play queen b6. f6.
Apparently not.
It's so sharp. Yeah, it's very difficult to...
But I got to ask, Arturs, because we went already a few moves forward, but is it the forcing line? Is it the forcing move knight d4 after rook d1? So is there bishop d7 here? Is there knight d6? Is there any other move?
Yeah, but bishop d7 is something you don't want to do. Like, this looks so passive. Like, black is pinned, and I could at least play knight e5 and have a pretty solid advantage. So I think that Radoslav already is ready to play knight e4, and he's calculated e3. The obvious candidate move is knight b5, e5. So this could be really a masterclass in terms of the calculation here.
What did you say? What was your prediction in this game?
I already forgot. What did I say, actually?
I was also
Draw.
trying to...
I think I said a draw. I think I said a
Did I
draw.
say draw?
Might be still be a draw. Like, the next 5 moves are going to decide.
I was not sure. I wanted to say Radoslav or draw, but... Because I was not sure because of the time situation. So I think I said draw, yeah.
Yeah, but now it's getting really, really exciting.
I think on the games we predicted, where we predicted the draw, we might see some explosive actions. So Arturs, let's take a look at the overview in the games, because we have some decisions on the board of Aravind Chidambaram against Saleh Salem. It's a top middle board. The king side attack has just begun.
Yeah, very sharp. Don't trust the engine evaluation. That's the bar we are seeing. It says that white is better in these sharp positions. The swings can be really wild, and very often the better player, I mean, the one that the engine prefers, has to like walk a tightrope to find it. And of course, the time is going to be a factor. And speaking about the time, Saleh has more time.
Indeed, and on the bottom right corner, look at this development. Rinat Jimabayev against David Navarra. He did go for removal the bishop to the edge of the board, and we see that queen went to the edge of the board as well with the same idea. We were discussing the line, but there is a pawn push in the center. What is going on, Arturs?
That's the game we definitely will want to check closer, because there has been a major development. Also, the other games we're going to check in a moment, but there you go. E5 marks a double question mark. And I do not like it. I do not like it because we already looked at a very similar line before. I think we looked at this line instead of bishop a3. We were discussing this. E5, knight e5, knight e5, bishop d5, and knight e4. So this was the original idea, the very first idea I noticed, because I want to play queen g4 and I want to keep the king in the center, etc. And most likely black would castle long anyway. And now with bishop a3, queen a5, with the b4 threat, how is this better? Because black's going to take it, and I suppose you want to take it, and it feels like bishop a3 would be standing better on d6, no? For this position.
Definitely is, because b4 is a huge move. b4, enormous threat from black right now. Black would like to trap the bishop, and if you have to spend one more move to move the bishop, and it's definitely a downside if we compare it to that position. So this e5 is a bit unclear.
Ah, knight e4. That's what he wants.
But then there is b4? And he wants to check on d6 and take on c4.
Ah, now we understand. So his idea, yeah, he freed the d6 square.
Ooh, absolutely sharp.
Crazy. Look at this. Look at this. The bar changes. Knight e6 check. King goes wherever it goes. And you already said, Angelica, 10 out of 10 I give you, really. I mean, tactics, 10 out of 10 immediately. Like Neiksans on c4.
Positional play, 0.
Sorry, yeah. But the positional play we're going to talk about a bit, but this looks great. But why it's a mistake?
Okay, knight takes, knight e4.
Because black doesn't have to play b4.
Black doesn't have, but then what? Because knight d6 is a huge threat. Knight d6 is check and winning a piece. Is there a long
logic
castle?
suggests I'm running away.
Yeah, I wanted to say long castle, yeah.
You give me a check. I mean, you got to give me a check, yeah?
King
so
b8.
I can sacrifice the exchange if I want, but let's go king b8. A fork. b4 is a problem. b4. Now the pawn on c4 lives. The knight on d3 stays. So this looks pretty dangerous. Like knight e8, rook d8. The black's going to win 2 rooks for the two pieces for the rook. Not great. So not knight f7, and b4 is a threat.
No.
queen d2? Yeah, but then the fork is not going to happen.
Phew. Incredibly sharp. I mean, I have no idea what's going on. Like,
No, I mean, visually, I agree with the evaluation bar that black feels pretty safe, but it might still have some wild swings here. So engine says e5 is like a huge blunder, but from a human's perspective, now we understand. And also, Navarra has not yet made a move. And why? What might be the choice instead of knight x on d5? There is a potential alternative, and that's the move b4. b4 takes an f6, and possibly g takes an f6 with some really wild ideas.
oh my god! And then at some moment, knight on f3 is going to fall. Phew. This is getting, I mean, as sharp as a knife. I mean, like crazy.
But I think definitely David is going to take on d5 because that position looks just totally out of control. And b4 is something he wants to check. Also notice he has 1 hour and 7 minutes on the clock, plenty of time to think about your life's choices. So if I was him, I would spend here some time.
And only half an hour for Rinat Djimabiev, twice less time than David Navarra. So definitely tough position for white, but also black has to find the best decisions here. Arturs, shall we take a look at some other game because we also have another developments on the boards. We see the game of the two leaders, Nicolas Theodorou against Aram Hakobyan on the bottom middle board. We see that there is still tension in the center. There is attack on the king side ongoing, but it's not so clear yet what to do. Meanwhile, in the bottom right corner, Machun against Daniel Darda, I see there is a queen targeting the king side. There could be some attack. But what about the game of the two leaders, Aravind Chidambaram against Saleh Salem, the big attack happening on the king side? Let's maybe dive into that game.
Yeah, good call. We are seeing that h4 was played by black and g takes on h4 is the response. This is something we discussed earlier, like in a completely different setup, because now it seems that both of the players already have committed to pretty big choices. Like I see the white pawn is on b5. Apparently there was a trade. And now the white king on h1. Is it safe? I don't know. I mean, the bishop on d4 is pretty annoying piece. So there could be some backfront problems. So maybe we just step back a bit and see the last moves, right?
Definitely, let's do it. And also, I think the biggest question in the position is that which king is weaker? Because it looks like attack is against white's king, but black king doesn't have much of a protection. There is no pawn, but there are light pieces, the bishop on g7, knight on h7. And this is the position we left.
Yeah, rook e8.
Rook e8 was played.
Knight g2. Knight g6. So it's all about the h4 threat. Bishop b5. And he took it.
And he took with the pawn, opening up the a file.
But this means that Select doesn't really care about the pawn on a7. I mean, I agree. Like, it feels like the focus should be on the king side. Like, look at this. So Select is playing pretty instructive chess. Every single piece and even the pawn there at the king side. So this means that you go for the king side attack. Check. Here. h4, the engine doesn't like it. And g takes on h4. So this is how we got there.
G takes on h4, now saying the only move for white, apparently. But of course, it makes a lot of sense. You don't want to allow pawn take on g3. Like if we step back, you don't have g4 because you would open up everything. You don't want to allow take on g3 because it would open up the king. So that should be the only move, right, Arturs?
Yeah, the logic is, you're absolutely correct. The logic is that this is also sometimes the moment when many club-level players have problems to adjust. When there's a direct attack, the normal rules of the positional play apply. Because it feels like, oh no, g takes on h4, I'm completely ruining my pawn structure. But it's all about the attack, it's all about the king's safety. And this is why you can ignore some of the positional rules. For example, if we did not have the queens on the board, I think that g takes on h4 will be a very difficult move to make, right? Of course, then you have those long-term weaknesses, and maybe you would allow h takes on g3 and h takes on g3, but not when there's a direct attack.
Yeah, now there are two pawns which are potentially guarding the king on h1. And now, big question for Saleh. Does he want to take on h4? Does he want to trade? I mean...
We're the commentators. We can give it a try.
Yeah, let's go. Let's do it. And now another question to Aravind. To take on h4 or not to take? Because knight is very annoying. But also knight on g2 is a defender piece. Do you want to trade your defending piece for the knight?
Very good question. And I just noticed this hole on e6. So first thing I would check, do I need to take it? Or maybe I can go for e6.
Oh.
And if I put the knight on e6, somehow Black's position is like split into halves. Like the knight on e6 really disturbs the coordination. Like the bishop on d4 is hit. For example, let me just make some random on b6, knight e6. Yeah. So the knight is hitting the rook, but the most importantly, the bishop. It takes away the g5 square for the knight on h7. It controls the g7 square, maybe for some rook lift at the g file. So I think it's a very dangerous thing to allow. So knight h4, knight f4, and how do you control this square?
Knight g5, the only way probably.
Could be.
And also you bring the other piece to attack the king side. But now maybe knight c can go knight c to e2, maybe bringing the piece towards defense and also targeting the bishop on d4.
That's logical. So, yeah, I don't think you want to allow this bishop to be traded.
Probably bishop e5 or not so clear.
Yeah, like I don't know, like I'll be a bit afraid to walk into some fork. But there's rook g1 as well. Yeah, this is also something you have to account for. And then black will play king h7, and we have something like this, a complete chaos. It's very difficult to evaluate.
Very tough to do it, and also very tough to understand which king is weaker. Is it the white's king? Is it the black's king? Now that the bishop is on d4, I'm not sure anymore that that white's king is weaker.
Maybe here Saleh realized that after knight x on h4, white has the move knight f4. Could it be that it just somehow skipped his attention? Because takes, this feels pretty great. Like, I mean, the king is probably going to go to f7. It feels pretty safe in these positions. You could put the rook on h8, that could go to g5. So I could definitely see some dynamics here. So it's a bit surprising to see he played h4, g takes on h4, and now he has paused at this moment. So that's why I'm thinking that maybe he either missed or misevaluated this, or he has second thoughts. Like probably either of those things.
Yeah, probably indeed, because Saleh is taking time. Meanwhile, Aravind has 39 minutes, and we have move number 22. It means that Saleh has to make 18 more moves. No, it's actually 19 more moves, and for Aravind is 18 moves. So not so trivial.
And there we go, knight x on h4, he figured it out. I'm pretty sure that knight f4 is going to happen. It feels logical, unless, of course, Aravind has a different idea to kill the knight first and then bring this knight to f4.
Yeah, but you for sure have to play with a knight from g2, because if you play immediately knight e2, then it would not work. So you have either to kill the knight on h4. And he go instantly.
Instantly, yeah, he expected this. I think both players already should be pretty happy with the position. And knight g5, I think knight g5 is going to happen here.
This is a big fight, huge fight. Arturs, did you predict for Saleh?
Yeah.
And I predicted for Aravind. It definitely looks like the game. I don't know about 3 results, but definitely 2 results. Yeah, either win or lose, but I don't know. Maybe draw is also possible somewhere, but it feels too sharp to finish in the draw. I mean,
yeah, but it can happen. Like
it can happen.
I've seen some crazy games, really sharp games, and some of the end with a draw. So, yeah, we'll see.
We'll definitely see. Meanwhile, let's take an overview on the rest of the games. You have major development in the board of Rinat Jumabayev against David Navarre in the bottom left corner. There was a trade on d5, and there is the bishop coming into the middle of the board.
Wait, he did not put the knight? He didn't go for that line?
Oh,
Very strange. That is really strange. So maybe he changed his mind because it doesn't make sense. So maybe, maybe very shortly go back to this game because I want to proceed a bit further. I want to proceed with a game of Theodoro against Jacobian. That's the leader fight of the challengers. But this is really surprising. Look at this. So a couple of moves ago, look at this. He played bishop a3. He played e5. And now he played bishop d6.
he plays back.
It suggests he changed the mind. Like, if you want to go for this position, this means you could have played I'm sorry, not here.
Back one, yeah.
Yeah, you could have played e5, knight e5, knight e5, this position. Yeah, and then proceed with something like, is it b3, is it knight e4, and play this position. So it doesn't really feel that he has gained anything with these two tempes. So once
And here is white's move, by the way.
Yeah.
And the position with which we have, it's black's turn and queen is on a5.
Exactly. I think he simply changed his mind. He changed his mind here, and he wanted to play knight e4 from afar. And while Navarro was thinking, obviously he was calculating the lines as well, he realized that this is going nowhere. And b4 is a big problem, and maybe there was something he wanted to do in this position, and the longer he was sitting in this position, he realized he doesn't work. Like, I've been in this situation way too many times. Like, unfortunately, it's not great, but it happens. Like, it happens even at the GM level. Like, even in sharp positions, it's better to be like, okay, I accept that I made a mistake, let me retreat. And
You have to make a decision, and sometimes you just have to admit your plan didn't work.
so let's now go back to the other game. I really wanted to check the game of Nicholas Theodorou against Aram Jacobian because that's the leader fight in the Challengers tournament. It was this weird Nimzo-like position with c5, knight c6 on the board. Angelika, who do you favor here?
It's very tough for me to say because if I would be white, I wouldn't push those pawns so much because it looks a bit, it looks a bit strange because black can take on d4 anytime. There is a pressure on the d4 pawn. But I do play these positions, I think, more with a white color. It's tough to say for me because pawn structure is very strange.
What did you predict?
The draw with you.
The draw.
You also said draw.
That's why I wanted you to make the prediction first, so that you don't repeat mine.
I would never repeat.
You would never repeat that.
Of course
Okay,
not.
yeah.
I have my own.
That's why I did it. That's the master plan.
You could have repeated mine. I mean, Arturs.
I did repeat some of your predictions.
You see?
I did. Yeah, I did. You're right.
So queen d6 has just been played. Now big question, what white wants on the king side? How to proceed?
I like black's position, to be honest. Like, I feel that black is safe, unless there's some immediate tricks with take on c5, queen c5, and some wild knight jump, and maybe this somehow is okay. But at least I have queen e7, and black is not getting checkmated. So visually, it feels that black is setting up really good position. And also notice he is not playing c4. And this c4 move, the last move, I would scroll back. You see, he could have played c4, like c4, bishop b1, and let's say b5. So it feels like black has the pawn majority. The queen's up, like a5, b4, etc., etc., etc. But also, this gives white the green light to start a kingside attack. And we could be thinking about some h4, g5 ideas, or maybe secure the pawn on e3, put the knight on e4, then play h4, g5 to apply pressure against the pawn on d5. So I can definitely see that Aram has a lot of experience in the Nimzo positions. I play similar positions from the black's perspective, and he is ready to take on d4 if white goes very creatively for a kingside attack. I'm pretty sure that as soon as here Theodorou is going to play h4, there's going to be immediate c takes on d4 because that's the logic. You're supposed to meet a flank attack with a counter strike in the center. So I really like what Aram is doing. And here I think Nicholas needs to make a big decision. How big risk does he want to take in this critical game?
There's a big pressure on the d4, so Aram Jacobian is still trying to keep this pressure, not yet neutralizing it. But what would be a suggestion from you, Arturs, here for white? How can we see the game continue? Because if this h4 and takes on d4 happens, I mean, is there any chance, an opportunity for attack on the king side? Or does white have to prepare this h4, g5 in some way?
Very good question. Yeah, I think that the logic dictates that if you want to go for the king side attack, you want to add more pieces. So maybe it's the knight e2, somewhere here. And presumably it helps you. And again, I think that for black it's going to be a bit risky to play c4. But even here, I think Jacobian could just take on d4, like release the tension. C takes on d4, let's say e takes on d4, and do something. I don't know what exactly, though.
It looks very strange position with the pawns on the king side for white. I mean, like, it looks... Of course, there is this hook on h6. There is a pawn on h6, knight on f6. You would love to go for it. You would love to hook those pieces, but I don't really see direct way.
Yeah, but there's the thing. There's even no guarantee that this attack is working. So I could maybe be very patient. And let's say I'm going to go for a queen side. You know, maybe put the knight on c4. By the way, I think it's a great idea. There's some targets I could do. And if you play h4, I could put the knight on c4. I think accepting this pawn is pretty risky because the king is exposed. The pawn on b2 is under attack. And let's say even if you play g5, like, is this really so great? Because I might either take it or even play knight h5. So that's why also for Theodoro, he needs to, like, that's why I said he needs to decide how much risk is he willing to take here, because this attack, it could backfire. And I think right now he's somewhere at the crossroads right now because Jacobian has set up a very good position here. He has no obvious weaknesses. And he's like saying, come and get me, right? Come play h4, g5. I'm going to be ready for that. So big moment here.
Arturs, we have huge moment in many of the boards right now. We have definitely explosive actions on each of those. I feel like every board is on fire in the Masters and the Challengers of the Grandmaster Triathlon. It's a final round of the classical portion. Now we're going for a short break. After that, we will see who is going to be able to score those long-waited 4 points. See you after 5 minutes.
Greetings, chess fans. We are the official commentators of Biel Chess Festival. My name is Arturs Neiksans. I'm a chess grandmaster. This is Angelika Volkova, my co-host already for 4 years of the festival. And we have for you a very important message.
Yeah, we're here in Biel, but the question is if we're going to come next year, and it could depend on you, dear viewers.
The goal is to achieve €10,000 donation from our Tippy campaign. You probably have seen, what is this Tippy button right there on the streams? This is our donation campaign. So if you are enjoying our coverage, if you like us as your hosts, and most importantly, you would like to see us coming back next year, we would really appreciate that you would donate something for the campaign.
And we're going to reach the goal. You will have this opportunity of having free entrance to all the tournaments at the Biel Chess Festival and also hotel accommodation. Arturs, I hope we're going to get some donation because I'm really looking forward for the next edition and I would like to be here commentating with you.
So do I. Being here for 4 years in a row, we make a really great team, so please make it happen.
The temperature is rising outside, but in the playing hall, on the boards, the games are heating up. We have explosive action on every of the boards. Arturs, what an exciting final round of the classical portion we have.
Yeah, that's what really amazes me sometimes. It's the same tournament. Yesterday we had a quieter game, a quieter day. Like 5 games out of 6 finished with a draw. Also, the character of those games was somehow a bit more positional. Today we have a really hard time to pick between the games to follow because we're seeing plenty of action. Just to summarize what we're seeing right now, starting with the master section, the left corner, Fedoseev against Rasmus Svane. Incredibly unbalanced game. Fedoseev has an extra pawn, but black has 2 bishops. Then we have the central, possibly the central game of the round, fight of the leaders, top middle board, Arvind against Salem Select, yeah, this crazy position we have in the Benoni-like position. Then we see a very interesting fighting position in Voldar Merzin's game against Radoslav Wojtaszek, top right corner where there's a lot of pieces in the center of the board and we are trying to make it sense. Yeah, and also, of course, the Jumabayev's game, of course, against David Navara, obstacle of bishops. The black king is in the center. That's the lower left corner. So those are the most exciting games.
Definitely, and we have also in the bottom middle board Nicolas Theodore against Aram Hokabian, the fight of the 2 leaders in the challengers. Not much has changed, but we see the trade in the center has been happened. But the game which I would like to follow is a game of Machun against Daniel Darda, because we see that there has been some major developments and many trades. Arturs, what do we see here?
It seems that Daniel is getting a really nice position. And this was the Pirts opening earlier. We're following where it felt that White has some minor pressure. But as you said, there are some developments here. And it seems that both of the players have accomplished something. White would like to, I suppose, go for some kingside attack because he has a pawn majority there and the black king is a bit exposed. But at the same time, black already is ready to play d5 to take the center, open up the bishop and f8. At the same time, he has really nice rooks at the e file. So I think I'm going to agree with the engine here that black has successfully managed to equalize the game, but probably not more than that.
Definitely not, because the bishop on f8, I mean, looking at this piece, it's not so active. And now with knight coming to d4, getting the central square, now there is a question, what do you do with the rook on e6? Because there are not so many squares. You cannot enter on the e file. Do you want to put it back? I mean, it would be pretty ugly if you go back with rook 6 to e7, because then the bishop would be blocked. But maybe there could be ideas of playing rook g6 and targeting some squares on the king side.
I think here also it's a very important question, what kind of mood the players have. Because if they are in a fighting mood, they're going to find something. Like you said, it's rook g6, it makes perfect sense to me. Like you're having some pressure here, even though you're giving up the e-file. But if the players are feeling pretty peaceful today and they're getting ready for the blitz, I already see the repetition here. So, for example, rook e5, bishop g3, rook e3, bishop 2, rook e5. So that's why I'm saying, like, it really depends on the players. So this is one way. We might get there, but I'm not sure that this is such a great result for either of the players. Because once again, this is the final classical game of the classical tournament before the players get to the final stage, which is the Blitz tournament. In the Blitz tournament, they're going to battle out tomorrow 10 games of Blitz to qualify for this final 4 stage. Maybe, Angelika, you could tell me a bit about this final stage and what does it take for the players to qualify for it?
Absolutely. So we already had Chess 960, we had Rapid. Chess 960 was not part of the triathlon, it was as a tiebreaker. We have now classical portion, which is finishing today, and tomorrow will be Blitz. And after all this over, the points will be calculated, and the top 4 or top 3 players will go into final session. They will play against each other the game of classical every day. Why do I say 3 or 4 players? It's easy. So if there is more than 12 points difference from the first place to the fourth, then the fourth place is not qualifying for the final. So this is the rule. So there might be, in challengers especially, there might be the case that we will see only 3 players qualifying for these finals. And this is, of course, very important considering the prize fund, considering everything, and players still trying to fight for the top board, that they will still have this opportunity to play in the final against each other with the reversed colors which they played in the classical portion. So it's going to be very exciting to follow. But first, before getting into the finals, is definitely a big problem here because Daniel Darda is in the bottom of the standings. For him, being peaceful today would maybe even mean that he will not qualify for the final anymore, because who knows what will happen tomorrow in the Blitz? Who knows how he's going to play? And I think that's a question. Does he want to try today, or he wants to call it a day and try tomorrow in the Blitz?
So Machun is supposedly in a slightly better position because he has slightly more points than David. But also for him, that's the dilemma. So do you play for more, or you settle for a draw and then keep all the hopes for tomorrow? Because again, Blitz essentially is a lottery. So that's why the both players here wouldn't really mind to continue. So I would say that the players are going to fight on, right? I have a knack to notice all kinds of repetitions in any position, but I think that here it's going to start with Darda. Maybe he could repeat the position a couple of times, like just to see the intentions of the opponent, and then divert.
Yeah, I have such feeling as well. I agree with you, Arturs. I feel this is the match of the people who are in the 5th and 6th place, so it means they have to fight. So Machun has a bit more points than Daniel, but he's also on the 5th place, so he's also at risk of the elimination. And this is what it's all about, not to get eliminated tomorrow after the Blitz, because then you're going home, and you don't want it. You want to stay and prolong your chess vacation and chess tournament in Switzerland.
There you go. Rook e5, he might see our answer pretty soon. So does white play bishop g3? Bishop g3, rook e3, bishop f2, or after bishop g3, you can still play something else like either rook g5 or rook d5.
Wow, big moment. I would not expect this rook e5 move, but maybe it was one of the best options for black. And
it's a move, yeah. It's a nice central move, and black, of course, wants to play d5 and bring out the bishop as quickly as possible.
So that might be a question now for Machun. Does he want to allow black that, going this d5 and bishop b4, or he rather goes for this repetition? I mean, this is also huge pressure. It means he has to do well tomorrow in the Blitz.
No, but I mean, first and foremost, I think the question here is where's his plan, right? So if he doesn't see anything, then yeah, then we can talk about repetition. But first, let's say I want to be ambitious, and I want to play for something. So I need targets. So where are they? The only target I can think of is maybe the weakened king a bit, because there's only 2 pawns covering it. And the other weakness I'm seeing is the d6 no longer. I think it counts as weakness, maybe the pawn on a5. So I'm thinking, how do I get to the pawn on a5? I mean, do I play, maybe I play bishop g3? By the way, bishop g3, rook e3, and knight b3. This looks pretty reasonable to me.
Ooh, using the fact that the d file is semi-open, there are double rooks. So this is now a big question here for black. How to keep both pawns alive?
And after knight a5, I'm seeing bishop b4. Here we go.
Here we go again.
Yeah, knight takes on b7, and whatever happens here.
Whatever happens in Biel stays in Biel. So,
yeah, bishop takes on d2, knight d6. There's a fork. This could be really exciting, like takes, attack.
oh, there could.
Why is this not working?
What is happening? No, wait, what?
But I mean, white is up 2 pawns for the moment. No, wait, no, black is up a piece. Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, so it's just one of the things you have to calculate. So once again, bishop g3, rook e3, knight b3. You hit those weaknesses. If you're a GM, you see that black's going to play d5. You see that there's going to be bishop b4. You have to calculate knight e5. You have to see bishop b4. And you're somewhere here. I mean, if you're mature, you're somewhere here and trying to understand, can I do this? If I cannot do this, what else I can do this? Maybe I just play c3. Black plays d5, but black is like perfectly fine here.
Yeah, there is currently move 26. So it means for both of the players, they still have to make 14 more moves, and they have around half an hour on the clock. So we'll definitely see. We'll follow more of this game later. We'll see if Machun decided to go for the bishop g3 or he found some other plan. But let's take a look at the overview, because there has been a major development in the game of Volodar Murzin against Radoslav Wojtaszek. I see that there has been, or rook was taking on a1. What is going on? I mean, this was the line which eventually we were talking about. This was the line which was played. So let's break it down. Maybe.
Yeah, let's go in. Let's see what is going on here, because materially wise, Murzin is down the rook.
For a moment.
For a moment. And I think he has to take the knight on a1 unless there's a discovered attack on the queen on d8.
So knight f6 would be nice, but it doesn't work. You cannot win the queen.
I want to go here, to be honest, first. I want to do this. I want to kill the bishop. Like, why? Why do I want to kill it? Because if I go here, then I think that black is like having a pretty healthy position. Maybe even play bishop e6. I want to play a 5 e4, activate the bishop on g7. If you play queen b7, there's going to be rook b8, something like this, and this f5 e4. Maybe this is still super unclear, but I would not be sure about this. So I would say that this move, intermezzo, to kill the bishop first and then take the knight, looks very logical to me.
But looking at the piece, is it possible even to play queen d1, because there will be like two rooks for the queen? I'm just talking about material wise, you know.
Yeah, but you're also going to drop the pawn, yeah?
Yeah, the pawn is dropping.
Like whichever knight is going to take. I mean, white already has material advantage. The knight on a1 is disconnected from the game. This is, by the way, always a big discussion. Two rooks versus queen. Which moment is better, the queen or the two rooks? I think this moment the queen is a bit stronger.
It's too active.
Too active, white, indeed. So I would say knight e3, and let's say...
Let's not go crazy. Let's not...
Yeah, but I could even do this, by the way. Can I?
But possibly. Their knight on a1 is anyway trapped by... But what after, yeah, queen b7, because... Is there bishop... Was there bishop h3 or something like this to put pressure on the...
There's always a 5, yeah? How is this?
There is knight b5, by the way, knight b5. Bishop
Yeah.
cannot take. Knight b5, rook b7 is not possible.
And I think it also shows that, again, there's a lot of very sharp lines. So knight e3, bishop d7 maybe is a move. But the big move of, could be queen e7. I kill the bishop, take it, rook takes an a1. And now the question is, what is this? I think I want to play e4. Like, close the bishop here, but now the pawn on e5 becomes a weakness. White could play e3, fix this weakness, run with the queen, think about bishop h3, maybe knight e2, knight e4. Or maybe black doesn't play e4 at all.
Yeah, and then there is a problem with the b7 pawn. So it's an exchange for a pawn.
Maybe there's queen b4. No.
Queen b7?
Yeah, queen b7, you're right. Queen b7, bishop b7, rook b8, bishop d5 check. I missed this check.
Ah, bishop d5 check. That's the problem. And then there are two pawns and it's too much. But yeah, you have to be really careful here for both sides.
King h8. Walk away from the check.
Ah, now it's working. Now queen b7 wouldn't work. Now it's a different story. I like it. I like this move.
Three result game.
Yeah,
it's very difficult to validate. Like I see the engine says it's equal, but equal doesn't mean it's a draw.
Definitely it is not. And also look at the clock situation, 21 minutes for Murzin in this position, and it's only move 19, by the way. For Radoslav Wojtaszek, it's 41 minutes, so it's twice more time than for Murzin. So 22 moves have to be played. And we can say that Volodar has around 1 minute per each move now. It's not much at all.
What is even this position? Yeah, I have a difficulty to understand it. Like
Bishop b3 or something, but okay, then there is rook d2 maybe. It's very hard, yeah?
Yeah, like I see that's a weakness. I mean, with the pawn on g6, I would immediately give black a big advantage. But with the pawn on f6, and this pawn is a weakness, I'm not sure. What is this? Maybe this, rook d1, and black can take it and play f5 and e4, and even what is this position? So there's many things for White to consider. I think that he's looking at this knight e3, so you can see that's the pose of Volodar. But by the way, this is move 19 with 20 minutes to go with no increment.
Yeah, he has basically 1 minute per each move right now, while Radoslav has twice more time. I mean, it's very tough situation for Volodar, but nevertheless, there is still even more action on the other boards. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view, because I see in the game of Arvin Chitambaram against Saleh Salem, it's the top middle board. I mean, something is going on. There is a king coming out from black. I mean, what is going on? I see also evaluation is going higher and higher. Apparently, the last move was a mistake. Let's dive deeper, Arturs. What do you think?
Let's do it. So I'm seeing the first impression. So we're definitely going to go back. Like, I think 2 moves have been played in this position. I'm seeing the bishop on d4 is under attack, and I am quite puzzled to see that. I mean, why did knight x on d4 is a possibility? Why did black leave it hanging? Now that's what I don't understand. So I'm already seeing an knight d4, c6 d4, queen x on d4, and if I won't get checkmated, the logic suggests that white should be better. So we could put it on the board like takes.
Maybe knight f3.
Knight f3.
Maybe knight h, so that there is no knight e6.
I have the rook on a3.
Yeah, and then there is queen e1.
And I have queen g1.
And then there is no rook e1.
And there's rook e1 and rook f1, and there's rook g8 and king f2.
Wait, what is happening?
I'll just show you very quickly. Like, okay, maybe not rook g8, but white is in charge. Maybe not winning, but white is in charge. I mean, 2 minor pieces, pass pawn. The pawn on b5 is a bit weak. Maybe it would give black some hope to survive, but I don't think it's going to work. But I have a different idea. Maybe this entire sequence. How about some crazier moves? Can I do this?
Ooh. So of course, if you take, then there is going to be a queen g1, and then?
Then I wanted either to take on g1 and take at f3, but even this position just feels worse. Engine says it's equal. Like, I thought this is worse. Maybe not knight g to f3, maybe knight h to f3. I just see there's a weakness on a7. Rook a7, rook b7 gives black gives white a very easy game here. But these knights could be tricky.
And we were talking about this weakness so many moves ago, Arturs. Remember, we were talking that there might be this problem, but Saleh wouldn't care about it because he was attacking on the king side. Now we might see him starting to maybe regret some decisions, that the pawn on a7 is indeed a weakness.
Yeah, but you see Engine doesn't like it. Why doesn't it like it? Maybe don't take. If you take it, then that's a pretty forcing line. The king cannot go to g2 because of the knight on h4. Maybe queen g1. Oh, hitting the queen.
Double attack. Now knight f3 or something?
Yeah. Or maybe the other knight. Maybe this knight. Okay.
Somehow it's different.
Wait, just take an f3. Same line.
The same line, yeah, we'll have. All right, so...
Okay, maybe queen e1 doesn't work.
But then what works? If knight f3, queen e1 doesn't...
But then black is in trouble. I mean, then knight e6 is incoming. At least. I mean, knight e6, open up the position. The king is getting more exposed. There's also rook e3 coming. I think that Saleh has made a pretty serious mistake. Like, we have to now go back a couple of moves. We last time left it here. This h4 maybe was a bit too much. h4, knight h4, knight f4, knight g5, covering the e6 weakness. Knight e2 and king f7. Why did he leave the bishop on d4?
I cannot say, Arturs. I mean, like, I don't understand. I would definitely remove the bishop.
Yeah, but what is his idea? I try to understand. So takes.
Is there something else than taking back the knight? Is there any other move?
It's either queen e1 or knight f3. I mean, what else could be there? Like.
But is taking on d4 forced from black? Is there any other move just to
you mean
try
here?
to understand? Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it doesn't look so, yeah?
Yeah, you have to.
No move.
You have to. I mean, there's no mate threats. Everything is covered. So you gotta take. I'm gonna play queen x on d4. But maybe he saw something here. Some knight f3, rook f3 takes and takes.
We had this position. And now maybe queen h4. No, but there is knight e6.
Very unusual. Queen h4 you said, yeah?
We were discussing this line with queen e1. Yeah, but queen h4, knight e6, I think.
But watch out for the check on e1. But maybe knight e6. Now you take on d4 and give a check on e1.
Yeah, now it's not working. But then this position.
No, but the engine doesn't like it. Okay, I'm gonna ask the help. So, queen e1.
But this line we were discussing.
Oh, look at this.
But there is queen f1 now.
Yes.
Queen f1.
Yes, the line continues. Queen f1.
I don't know actually what to do now with black. I mean.
And white just wants to play knight g2. So this is what the engine strictly says. Like it's a very difficult line. Rook e5. Knight g2. Take on f1.
And then take on d5.
And take on d5.
So black gets this pawn on d5 and claims that black is surviving.
I mean, white is still pushing. Yeah, so it appears that if this was the idea of the Emirati Grandmaster, so we had to switch it on. Like it was a pretty difficult sequence. Like knight e4, c takes on d4. If white plays queen d4, so Saleh's idea is to play knight f3. If there's going to be a trade, like takes, he wants to play this queen e1, queen g1, rook g8. This has got to be. Otherwise, I just can't explain it why he left the bishop on d4. But here it gets really interesting. First.
By the way, just shortly, there is a result right now. Machun against Daniel Darda. The draw was agreed. So probably it was this rook e5, bishop g3.
Oh, I feel I called it.
Yeah, definitely. We will take a look maybe later what happened there. But for now, let's focus on the game between two leaders.
Right. So here, why I said this looks really interesting. Couple of things. First, after queen x and d4, knight f3. Who said that white has to take an f3? So white could have some other moves. Like white could have some queen retreat move, and maybe these knights are not really as well positioned. The second, who says that white has to take on d4? So maybe in this position, white can include something else, like how about knight e6 here? I mean, we're looking at this move knight e6 in a different line with an idea that knight e6, d takes on e6, queen takes on e6, maybe now you take on d4. And you see, the knight on h4 here is under attack, and this queen e1, I'm not so sure it's going to work anymore with a queen, with a king for black being so exposed.
Now it's a completely different story. Now there will be rook g1 at some moment and rook g7 checkmate or queen g7 checkmate. I mean, the king is in danger, and that was the biggest dilemma, I think, in this game, what we had before. We were discussing it. Is Black not overexposing the position of the king with push of the pawns to the h5, h4. That's what we see here now. The king is
I think he
in danger.
miscalculated. I think he miscalculated. Yeah, so he is going for knight e4, queen d4 with his knight of 3 idea. But this knight e6 is very strong. It's very strong. Once again, I don't think the black here has any choice. You gotta take. And queen takes on d4, it just feels wrong. Like here, queen e1, I don't believe it. Like I think I could even, no, probably I'm not gonna take it and then play queen g1. It just feels that there could be some check. Check. Rook e6, I just take the queen. King g7, and maybe some rook g1 imagination. Yeah, so now you cannot sacrifice the queen, and king h7, and I think you're busted. Yeah, so the queen is left attacked. Queen h6 is incoming, so it doesn't look good.
But only 20 minutes for 16 moves now for Aravind. We see he is fully focused. He's trying to find the move, but also Saleh Salem. Do you think he's worried? Because from his body language, it's tough to say if he thinks that he's in the worst position. But would you play such king f7 move in the good position? I don't think so, Arturs.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he already sees, because that's the problem. Yeah, we very often we notice things once we play the move, we put it on the board. And also for Aravind, if he doesn't take on d4, what does he do? By the way, maybe he just plays knight e6. Maybe this is even an easier move. Yeah, like knight e6 to expose the king a bit. Knight e6, d takes d6, queen e6, knight e4. Looks super straightforward. Takes and queen takes on d4. This is not really such a difficult line, to be honest. Yeah, really forcing moves here.
Arturs, as we speak, there is major development in one of the boards. Let's pull up the bird's eye view to see it closer, because in the bottom left corner, I see that Rinat Zhimabayev against David Navarro. What is going on there? I see that the evaluation bar goes all the way up, but what has happened, Arturs? We have seen king f7 on the other board. Saleh Salem has just played king f7. It was a mistake. We see now David Navarro plays king f7, which is a mistake again. What is this?
The lesson is do not play king f7. So king f7 is bad. Make a short castle. We see that here Navarro has made basically 4 mistakes in a row. This is unheard of. Like if we go back to this position here, he's doing fantastic, right? So he has an extra pawn. The king is kind of weak, but I think that you could play a long castle here and the king feels sort of okay. I suppose, this is going to try to rip apart the queen side with b3. Check out what happened. He played rook d8.
It would be better with king on c8, yeah? Not just rook d8.
Yeah, I think with a king on c8, I think this move looks okay. No, Engine doesn't. Engine doesn't agree actually with me. Ooh. Okay. I thought long castle is a move. Okay, rook d8 was a move. Knight e1, try to kill the knight, and then play queen g4. Black played knight f4, which is okay move. Queen g4. Black played knight g6, which is a mistake. And black played another move f6. Another move king f7.
4 mistakes in the row, and this is...
Can I sacrifice on d5?
Sacrifice on e6. Let's try it. Let's go for it. e6? Is it the move?
Yeah. Oh, look at this rook at h8. It's not really doing anything.
Oh, do you go king e8, king g8? I mean,
none of the choices look good. King g8, you need to watch out for e7. The rook is under attack, and queen e6 is a mate.
Oh my God.
So you got to go here. No choice. And now white enjoys
bishop b4?
Or bishop b4. Maybe bishop b4, actually.
Is it tempo?
But it's still super sharp. I mean, I really like white's position here. Like maybe knight e4. The position basically plays itself. Like you sacrifice the exchange, you play e6, you play knight e4, you play knight e5. Maybe Navarra just missed it. And I'm pretty sure now he sees.
Oh my God, crazy. Crazy move, like king f7. We just had king f7 on the other board. Now king f7 is here as well. Arturs, how can you explain this?
But 22 moves only made for Jumabayev. I mean,
18 more moves have to be
18
made.
moves and 60 minutes on the clock, but you got to play. He missed it. He didn't find rook d5.
He played knight e3, huge miss. He didn't go for this. Ooh.
That's a major miss. Like, I feel that this position just plays itself. Like rook d5, e takes on d5, e6 check, king g8 wins on the spot, king e8, the bishop is under attack, you play bishop b4, the queen needs to go, queen, I don't know, queen c7 maybe, knight e4. I mean, it feels so risky for black. Like with such a monster pawn with e7 and knight e6 incoming and black's exchange doesn't even feel and the pawn doesn't even feel. I think here you just feel the position. Yeah, like maybe Renat was not even looking this direction.
Or maybe he was considering his clock situation, which is not ideal because he has 16 minutes on the clock. Meanwhile, David Navarra played a move and it was h5. Another miss apparently. But now the queen is under attack. You don't have anymore this opportunity with rook takes on d5. Maybe now David is relieved, you know? There is no longer this rook d5, so he plays this h5. Now queen has to go back. By the way, there are two only squares and queen d4 was played.
Yeah, but I think that if he was relieved that he would see it, normally you take the pause, no? Like, I think that...
Maybe they both didn't see.
I find it very hard to believe. Like they're very strong players. Like, I think that you've been in this situation. Imagine this: you play something, and your opponent can do something really dangerous to you, and he doesn't find it. How do you feel? You feel relieved.
Absolutely.
You're like, whew, let me just take a minute here. Yeah, let me just, whew, I can show the emotions. Yeah. Like there was this very famous game, World Championship match 2013 or 14, Magnus Carlsen against Vishy Anand, Game 6. This famous Sicilian Khan game where Magnus played King E2, or was it King E2 and he played King E1, so he made a mistake. And Anand didn't notice it. It was a non-obvious blunder. And after Anand made a move, Magnus just collapsed on the board. He was like, oh, Anand immediately knew. Yeah, he immediately knew that he missed opportunity. I think that this is also the moment when you like...
psychologically. Or
you're like, oh my goodness, I just survived like a major miss. But no, h5 followed, and knight e5 follows very quickly.
Yeah, we see that knight e5 has just been played, taking the pawn. So now black has extra 2 pawns in the position. Bishop on d6 is under attack, so do you take on e5? But then they will not be able to have the strong bishop on d6 any longer.
Yeah, but it's already not so strong, yeah?
Yes. Now, without pawn, it's not strong.
It already lost the support. So I think take. I don't think this is going to be a move. There's intermezzo check on a7, and you can't do anything about it. You got to take. Take. And
play?
Yeah, but what? I mean, knight x on d5 is a problem. The king is exposed. What do you play? Bishop retreat? Somewhere?
There should be already something, apparently.
Oh, knight c4. Oh. You can't take it. The queen is under attack.
Wait, so bishop cannot move from d5?
No.
Then it means that knight d5...
So it's somehow gonna fizzle out, I have a feeling. Like you could play some rook move.
Crazy.
Something like this. Queen h5, king g8, take on d5, something like this. Like, I know it's not very accurate, but also the last moves were not very accurate anyway. Absolutely. Yes, so players are missing a couple of things. The game is very, very sharp. But you know, I'm very curious, whatever was David's best choice, Apparently, it was not a long castle. The position was very, very complex. And even though Jumabayev did miss two tempis, bishop a3, bishop d6, apparently it was still not enough for Navarra to figure it out. It was that difficult.
And we have updates from the other board. It's the top middle board, Aravind Chidambaram against Saleh Salem. There was this plan played, and now queen is in the center for white, so there is a king in a huge, huge trouble. But look at this, Arturs, in the top left corner. Something is changing, something is cooking by Frederick Svane. I mean, like, I see the pawns are in the center and knight had to be forced to go backwards. What is going on in that position?
Yeah, but Angelika, I'm sorry. I see something far more crazier. And that's the last move of Volodar Murzin against Wojtaszek. You know, it's really difficult to pick the action, but the last move that he just played, I think it deserves a full screen. We just have to show it to you, dear viewers, because you're seeing the bishop on c6 for white and wondering, did he just take something on c6? The answer, the short answer is no, he did not take anything. He just played bishop c6.
Now the big problem is you cannot take it with a bishop, you cannot take it with a pawn. Wow, what a move. For a second I thought he took a piece on c6, but no, or a pawn. But no, it was not happening. So maybe let's illustrate the viewers what's the idea of the move. Definitely there is a rook on d1, there is a pin, but you cannot even take it with a pawn.
Yeah, but this, to be honest, asks the question why black cannot simply take on c6. I mean, is this good? Like I take on d8, rook takes on d8, and visually, I really like black's position because two rooks for the queen and the pawn, but I'm about to play f5, e4, and yet the bar disagrees, and apparently this is one of those concrete positions where the standard rules don't apply.
Yeah, we were discussing similar position, but this one feels much better. Apparently there could be something on the queen side.
Something like b4, b5, and I think that black is simply going to be slow. So there's no check on d1, unfortunately. So f5, b5, bishop something, and just, maybe you could even anchor the knight on d5 at the right moment. Probably this is not the right moment. So queen takes on b7, e4, and knight e5. Maybe it's not so great.
According to computer evaluation, as we can see on the left, it doesn't look great. But what else to do?
Take with a pawn, rook d7 is a double attack. And it's going to be some repetition now.
I cannot believe we'll see the draw in this game.
I've seen straight on things. Like, you take on d8, I take on b7. And if you take on c6, this is no longer a double attack. And black would play here something, or queen, I don't know, like f5, e4, are these pawns gonna hold or not? I could easily actually imagine this to end up with the repetition. So,
but Arturs, look at the 10 minutes on the clock. 10 minutes on the clock, and it's move 23 right now.
So big time scramble right here. 70 moves to make in a very sharp position. So perhaps this is also not even a fancy move. It's just to bail out. Like it
Probably
could be.
it is.
It could be. I mean, it could be. Maybe he's ambitious here, but b takes, rook d7, rook a8. Maybe Volodar is already okay with a draw. Otherwise, he's going to be playing this very sharp position with very little time on the clock.
But Radoslav for sure wants to keep this pressure because he knows he has right now 28 minutes, around 3 times more than Volodar. So probably he's still trying out to figure out what to play in this moment. And maybe it's a good moment for us to check what is happening on the rest of the games, because I see that there is some development in the game, which we were also discussing, the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederick Svane. Suddenly, the pawn is being pushed towards becoming the queen, and the evaluation bar is changing. What is going on?
Yeah, I think that's the game we are going to definitely go to. Let me just very quickly give a roundup of what else we are seeing on the other games. That's the top middle board, Aravind against Saleh Salem. The Indian Grandmaster looks in a great shape. Apparently, Saleh miscalculated things. Murzin against Wojtaszek, we just discussed this crazy move, bishop c6, top right corner. Maybe it's going to fizzle out to a draw, I would not be surprised. Then there's the game of the crazy swings. Rinat Jumabayev against David Navarra, lower left corner, where black currently is up a pawn, but I think it's somehow, again, going to fizzle out after multiple trades on d5. It's going to be some kind of a rook endgame or heavy piece endgame. Aram Hakobian against Nicholas Theodorou, lower middle board. It is already an endgame. I think it's going to end peacefully. Yeah, and of course, Machun against Dauda already finished in a draw.
Yeah, so as I suggest we go to Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederick Svane, because this was a game we were discussing from the very early on. There was a bishop pair against the knight pair, as we were trying to say, the knight pair advantage.
A nightmare.
A nightmare advantage.
A nightmare for who? The question for who it's a nightmare.
For Frederick or for Vladimir, we don't know. Originally, White was having up a pawn and position was pretty close. Now I see that the pawn is on e4 for black. I mean, suddenly the bishops are looking at the king side. So something must have changed, but this last move, c7, black cannot take on c7, right? Because there's going to be some knight jump.
There's a very big, I think the far more bigger question here, Angelika, is not about the pawn on c7. It's about how does white stop queen g3. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, so you see, I'm seeing this bishop on e5, and I'm seeing that these bishops are looking at a king. So that's why, of course, I mean, the pawn on c7 is very important, and white has those connected pass pawns, but it has to be taken together with this maneuver. So is it bishop d6 and queen e5, or is it the faster queen h4, queen g3? And if black does this, then queen h2 becomes a really big problem. So I think that Fedoseev is also trying to distract black from attacking.
Yes, of course, because right now queen h4 wouldn't work. He would take on b8 with the queen.
Yeah, I think it's a bit too much, no?
Yes, and then you can take the bishop on e5, so it's...
Yeah, you can always play rook f4, of course. If things are really crazy, you just play rook f4, give up the exchange.
Is the plan Z or B or C?
Yeah, so let's play rook c8.
But I'm just first question, why not to take?
Yeah, why not take? That's a very legit question. Yes, of course, of course.
Is there queen d4?
Queen d4. That's a very nice move.
And now if you play queen g7, there will be no attack. So you gotta try f6 or rook g7.
Let's say I play rook g7, knight e5 probably, hitting the bishop.
Bishop cannot go back to e5. Where does the bishop go, by the way? g3?
How is this position equal? I don't understand it.
Yeah, I also don't get it.
Wait, but can I target the pawn here?
Is there queen g5? Queen g5 checkmates red, attacking the knight.
Oh. What was your score in the tactics again?
I remember
I think
that
it was 10, yeah?
Aggressiveness, it was 10.
We have to reevaluate. I already feel it's higher.
11, yeah, out of 10.
Yeah, like this is a great move.
But now knight f4 cannot be played, yeah?
There's a room for crazy ideas. Like there could be some quieter move, but just to confuse you even further, I'm going to include even for fun queen g7. Queen g7, knight c7, and yeah, okay. Sorry, I was just having too much fun here. But I'm just saying that possibilities here are all but limitless. So it could be, yeah, this could be one of those principal lines, and we're seeing it. Bishop takes with c7, queen d4, and we might see rook g7.
Oh, we might see this on the board.
Yep.
Absolutely incredible. Frederick has 10 minutes on the clock right now, and it is move number 28. So it means 13 more moves have to be played. He plays queen g7. He doesn't go for rook g7. He's ready to trade the queens, but after trade of the queens, he's getting into the endgame. There is no longer will be an attack. And after probably king g7, or you want to take with the rook? I'm not sure.
Yeah, but then I think we can agree that white is the one who is pushing.
I do agree. I definitely agree, because also there is always this jump with the knight from c3. You can always take on d5 or e4.
I think that Fedoseev should be pretty happy with this. Like, he should be very happy because now he keeps the same pawn. And, I mean, probably black is still kind of fine because he has the bishops. but maybe Svane did not see Queen G5.
And look at this body language of the players. I mean, Frederick is very, like a bit shaking right now. He's coming into the. Oh.
I'm sorry, sorry, Angelica, to interrupt you. There's some developments in the game of Volodar Murzin against Radoslav Mojtashek. They are repeating those moves. We're discussing this, so you're saying, no, it's not, maybe not going to happen. I don't know. I think there's a chance. It might happen. This crazy game where he played this beautiful move, Bishop C7, there's a repetition right now. It might finish in a draw.
We might see the draw very soon, but for now, maybe let's see what was played. King G7 is on the board now. Vladimir has to take time to think. Is it going to be knight d5 or knight e4? I see that
knight e4 is also a move.
Okay, probably let's go back to the overview and go to the game of Murzin against Wojtaszek to make sure.
Let's go to see the other games.
We might see the result very soon.
Maybe if Wojtaszek wants, because it seems that Murzin doesn't mind to repeat the position. So here you go, here's the position we have on the board, and the players have been repeating the position a couple of times. Queen b7, rook b8, queen a7. The question is, can black reject it? No, there you go. They're agreeing to a draw, so there's a threefold repetition. They shake hands.
We see the first result in the Master Tournament. It's not something what we expected because the game was definitely very sharp, Arturs. It was absolutely unbelievable. But we see the draw result, and I think...
Who do you pick?
I think I said the draw.
I also said a draw.
So we are right. By the way, about the game of Machun against Daniel Darda, who did you pick? I said Daniel.
I said a draw.
So
I'm ahead.
So 2-1. All right, let's get back to the overview of the rest of the games. We still have this very much explosive actions in the boards, in the top boards. It's a game of Aravind Chitambaram against Saleh Salem. I see there is a queen entering white's position. There is rook coming to deliver some moment a checkmate. This is a game we would like to follow. Meanwhile, Vladimir Fedoseev is still taking time in the top left corner. We were discussing this game. And in the bottom, Rinat Jimabayev against David Navarro, we have seen there was move played. The queen was removed from the pin. So now it's a big question, will he take a bishop or not? And as I was talking, there was a new move which just came, which made the evaluation go a bit higher even. But in the game of Nicolas Teodoro against Aram Hakovian, there has been not much of a development. It's still the rook and the knight endgame. Artur, shall we take a look at the Aravind against Saleh Salem or Rinat against David?
Yeah, I'm thinking which is the best way to continue, because the one maybe where one of the players has the lowest time on the clock. So which one is it?
I'm trying to see it. I believe that generally it's Frederick Svane who has the lowest time on the clock right now, because he has only 5 minutes.
Yeah, so maybe we go to 8 minutes. 8 minutes.
Okay,
yeah. Maybe let's stick to that game for a moment, because of course we also want to check the Aravind game against Salem Select, but last time I checked they have a bit more time.
Big time trouble for Frederick Svane, and it's not the first time we see this time trouble. We've seen this yesterday, we've seen this a couple of days ago as well when he played against Aravind. We have seen this time trouble, and we have seen this body language already. Do you think by getting into time trouble, Frederick's kind of mentally and chess-wise prepared for it, or do you think every time it's a struggle?
So far, I think we already were witnessing a couple of times he was incredibly nervous. At least 3 games. I remember where Frederick was under very serious time pressure. I don't remember, was it either the Rapid Tournament or the Chess 960? He just uses a lot of time in the beginning, and then he is not having enough time. So now that we have this position where it's pretty apparent that Frederick is slightly worse, can we go back a bit to this position where he decided to trade the queens? And I'm wondering why he decided not to play rook g7. And we were discussing the move knight takes on d5, and you suggested the very nice and strong move queen g5. But maybe here white could play knight takes on e4, and this could be the reason why black rejected this.
Oh, and then there is no more queen g5, but
Like a queen g6.
Oh. Queen g6. How do you stop it? I mean, you have to play something like rook f2, because then after take on e4, there will be rook c7.
Right.
So here, if pawn takes on e4, there is rook c7.
Yeah, that looks pretty bad.
So you have to remove the bishop.
That would the logic say. I mean, I switched on the engine. The engine says there's some ridiculous bishop f5. Like, does this make sense to you? Like, do you even see that from afar? I think no.
Definitely not.
No, it just... But actually, when you think about it, maybe it does make sense because the knight is gone and there's going to be queen g3. But, like, spotting this idea, like, from afar, that leave the bishop under attack and not to take the knight, it's very difficult. I mean, if you put this position for a player and say, find the best move, like, okay, fine, I'm going to find a bishop f5. But inside the variation, it's very difficult.
Definitely it is, especially with so many deviations from there. But we see knight d5 has been played. So now big question for black, to take the knight or to remove the bishop. Because now, currently, black is down a pawn, but black has the bishop pair advantage.
Yeah, but I don't want to take on d5. I mean, then I think I'm just struggling for no good reason. So I think I want to keep the bishop alive. Maybe, but there's a problem. Look at this, Angelika. If you play bishop e5, I'm going to play knight e7. There's a fork. That's a problem. So you cannot easily walk away. Maybe you have to play bishop d8. But such a passive move, white could just improve the pieces. What? Did I just blunder?
The knight?
Oh,
the knight?
Oh. I thought there's a rook standing on d1.
Oh, no.
All right. Okay, maybe bishop d8 and then knight f4.
Up a pawn. White is up a pawn. Just reminder.
Up a pawn and knight e2, knight e4 is incoming. Maybe you're right. Maybe he has to take on d5 and just accept that he's worse and try to trade off the pawns here, the queen side. But Fedoseev is looking in a really great shape, but also the clock situation doesn't help. Bishop d6 is played.
Bishop d6 is on the board. Are there any ideas with a rook coming to c6, or does he have to remove the knight? I mean, this is a very sharp position. Now 5 minutes on the clock for Frederick, well, 20 minutes for Vladimir. It feels like Vladimir is in the better shape here.
If you play rook c6, I'm going to play rook d8. So Svane found a way to keep the bishops, which is good news. And if white's going to play knight f4, Svane definitely is going to find a way to reject it. Like some bishop b3 maybe, put the bishop somewhere here. Watch out for knight h5 again. There might be some unpleasant moves, or even rook c6 is a move. That's a problem.
Suddenly you have to start calculating all these ideas. Because now maybe, and you cannot play bishop d7 because of rook d1, so it's like you cannot stop rook c6.
But maybe I can. Maybe I can. Because I was thinking if you play rook d1 here, I play bishop b5, I hit your rook on f1.
Then I play with another rook.
If you take with the other rook, I take on f4. And you don't keep the f4 outpost. So still not super clear. I see the bar doesn't like it, but I think also for both players this could be very difficult to understand. Maybe he can do it, but knight f4 is a very serious candidate move for the save.
Knight f4 is a candidate right now in the position. Meanwhile, we still have 4 other games ongoing. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view to see if there is anything else happening. I see in the bottom left corner the game of Rinat Jimabayev against David Navarra. Something is going on the king side. We see there is attack happening. Meanwhile, in the bottom middle board, not much of an action in the game Teodoro against Hakobian, but the game of 2 leaders, Aravind Chitambaram, who is currently leading the standings. Look at this, he is attacking Saleh Salem. It's the game in the top middle board. Arturs, what shall we do? Which game shall we take a look at?
We haven't checked for a while, of course, the game that you just mentioned, Arvind against Saleh, so we could go to that. The other games, we already looked at. We looked at Fedese versus Svane, and the remaining games from the challengers, Jumabayev against Navarra and Niklas Teodoro against Jacobi, and they're still pretty balanced. So I think we should focus mainly on those two critical games.
Let's go to the game of Arvind against Saleh. I see that both players are getting closer and closer to the time control, but the time situation, now move 29, but the time situation, 15 minutes for Arvind and only 7 minutes for Saleh. Salem has left, but more bigger question is how to defend the king on f7.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad. It looks pretty bad here for Saleh. Like, I'm seeing I could play bishop g5, bring the threat queen f6. Also notice that you could take the pawn on a7. Queen f3 is a big problem. Can you take the pawn on d6? It's possible, but I don't think this pawn really matters a lot. Ah, wait, it does come with the queen g6 threat, so perhaps. It's a move, something you could consider, but here definitely Arvind is in the driving seat, and he's the one maybe already looking for the forced win.
Definitely, and also ideas that I see is queen d5 check maybe, and either take on b7 or take on a7 with a rook, because queen from d5 would defend the pawn on f3.
Many tempting moves. Yeah, queen d5, this move, force the king to go to g7.
And rook a7.
And rook, okay, rook a7, you can't do it yet, you're missing queen
No,
f3.
after queen d5.
Ah, after queen d5, yeah?
So
yeah,
defending and queen d5 is on the board.
That is played, yeah. I tried actually to also understand, could there be bishop h6 move? Okay, it doesn't really matter. Let's see how the game proceeds.
And we see the trade of the queens on the board instantly by Arvind played. He doesn't want to keep the...
He traded?
I mean, I would not expect this at all. You gotta keep your queens to attack. Wait, what is going on?
Wait, he just... Wait, this is a major surprise to me. So he went for this position, he traded the queens, and he played bishop g5?
Oh, it's a bit strange because...
Yeah, why? Because, yeah, exactly why. I mean, you're looking at this position and thinking, I mean, which king is weaker? This king is weaker, right?
For sure, 100%.
I mean, the king on h1 is kind of protected. Okay, of course, there's rook h8 threat, but I mean, bishop g5 is a move, threatening queen f6. I was looking at bishop h6 as a move, like hitting the rook and threatening queen g7, and at least you force rook g8. There's also the queen d6 move, which threatens the knight on g6, and he went for queen d5 and queen e6 and bishop g5. I'm completely shocked here.
I mean, I'm as well. I mean, I would not expect it at all in such positions that queen trade, but still, there are some problems for black, right? There is a pawn on a7. Rook is now targeting the pawn on a7. There might be a problem with a b7 pawn. How do you defend it all as black? Maybe he didn't see anything better, but maybe while Saleh is taking time, can we just take a look just shortly if there were anything else, if there was queen b7 after the queen d6? Is there queen b7 here?
I'm stunned, to be honest. I am stunned. I gotta confess. Like I was like in that phase, I was thinking like here, White is thinking for a way, to go after the king and somehow transpose to a position that basically plays itself. I would not be expect that here White is going to trade off the queens for nothing. So you're saying that could there be other moves like, I think we already mentioned like even this position looks pretty reasonable. Queen takes on d6, and after queen e6 you get exactly the same position, but
up a pawn.
But up a pawn, and did he not like rook e6? But even this position, like I'm seeing moves like queen g3, maybe queen c7, then queen g3. But very surprising.
Meanwhile, the moves are incoming right now at the board. I see that the rook has taken already on a7, so there was rook e2, now rook a7. Maybe he wanted to go for this endgame with a b pawn, but suddenly black's rooks are getting active. Black's rooks are getting attack, and now B2 pawn is hanging the next move.
And it's going to finish in a draw. Watch me. Watch me. It's going to be something like this. Rook H8, Rook B7, King E6. That's a threat. Rook G2, Rook E1, Rook E1, Rook E2. Yo, let's find a draw. And after H4...
It might be even a checkmate. You have to be careful.
And you take it. I am not sure. I'm seeing a check on E7, of course. I'm seeing the check, but I'm hoping it somehow works. Takes. It doesn't work.
Ooh.
Okay. I saw the check with E7. I was just hoping that knight H4 somehow works. But even in this position, like I could play King D5? No, King D5? No, something else? Maybe double the rooks on the second rank?
It's very tough to say.
This must be tiredness. Like Rook B8, by the way, is played. I think it's tiredness for the players. There's no other explanation because these are world-class players, very strong players, and they've been having a very long distance. Once again, they played the chess 960 the first day. Then there's the rapid tournament. And only one rest day. This is the 5th classical game in a row. Normally, the games proceed for something like 6 hours normally, right? For Arvind also, he was having some very tense games. So I think that's the only reason. Like, I think normally Arvind trading the queens in that position, I think he wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I would love to ask Arvind after the game, what was that he have seen? Meanwhile, on the rest of the boards, we see that in the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederick Svane, Frederick has only 2 minutes on the clock, and the position evolved a bit. There is now a passer on the edge of the board, on the A file. So shall we take a look there? Because I don't see major developments on the other boards.
Yeah, but maybe we can check it very quickly because I'm seeing that this game is really unpredictable. Saleh has only 4 minutes on the clock, so we could check it very quickly what's happening in the Fedoseev against Frederick Svane.
Because Frederick has 2 minutes on the clock.
But he's in trouble anyway, yeah? So he has he's down 2 pawns.
Exactly.
So he's in trouble anyway, yeah?
Yeah, but he has to try to find a way. I mean, I'm not even sure how.
And this is move 37.
And again, his body language, he's reaching for a piece and then he's coming back. I mean, so many times we have seen it from Frederick. I mean, he's getting lower on the clock. He's trying to figure out the move. He's reaching for a piece, then he's coming back. He's unsure what to do, but you got to move the bishop. You got to move it away from A3.
Yeah, but it looks very close to lost. Like he's down 2 pawns, only some tricks left, and he has to make 4 moves with the remaining 2 minutes. The position is not really that complex. Maybe we can keep one eye also on the other game. Yeah, what's going on? I think the game of Saleh against Arvind is a bit more unpredictable.
Definitely, but first let's maybe wait for Frederick to make a move at least, because now it's 1 minute 30 seconds for him. He has to make a move. Again, he's trying to figure it all out, but definitely there is this passer. What will he do? Will he again go down on the seconds? How many moves is left?
4 moves.
4 moves with 1 minute on the clock. Okay, bishop move finally back.
His only chance is to keep the pawn on A5 alive.
All right.
I mean, sorry, not alive. I eat it. Yeah, eat the pawn. Yeah, just of course. I mean, it's Fedoseev who wants to keep it alive.
Of course. So while Vladimir is taking time, I agree, Arturs. Let's go back to the game of Aravind against Saleh Salem and see.
Yeah, let's see what's going on there. This is, by the way, also getting pretty tense. 4 minutes for black, 10 minutes for white. Move 33. 7 moves to make for both players, and we just saw a crazy change in the position where Arvind traded the queens. I was very, very surprised to see this. But
yeah,
okay, the game
shocking.
continues.
Shocking decision.
It was really shocking, to be honest.
And it looks like, I mean, he was going into this position. Now, Aravind has 9 minutes versus 4 minutes for Saleh Salem. Not as much time, but of course, better than Saleh's on the clock right now.
So white is up a pawn, by the way, but it's a double pawn. And black is pretty active. I mean, yeah, this last move, Rook B8, maybe was not so active.
Yeah, you would expect something like rook h8. We were discussing it. Rook h8, you're trying to go for it. But now I'm wondering, is there rook c1 in the position? Rook c1, rook c7 check. Is there something like this what we might see? Because even if rook takes on b2, there might be this rook c7 entering in the position.
It's a move. But what if I play king e6? I secure the king. And if you hunt the pawn on b7, now I play rook h8. And now this idea of again, it might work. h4.
Again, you cannot take because of rook e7.
And now I play king d5. Now this works. And the king is pretty exposed. I think here Armin needs to be very careful here. This is a 3-result game. Like, it can go either way, especially considering that he had this fantastic position a couple of moves ago, and now there's this.
So maybe that's why this rook b8 move was played, in order to try to trick Aravind in those kind of positions. Let's go back maybe and take a look at the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederic Svane. Svane is only on the seconds playing this position. We might see a result very shortly. Which move it is? It is move 38.
Two moves for 13 seconds. I mean, how does he do it? It's always the same. Yeah, I remember this one game where he was playing against Armin. He had to pre-move the last move.
These 2 seconds, absolutely unbelievable. We always see Frederic in the time trouble, and he's always so nervous. So now it's Vladimir's turn, but yeah, 13 seconds is not a lot. But by the way, how do you keep the pawn on a5? Do you still just push it?
You can play a6, but watch out for rook a5, bishop takes on f3. And of course, also Fedoseev is heavily influenced by the opponent's time scramble. He has 11 minutes on the clock, so I think here he's looking for the most unexpected continuation. So what is it? What kind of trick here he can come up with?
He's trying to figure it all out, but the problem is that I see that there is no way to defend the pawn on a5 right away besides pushing the pawn to a6. You gotta go forward with the pawn if you want to save it.
It could be that he simply missed move rook b5. Like, it's such an unusual move, attacking the pawn from the side. And there's all kinds of moves you want to check. There's knight f5 check, there's the e4 move, there's the a6 move. So e4, black's gonna go probably bishop e6. You could pin the bishop here. Like, by the way, this is a move. Rook b1, black plays bishop a2, and then what?
Yeah, absolutely. We cannot predict what might happen, but the only thing which we know is for sure, only 2 moves have to be done by Frederic Svane with 13 seconds, and knowing how to spend it, we might end up seeing him playing the last move with 2 seconds on the clock.
Give you an update what is happening in the other games. Alexei against Arvind. Arvind just retreated with his rook back, and now it's a material balance on the board.
You know, rook is on b5 in this game. Do you push a6? Do you enter those complicated positions? Do you risk it all? If you don't have a pawn, it might be just a draw with these 2 strong bishops. If you don't keep the pawn alive, it will be over.
I think that Fedoseev feels that the position could be very close to winning. Yeah, I mean, like I already said, I know I'm repeating myself. 2 extra pawns, there are 2 extra pawns. So he doesn't want to give up the a-pawn. In case he's not going to find anything, he is going to allow black to take on f3 and then play 3 pawns versus 2, knight versus bishop. Of course, he's going to do that. But he is looking for the clearer way here.
He's trying to find a better approach in this position. We must suspect he was playing moves too quickly earlier, that he allowed this rook b5 opportunity. He was influenced by the clock of Frederic. He was trying to play faster. Now he realized that this move is possible. And he has to figure it all out, which is not so easy.
Yeah, these bishops are really strong. Like, I'm trying to figure out what white should do here. Like, I'm seeing these checks, but then what? Probably a6 is going to follow. So a6, rook a5, and then what? Then what? What do you do? Can you protect the pawn on a6? At the moment, by the way, it's not even under attack because the bishop is hanging. So the logic says, I think here Fedoseev is looking for some knight move. So maybe a6, rook a5, and a knight move. Maybe, but where? Like maybe some knight h4? No, feels weird.
It feels extremely weird. I think what right now Vladimir is doing, he's trying to find a way to play 2 move sequence. So what he wants to do now, he wants to go with first move and then instantly reply after Frederic's move, putting him under enormous pressure for move 40.
So
I think that's what he's trying to do.
here's the engine line. Yeah, let's show you the engine line. E4, bishop e6, rook b1, pinning the bishop, bishop a2, and knight e4. That's what the engine says. So if you take on b1, I take on b5, I keep my 2 extra pawns. But the game, of course, continues. I could make some rook move. And now I walk away somewhere. And the fork remains. And the uncertainty remains as well.
And there is also rook f2 at some moment, but okay. You cannot, yeah, it's not so easy to see.
Yeah, it's not. It's not.
7 minutes for Vladimir Fedoseev in this position. He's spending time. He's trying to figure it all out.
What's the time situation in the other game?
We have 3 minutes for Aravind and 3 minutes for Saleh Salem in the game if we can maybe briefly just take a look at the bird's eye view. So there is a game in the top middle board, Aravind against Saleh Salem. It's so tough to choose.
Yeah, this is tough.
Any moment Vladimir plays, we will need to keep an eye on Frederic.
All right, maybe let's go to the other game. Yeah, like this is really tough to choose. So both of the games are incredibly intense, and maybe this game is a bit more uncertain because Svane is clearly in trouble and he's trying to survive. This is still a 3-result game, and this is move 35. Both players have to make 5 moves with only 3 minutes on the clock.
Yes, now 2 minutes, 50 seconds for Aravind. He did not take. Now he plays bishop f4, targeting the knight. Knight f3 has been played. So what is going on? Are we going to see a big problem on h2? But of course, bishop is still defending. We might see here rook g1. Because if you move the rook away to...
You mean rook g2?
Rook g2, sorry, yes.
Yeah, rook g2. I'm going to take on b5. And how did this happen even?
It is happening now. Rook g2
it's happening.
is on the board.
I mean, how did this happen? Because sometimes black is even now up a pawn.
Up 2 pawns if rook takes on b5.
Crazy.
What is going on?
Really crazy turnaround.
How did Aravind get into this position? I'm completely speechless. I cannot describe this. I cannot commentate on this. I mean, this is rook b5. Now suddenly Saleh has 2 pawns up in the position. Of course, d6 pawn is hanging, but you don't want to get to this.
That's definitely only tiredness and nothing else.
Meanwhile, we have an update from the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederic Svane. There has been moves played. Maybe just briefly to show that there was the move number 39 played. Was it the move 39? Yeah, it was move 39.
We see, yeah, a6, rook a5. By the way, apparently Svane blitzed it out like he didn't even spend a single second. He still has 13 seconds on the move, so in case somebody was wondering, is a pre-move possible over the board? Yes, Frederic Svane just did it.
It's possible, and now he will have 13 seconds for the final move, so it's not so much, not so little as 2 seconds, which we had against Aravind.
But I think he's going to make it, yeah? I think he's going to make it. One move for 13 seconds, and it's not like Fedoseev is going to surprise you with some gigantic move here, yeah?
Of course. So probably let's go back to Aravind against Saleh Salem, because I see the moves are being incoming very fast in that game. We see now King G2, apparently a big miss, which has just been played by Aravind.
And Aravind is getting in the real-time scrum. King G2 is a big mistake. There's Rook G8 check, a major move.
What is going on? Oh my God, this is a current...
Move 39.
Moves. So now 1 more move has to be made. 2 more moves for 2 players. Just an update, Frederic made it into next time control. Just a short update.
I mean, here, Aravind, to be honest, is completely unrecognizable. I don't understand, because he played this really great game until move, whatever was it, move. I'm just going to give you exact number. Move number 30. He was playing the perfect chess. Selects, counterattack, completely collapsed. Then he traded the queens. He did not pick up the pawn. He was up a pawn temporarily, and now he's down 2 pawns, just like that. It's a very, very strange turn of events.
Rook G8 is on the board. 1 minute for Indian player to find the move what to do in this position.
Bishop G3 is knight takes on H2. Could it be that he missed this move?
Ooh, and
You go back?
Then he might be just, he has to come back. Oh my God, has he just realized it? King H1 is on the board.
And now you just play D5. By the way, White has made to the next time control. This is move 44. White, Black has 2 minutes on the clock. Now just play D5. So White going to take on D5 because the King on H1 is in the mating net. And I think here Saleh is simply well on his way to win the game. Just unbelievable. Like, it's complete U-turn what we saw about 10 moves ago.
A completely turn around. If here D5 is played, Rook takes, then there is Rook G1 checkmate. Will we see D5 move? I mean, it's easy move to play because there is only 2 minutes on the clock, but it's easy move to pick up, isn't it, Arturs?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very easy move. Like, it's the pawn is under attack. That's why, I mean, I can't recognize him. I mean, here in this position, it's understandable you want to bring the king in the game. You're hitting the knight, and then you want to take on D6, but... And I guess bishop takes on D6. He didn't like it because of rook D8 as a pin. And rook takes on D6. He did not like because his king is exposed. So the logic is include this move, but maybe it was really difficult to
No, this is absolutely
find the correct
unbelievable.
move. Yeah.
The turnaround is absolutely incredible. I feel for Aravind so much. Like, look at him. He's like, he understood right now that he made a huge mistake in this time trouble. And it was not even such a big time trouble for him.
1 minute.
1 minute for Saleh Salem to find.
He's going to find D5. Like, it's not really that of a difficult move. Like, unless he's looking for some checkmate or something. But D5, then the pawn goes forward. One more move to make to the next time control.
Saleh is reaching for a piece. Now it's 40 seconds for him. And he's reaching...
For the rook. Rook D3.
For the knight. For the knight.
E5.
Knight E5 is on the board. Apparently a mistake. So now... But rook takes D6 is still not a move, because rook B1 would be a checkmate. So I don't know why exactly knight E5 is a mistake in this position, because to me, it works out also pretty well, Arturs, don't you think? Like, rook takes on D6, there is rook B1. So
yeah.
it's still not hanging.
Yeah, it's pretty...
Look at Aravind. Look at him right now. I mean, what a heartbreak. He just realized it. And while the players reached the next time control, and there are some heartbreaks in the positions, and we see now Aravind is in complete shock. We're going for a short break to gather our energy, gather our strengths for what is coming next in the next control. And we have to leave Aravind also to figure out how he's going to defend here. We'll be right back in a few moments. Hello, everybody from Biel, Vienna, in beautiful Switzerland. From myself, my name is Angelika Valkova. I'm joined by Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans, and we are following the action of the final round of the Grandmaster Triathlon's classical portion here in Biel at the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. Arturs, the games have been exciting. We're seeing some explosions. We reached the time control, but do we see something particularly special in the boards, because there has been so many blunders happening?
Yeah, I try to understand, Angelika, what on earth is going on in Arvin's game against Salem Select, because it feels like these are two completely separate games. There was the game until move 30, and then there's the game from move 31 to 40. So let me just show you once again, now that we are refreshed and coming back to this position. This is the current position we're seeing in the leader fight of the Masters tournament. And let us go back 10 moves. What was the position here? Sorry, maybe not queen d5, but here, this position. This is move 39, and white has to make move 30. So white has, what is it? White has very nice attack. The black king is exposed. White can take the pawn on d6. Okay, white cannot take the pawn on a7. White has nice moves like bishop g5, bishop h6. Arvind is a very strong, creative attacking player. Has played already a lot of brilliant games. And yet here, he decided to play queen d5, trade off the queens, not to take the pawn on a7, play bishop g5. Very puzzling. We can agree on this, right? It was really strange to see this happen, because he just traded the attack away for nothing. And it continued, unfortunately for him, because rook a7, rook b8, he retreated back. Look at this. So he gave up one pawn. He gave up the second pawn on b5, first after knight e5. There's another pawn. There's another pawn. So it feels like he gave up essentially 3 pawns in a row. Did not take the pawn on d6. Missed rook g8 check. And I think it's a very difficult mentally being in this situation. You feel like every move you're making a mistake. Like you feel it's a miss, it's a miss, it's a miss.
What's going on?
Yeah, psychologically, poor Arvind. It was very difficult for him to watch. And here, knight e5, by the way, this was a mistake by the Emirati Grandmaster, giving up the pawn on f5. He was pretty happy with this, but rook f1 is a very passive move. Maybe rook h5 was better.
Definitely, it was an opportunity. Computer saying it is a mistake, so there might be something for Saleh. And what did he do here?
And at the moment, b5 is on the board. I think Arvind played rook f1, Angelika to play rook b1, but this has got to be a losing position. Like if you play rook b1, I'm going to trade it, and there's going to be rook b8. And
wait a second, the king is too active. The king is the center, while white's king is on h1, on the edge of the board. And you cannot really do anything with your h-pawn, right? You cannot go h4, h5. I mean, it's going to be blocked. It's going to be stopped. The king is too close on a6. I'm completely shocked. Such a huge turnaround.
Really strange. So maybe we come back to this moment and try to understand what was missed. So in this moment, I suspect Arvind did not really want to take on d6. He saw some ghosts. So here, after rook d8, you just play rook f1, I suppose. Maybe that's what he didn't like. Rook f1, rook takes on d6, rook f3, and he was not sure if this is savable. By the way, I can completely understand him. So he was looking at this position. Probably he was not sure because, I mean, black has 2 outside pass pawns. Engine says it's a draw. But I agree, it's not very clear. And that's why he saw something else. He saw king g2 first, attacking the knight, then collect the pawn, just to blunder rook g8. And I think the blunder actually was here. He could not have played bishop g3 because of very cute knight x on h2.
And then suddenly there are 3 pawns in the position for black. I mean, you were earlier up in material, suddenly there are 3 pawns and the bishop is hanging. So definitely tough position for Arvind. And After rook g8 was played, king h4, here was one more chance, apparently, for Aravind, since the d5 was the best option.
Yeah, this
Pawn
is
was
what the
under
engine
attack.
says. Yeah, d5 was the move, but I'm not sure why Selek decided not to go for this. Maybe he saw something here, like knight e4 and bishop e5. He was not sure about this. And I just checked with an engine. Engine says that rook g4 is somehow the best move for black, and then takes. This position, for some reason, is better than that position we got on the board. I think it's very difficult to understand. So now that I'm looking at this, knight e5 is a very human move. So knight e5, takes, rook f5, king e6, and basically it's the same position. So why this position with the pawn on e5 would be worse than the pawn on d5? I don't know.
Maybe because the pawn is closer to the pawn on b file. Well, for sure, it's not so clear. But here, rook f to f1 apparently was a mistake, and rook b1 now is played going for that endgame. And now Saleh has to decide. And of course, isn't it just a forcing move? I mean, if you want to continue the game, rook b1 is the only move.
I mean, it feels very close to winning.
The rook b1 is on the board. We are seeing the rook trade right now. Rook has taken on b1.
Maybe.
We might see rook b8 immediately now.
Yeah, I think it's basically the only move. And I was thinking maybe this is what Arvind wants. Like here, some king g4, king c5, and here. But, I mean, I could even probably play b4 here if I want, but rook e8 and b4, it's just dead lost.
Yeah, it looks like, unfortunately, the king is too active. The pawn is going to march forward. You cannot stop it as white. But Saleh is taking time in the position. He's still thinking to bring the rook, but it looks like it's the only move. I mean, rook b, I don't see any other move defending the pawn on b file.
Yeah.
And we have a result in one of the games. It was a Nicolas Teodoro against Aram Hokaban. They just finished in a draw. I mean, it was not a very surprising outcome. We were discussing it. And now Nicolas Teodoro is continuing his lead in the challengers, while Aram Hokaban is just a few points behind him. Not so much of a surprise in the outcome. I think we both said it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, at the moment, I think in the contest of prediction, I'm slightly ahead of you.
Yes, you predicted 3 out of 3.
And I feel the critical game is the Arvind against Alexalem. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I feel like I guessed it correctly, but for the wrong reasons.
Definitely it is. So let's take a look at overview. We still have 3 more games ongoing. 2 games in the Masters and 1 in the Challengers. The game we have not checked for a long time is a game of Rinat Jumabayev against David Navarra. We were more focusing on the more explosive actions because there was not really much happening. And now we see there was some repetition on the board, and there is imbalance in the position because Black has 2 passers on the queen side, while White has 3 pawns on the king side. Meanwhile, Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederick Svan in the top left corner looks like the pawn is not marching forward, but currently the rook is under attack. Arturs, it's your call where to go.
Yeah, I think we definitely want to go really in depth of the game of Fedoseev, but first maybe let's check quickly what is happening in the game of Rinat Jumabayev against David Navarra, because we have not checked this game in a while. And what was your prediction for this game?
Draw.
Draw. I think I predicted that David was going to win, so this is your chance.
It's my chance to get the point.
Equal the score.
You know why I predicted in a draw? Because I've seen the performance of Rinat in this tournament, and remember him fighting those tough positions. I remember this endgame against Machun. It was absolutely incredible. He defended really well. And the most heartbreaking moment so far, I think the biggest turnaround maybe before the game of Aravind against Saleh was the turnaround of Rinat Jumabayev against Daniel Darda. Daniel was winning the whole game. I mean, he was winning that endgame. And then he just made mistake by mistake. And he got into trouble, and out of winning position, he was suddenly losing. And it was completely shocking turn. So Rinat can really defend well. I mean, he was defending like a lion.
Yeah, he's being showing some really great and fighting chess here in Biel. Completely agree. However, looking at this position, can he find a win? I think he already has a draw in the pocket, which is Queen H5 and Queen D5, and I don't think that there's anything that David can do. But right now, Rinat is looking for the final chance, which is Rook E4 or Rook E5, Rook H5. So which one of them is it? Lift the rook and try to give the checkmate. It's worth a shot, definitely.
Definitely it is, because how they reach time control, they repeat it. So this Queen H5, Queen D5 was played, and that's how they reached the time control. And now he's spending time.
I want to give it a try. I want to give the checkmate. But here I see there's Queen F6 at least, stopping this, attacking the pawn, and this gives black plenty of time to rearrange pieces.
So maybe Rook E5?
Maybe Rook E5. But now I'm going to give you a check and play Queen F4.
Oh, now you're giving the perpetual.
Yeah, you could have played King G1. Or maybe you can. Maybe it's still a draw. But King H1, Queen F4, King H2, Queen F4, it's going to be a draw. So for Renat, here oh, there you go, Queen H5 is played.
Yeah, they had this repetition.
Did they just offer a draw?
They agreed on a draw?
Yep.
Okay, we had a repetition, so both players are happy. No drama, but this was game actually full of drama. If you remember this, out of the opening, I mean, David had such a huge chance, and suddenly Rinat could sacrifice the rook. I mean, this was a really nice game. I mean, it was not a peaceful one. But
I'm sure somebody saw this idea of rook takes on d5. Yeah, maybe let's just pull it very quickly on the board. Where was this missed opportunity for Jumabayev? Let me just roll back a bit. So right here, there was this moment when Navarro was trying to escape with a king. Jumabayev missed a golden opportunity. I mean, this rook takes on d5, e6. Maybe I have solved too many puzzles, Angelica, but it just feels very natural. The position just basically plays out. And maybe there was something that Jumabayev did not like, but it feels like I would definitely sit here trying to convince myself not to go here. But he didn't go here.
Yeah, it was very tempting to go for this line. I do agree with you, Arturs. But yeah, we have already the fourth result in this round. It's a fourth draw. But I would like to remind to our viewers, the draw doesn't mean the game was boring. I mean, we had such an eventful game of Jumabayev against Navarro. We had another eventful game of Murzin against Wojtaszek. I mean, it was a crazy opening. Also, Nicolas Teodoro against Aram Hakobian. There was also some chances for both of the players. And Machun against Daniel Darda. There was definitely also a try for both players. But we still have two more games in the Masters ongoing. It's Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederick Svane and Aravind against Saleh Salem. Both games can have a decisive result. Arturs, which one are we heading into?
So I think we have to check now what happened in the game of Fedoseev against Frederick Svane, because Fedoseev still has the two-pawn advantage, but by the looks of it, it seems that the pawn on a6 is not going to survive. So I'm curious, how did they get there? There you see Fedoseev arrives back at the board, and there's a very famous mistake on move 40. This is what we did not see on the screen because we had this very tough choice to follow either this game or Salem Select versus Aravind, also totally crazy time scramble. And apparently here Fedoseev had a chance to secure an advantage, which I'm just going to give you the top choice of the engine, which is e4, bishop e6, rook b1, bishop a2, and knight e4. That's the line. So here the point is bishop takes on b1 is going to be knight takes on b5, and bishop takes on d4 is going to be rook takes on b5. And it still continues. Rook b4. Oh, that's actually a very difficult line. Knight c6. And somehow white wins. Pretty crazy. But he missed it. Yeah, he missed it. He played a6 first. And now Angel here says the best move is a7. with an idea if I take it, G takes and try to play this position. But it didn't happen. And instead, E4 was played, bishop E6. And bishop A3, he could have kept the pawn alive because bishop C5, rook C6, I think it's going to be bishop D7?
But it shows that rook B6 was the mistake for some reason. So now after rook goes to C6 and will be bishop D7. So, Arturs, can we go back one move? Why rook B6 was a mistake? Was there rook C6? Isn't it the same?
That's a very good question. So rook C6, bishop D7.
It looks like the same position, rook.
Yeah, but now I can go
rook C7, rook A7?
Here, and I go here.
Maybe rook A7. Or not? No? Ah, wait, there is knight D4 or knight G5?
Yeah, it's very, I mean, these are some engine lines that are really difficult to understand. Like here and check and, wait, what am I doing? Wait.
Yeah, there was bishop takes.
Sorry. Yeah. King of8 and the check and here and rook b7 and pinning the pawn and if I take it, there's the knight e5. These are very difficult lines. I mean, I've been in this situation, Angelica, many times when you're like walking around and there's one thing that engine tells you, but the second thing is you have to calculate these things. So he missed. What did he miss, by the way? Engine says bishop e3.
So not bishop. Yeah, of course, if bishop d7, there will be rook c7. Maybe the main point is not to let white's rook to be on the 7th rank. Because right now, the point is that if black would play rook d7, or bishop d7, there would be always rook c7. But now, since there is no rook d7, there is no bishop d7, now rook cannot move from 6th rank. Rook simply is stuck there, and maybe that's the main point. You just have to keep rook on the 6th rank.
And there's also the problem of rook a1 check, king h2, bishop f4, pinning the knight. This is a very strong move. Yeah, I mean, that's why, you know, the viewers, I see also in the chat, here come the long sequences. It's very difficult for even the best players in the world to pick this up. So Fedorsev made this mistake on move 40. This e4 looked very human to me to enable 95 ideas. And I wouldn't really rule out Fedorsev chances here. The bar says it's somehow equal. All I'm seeing is still 2 extra pawns.
It is still the material advantage. But I believe the problem will be the activity of the rook and the problem of the pawn on a6, that you cannot really move your rook away. You cannot play rook c7. There is always going to be the take on c6, on a6.
Yeah, but even this position looks very promising to me from afar. Engine says it's just equal because of check, here, check, here, check. And white is not winning this, which I find it very hard to believe. I mean, I'm seeing knight e4, knight b5. No, I would still rank Fedosev's chances pretty high. Like, I wouldn't say it's drawish. I would say that it still looks pretty good. At the right timing, Fedosev can play knight f5. But yeah, according to the engine, the rook c6 was a mistake. Very human mistake then.
But also look at the clock situation, 26 minutes for Fedosev. Meanwhile, Frederick Svane has only 11 minutes on the clock. And this is tough. I mean, we are going to see another time trouble here for sure with Frederick, knowing how Frederick was playing. Yesterday, I recall the game against Murzin. I mean, he was playing on the time. He was basically playing on the increment that game. He had just 30 seconds and he always had to play it out. It was super tough to see, super tough to follow, but here. I mean, will he be able to equalize? Maybe we can try to find some ideas for the German Grandmaster. I mean, what could be an idea to keep?
Well, I think one idea is to eliminate the pawn on a6, right? So it needs to go. Like
How to do it? Yeah.
Yeah, I find this sequence once again. This engine line, this bishop e3 line. I find it very difficult. Once again, bishop e3, knight f5, takes, so that you see from afar this line that there's a check. You see this check. You see this check. You see this line. You see knight e4. Maybe already I could stop before, and I would feel that this position is close to lost, and I would be looking for something else. And the other move maybe would be bishop d7, try to push the rook away from the pawn on a6 and try to collect it. But according to an engine, it does not work. Because of knight h5 and this carousel starts again, it's very complex. Maybe we can ask a qualified expert for some help.
Yeah, maybe we're going to get a special guest in the studio. We have Rinat here with us. Rinat Jumabayev, please join us.
Are you going to join us?
So, one moment.
Thank you. So we're going to have Rinat with us.
Take a seat.
You can come join me. How was your game?
That was a crazy game. I had no idea what's happening during the game, and I think he had the same feelings. And but after I stabilized the position, when I had a knight against his bishop, I think I was close to winning. Probably there was the mistake exchanging rooks on h-file. Probably I should have taken on h5.
I have a question. Did you see rook d5?
In which moment?
After f6, king f7?
I saw it. Takes,
Yeah,
e6,
we can
king e8.
put it on the board, yeah?
Yes, let's say. Okay, but don't show me this evaluation, please.
All right.
Okay? Can you do it?
Okay, yeah, sure, without an engine. So maybe let's go through the game, like pretty quickly, some of the key moments where you feel you want to stop. What's the purpose of h3?
It's like a tricky move. I don't want to mix some Miran and anti-Miran ideas, and in some cases probably h3 is a useful move. Just that's the point. It's like trying to confuse my opponent. It's nothing special.
Okay.
Okay, b5, bishop d3, and I think probably okay e4.
e4 here, yeah?
Probably, yeah, I should have played e4 because after castling a6, e4, c5, I have underestimated this idea for.
It's a very strong idea, yeah?
Yeah, because if you don't play, like if you play e5, probably I can double take on e5 and then to push f4, and I thought it can be dangerous for black.
Some good version of the Maran, yeah?
Yes, bishop d4, king h1, and e5 is coming, and it looks okay. It looks good. I'm not sure. Probably. Oh, king
Yeah, maybe
h.
king h2. Maybe.
Wow.
Maybe king h2.
I was going to play king h1. Yeah. Probably. Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. If it happened, I would rethink about it. Okay. d5. Which? Yeah. Okay. d5 was like a bit like gambling. Yeah. Because. It was interesting to compare it. I mean, there is a famous line in Miran with bishop on f8 and pawn on h2. Yeah, and okay, it's fine for black, but there are long theory there. I don't remember. Maybe I repeated it like 10 years ago last time. But anyway, I think there is nothing new there. But this, I thought it looks interesting. Yes, 95. Actually, I was going to play bishop e3 here. I thought it's like c4, bishop c2, and I couldn't understand what's. And okay, bishop e4 was like also okay principal move, and I thought okay I have to play this. Knight d3 takes. Unfortunately, I underestimated c4 as well, because I thought probably knight b2, queen e2, b4. I was calculating instead of c4.
Here,
yeah. Knight b2, queen e2, and b4 or queen d6, e5. Or there are a lot of strange things happening
Yeah.
here, and I couldn't understand what's going on. But I thought, okay, I have to try. Oh, it's a bit worse, yeah, for me. Okay.
Yeah.
He played this, and
And what happened here? Because was this your original idea to play bishop a3, queen a5, and then essentially go back to bishop d6? Did you change your mind, or you're like still happy with this?
no, I was not going to play bishop g6 because of long castle.
Yeah.
Yes. Actually, I was. I think I missed that after knight d5, knight e4 is not good because long castle knight d6 and just king b8 and black is totally fine. Knight
Yeah.
f7 and b4 and.
This
it's
is what
like,
we thought. Yeah, that happened.
Yeah, I realized it and I thought, okay, after knight comes to e4, I thought, okay, knight goes to d6 and it should be very unpleasant for black, but I totally forgot about that. After long castle, I have no time to do all my wishes, yeah? Okay, then probably knight d2 instead of e5, I was calculating knight d2. I thought it's interesting, but again, I couldn't understand anything. Because the idea is knight b3, knight c1. It looks a bit
Oh,
strange in
knight
some
b3.
cases.
Okay.
If he plays, but
What does he play? Long castle anyway?
long castle. After long castle, probably I start with bishop e7, and then
Or
rook d7. I thought.
Maybe rook d7.
Yeah, rook d7. And wow, it's also bad, yeah. I didn't- Okay, bishop f6.
And your knight b3 maybe somewhere.
Knight b3 or a4. I was, yeah, I was calculating something like this. But again, no, okay, I can't guess any move, yeah, any strong move because
Yeah.
evaluation bar is like jumping.
Yeah.
E5, okay, then I decided that to go here. I think it's a critical moment. Probably queen d8 was a principal move because it's like it could happen in the game as well. If I played instead of bishop a3, e5, knight d5, bishop d5, it could be the same.
Yeah, yeah. So the queen goes back, but he didn't want to, yeah, because it's like he would not punish you for making two moves, bishop a3, bishop d6.
But it's a bit not about punishing because I thought the main idea of black should be like not allowing to exchange this knight on d3. If I exchange it, it can be some.
Basically, that's the same
yeah,
position, yeah?
because there is no castle, and okay, in opposite colors bishop position, I could have some chances for counterplay. Then, but rook d8, I don't think it's a good move. Because okay, let's check queen d8. Because if I don't play knight e1, it's just bad because of queen g5. I think I couldn't find anything here. That's
Even
why.
here, queen g5 could be.
Yes, that's the point.
That's the entire
That's
point
the
of queen
point. Yeah, that's the point of playing queen d8. And I didn't like it, but I found some strange idea, like instead of knight e1, queen e2 probably. b3. Oh, I was calculating b3, but after f6, b takes, c takes. It seems like there is nothing for white, and okay, king on f7 is like feeling very comfortable, and I thought, okay, I have nothing here, and that's why I was going to play somehow queen e2 instead of after queen d8.
Yeah.
After queen d8.
Yeah. Yeah, but maybe we can focus on the critical moment here.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
like here there was this.
Knight e1 was a good move, yeah.
Yeah, the 91 engine likes it. Queen g4, knight g6 feels pretty human.
But I think he was going to play somehow queen d2. No, queen d2, knight f3. Yeah, I was okay.
Yeah, and there was
F6.
this moment.
Now I saw rook d5.
Yeah.
Okay, takes e6, king e8, and I didn't see how to play bishop b4, queen b6, and then knight d4, a5. I was.
You calculate this line?
I was calculating this, yeah, and I was not sure how to play. Okay, I thought it can be dangerous for black, but I didn't see any line by force how I win, and I thought, okay, if I don't play rook d5, if I just play knight e3, I save all the ideas, and I thought, at least I don't risk.
Can I check the engine?
Yes, let's try, because I didn't see.
So engine says just retreat
Wow.
and play positionally. Just play chess.
I forgot that there is no castle again
There's
anymore.
a castle, yeah. All right. Yeah. You can have castle.
Yeah, it could have been very.
It's a beautiful
cool.
night.
Yeah, I saw it. I thought, okay, I can't move to d2 because of castle, and
okay.
I totally forgot that black cannot play castle.
Then you would
anymore.
definitely play rook d5, yeah?
Yes, because that's also my main idea. I forgot that after a5, okay, it's like you're all the time calculating that you should keep this bishop on this diagonal, not allowing black to make a castle, and I totally forgot that after king moves 2 times, and there is... it's not possible.
I can even see even in classical chess situations when people have castled either way when the king has moved. So it's okay.
I forgot, unfortunately. Okay, knight e3.
Yeah, now you had somewhere pretty good
But I
chances.
thought it's like a very unpleasant position, but unfortunately there is, nothing special. Okay, evaluation. Okay, instead of rook q1 was f4 was also a move, but I was not sure that I'm ready to open up my position. And
Yeah.
I
And
was
also the
calculating
spins the
somehow
knight,
like
yeah.
queen d6, queen g5, queen e7 probably. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, rook e1, yeah, I liked it. Then, I don't know, probably...
Yeah, but you see the engine also changes the mind. Yeah. That's all.
Okay, engine also needs some time. Okay, rook d4, I liked it. Oh, it's missed, okay.
He doesn't
Rook
like it.
h4. I thought, okay, if g6, I can win probably by force after queen g5, king h7, and knight g4. I saw it. And that was, my point. And even if king f7, knight g4, anyway, yeah.
King f7 anyway, knight g4.
Yeah.
That's fancy.
That was my idea. But he just gave up the pawn, and it seems like there is nothing special here. Oh.
Yeah.
Evaluation is just like nothing.
It's like equal, yeah. And then I understand until the final moment you're looking for some way to go for the attack, but it just doesn't work.
Yeah, it's like I can be even worse
Yeah.
strategically if I try to win. Because if he consolidates his pieces and like move like b4, b3, it can be like strategically dangerous for me.
So there was like one moment, yeah, but it was not so
Rook
easy.
d4,
Rook d5.
Rook d5.
Yeah.
It seems like that it was the only moment, yeah?
The only moment. After that was like maybe better, but like nothing dramatic. Yeah.
No, I totally forgot that I can move from this diagonal. Yeah, because I was calculating this bishop b4, knight d4. Okay, everything seems very cool for white because nothing moves for black, and all my pieces are good placed. And I totally forgot that there is no castle.
But we saw, by the way, also some strange moments in some other games. So maybe, Renat, question to you from a chat member, Romatini, is fatigue becoming a thing at this point of the tournament or not so much? How is about you?
What do you mean?
Fatigue, like are you tired in general?
Yeah, okay, but it's only 5th round, but probably...
So it's not yet a factor?
No, it's fine, but the other point that all my games are like very intense. There is no easy fights, there is no like easy games.
Yeah, the game against Makun, for example, yeah?
Against Makun, okay, I was winning there a couple of times. That was the crazy line.
Yeah.
I like this line a lot. I probably won a lot of games there. But okay, even against Daniel Darta, because I was totally losing, and then that happened, this end game, crazy end game.
Did you see what happened today in the game of Arvind against Salem Saleh?
I saw the end game only, unfortunately.
Yeah, you didn't see the middle
I was
game,
totally focused on my game because there was something crazy in my game, and that's why I couldn't focus on other games.
Okay.
It was crazy, yeah?
Yeah, it was crazy. There was okay, maybe not really that important anymore because the game is continuing, but we're like really surprised about this one moment. But we thought that maybe the fatigue plays a role because it's like a pretty long distance. It's a triathlon. It's like already the 5th round in a row. People play here 6 hours, so we thought maybe the fatigue was a role.
But there is, I think, also a big pressure because everything decides, for qualifying to the next stage, and everyone feels that every game can be the last almost. Because, okay, it's a very interesting system that 2 draws is not equal for 1 win and 1 lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 1 losing, and it's a bit different comparing with the usual situation in classical tournaments, and it feels a bit...
All right.
Strange.
What do you expect from tomorrow?
Oh, I have to. I mean, okay. I should have some good, nice sleep, and let's see.
Well, hope you get it. Okay, thank you, Renat, for joining me, and wish you best of luck.
Thank you
also
very much.
tomorrow. Okay, thank you. So this was Renat Jumabaya joining us and talking about his game against David Navara. Of course, the tournament continues, so now we're back to the game of Aravind against Saleh Salem. The game, also as Renat confessed, he didn't really get the chance to follow because he had his own game. There was a lot of action. But it was very interesting to hear that Renat forgot about the castling opportunity. But this is perfectly normal. I mean, I've been in this situation myself at least a couple of times, that in the lines, like, you forget about some opportunities.
Especially when the king comes back to the
Right.
e8, then you still think the castling is possible. But while we had Renat here, we had some moves in the Aravind against Saleh Salem game, and it looks like the pawn on the b file is marching forward, and it looks like it's going to be a third win in a row for the Emirati #1 Grandmaster, and he might take over in the standings.
Yeah, this is definitely the game of the round so far. And maybe we'll get an opportunity to ask Aravind, probably not today, but at some point. I'm pretty sure he's going to be back in the studio at some point. I mean, what happened in this game? So what was this? This queen trade where it was completely unnecessary. So I think it only proves one thing: even the greatest players, they are bound to make mistakes at some point. And this was very, very unfortunate for the Indian. And right now, this is the current position we have on the board, where Salem is having a technically winning position. Not only about the pawn on e5, but the pawn on b3 is marching forward. So White's only chance is to capture the pawn on e5, somehow support the pawn on h4, give up the rook on b1 against the b pawn, and claim a draw. But we have a major spoiler, the evaluation bar, which says it's not possible.
Apparently, the king of black is too close, and the pawn on the h file is not too far promoted. Well, how do you stop even? I mean, like, there is a big threat, there is a pawn.
It's actually, I think, pretty straightforward.
Oh.
It's just this. It's rook h8. If you take on e5, it's an easy victory. If you play rook h1, it's b2. And I think the threat of rook takes on h4 should decide. There's no chance. Like here, I think that it was Saleh who was checking the final moves. No, he played actually b2 first, rook b1. I think we're witnessing the final moves of this game.
Yeah, definitely it is. I mean, looking very heartbreaking for Aravind. Now he's going to come with the king forward to c3, c2, and he will promote the pawn while white is not going to be in time. And we can try to play out the moves, like king takes on e5. And now it's king c3.
It's black, unfortunately, even to move. King c3 is going to be rook goes here. Maybe he could actually test the line. Like king takes an e5, rook goes here. Maybe Aravind could prolong the game with rook h1. With the idea, if I take on h4, how is your knowledge, queen versus rook? Like, there are some theoretical endgames that might be tricky, like the fourth rank defense, third rank defense. I even recently made a video about it on my YouTube channel. But I think that this is something that Saleh is going to avoid if he can. He doesn't need this. I think he's looking for the clean way. Why would he want to play queen versus rook when you can just play a simple rook up position, right?
Yes, just king and the rook. So, yeah, definitely something what Aravind can try. But look at Aravind right now, Arturs. I mean, he's in complete shock. He doesn't know what was happening earlier. What is going on?
I'm trying to find a position where I can win immediately on the spot. Which one is it? So that I can keep the rook here.
We're about to see move. He's reaching for the king. King c3 is on the board. King b3, sorry. King b3 is on the board.
Yeah, that's the line I'm showing right now. Like, I'm just trying to see if I can keep the rook alive. You see, the engine says you cannot do that. The king is too far. Like, I tried to make it work. King, maybe there's... No, there's not.
Completely devastated for the Indian Grandmaster. I mean, Aravind is just in full shock. Saleh Salem knows he might score the third point today. He might go in for it.
How do I... maybe now I go... Is this better? With the idea to play rook a1? And you go here? It somehow doesn't feel right. No, this doesn't feel right. So maybe it's going to be rook versus queen versus rook. You still need to show the technique.
We'll see Aravind trying to defend, but look at him, Arturs. Look at the body language of Aravind in this position. We see that Saleh Salem is fully focused.
Oh, we have a very nice move, rook f8. I think this could be the move. Oh, yeah, rook f8, cut off the king. Seals the deal.
Oh.
That's it.
And then king is just coming forward.
Yeah, then you collect the pawn. That's it. One more move. One more move to be played by Saleh Salem. And he finds it.
He's going it for it.
He finds it. Rook f8, very precise.
Rook f8 just cutting the king. And
That's
now we might see resignation any moment now because king c2 is going to seal the deal here.
Yeah, I was looking also myself. I mean, we have to give a shout out for the chat, yeah? So who was it? Draconide. Well done on chat. Yeah, this rook f8, very nice, precise move. That's the move that Aravind did not really want to see, and there's no need to test rook versus queen. This was Aravind's final chance, and I think here he's just going to resign.
Complete heartbreak, stopping the clock, resignation. It is a third win in a row for the top Emirati Grandmaster. Saleh Salem wins last year edition of the Challengers, comes to the Masters and scoring 3 wins out of 3 last rounds. Absolutely incredible. And probably right now he's up in the standings and even might lead it depending on the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederic Svane. I'm in complete shock at this game. What has happened? We've seen a huge blunder earlier by Aravind, trading those queens. Now the players are discussing these moments. Arturs, your emotions from this game?
Yeah, it would be great actually to hear Saleh, because I don't think we've had him here in the interviews. It would be fantastic to hear.
Somehow he keeps on winning the game and keeps on skipping the interviews.
I mean, yesterday we invited him. He said he's hungry. But okay, I mean, he had a pretty long game, and this time he won. It's a very nice moment.
He was hungry for Aravind, probably.
Yeah. So.
Oh no, but to be truthful, it's a very heartbroken moment for Aravind and very tough game, but we still have one more game ongoing in the Masters, the last game for today for the final round. It is Frederic Svane with the black pieces who is trying to stabilize, who is trying to fight against Vladimir Fedoseev, and we see that he managed to take the pawn on a file, and it's just now 1 extra pawn, but he has 2 bishops, the bishop pair. Will he be able to save it?
Yeah, actually, this is pretty bad news for Fedoseev, because his plan was, in case he's going to give up the pawn on a6, at least he gets one of the bishops. Now it's nothing. Like, it's the same position, but with the pawn on a6 gone. So we can roll back a bit. This, I believe, was the last time we checked it. And bishop e3, the best move according to the engine, was found by the young German. Knight e2, stopping once again here. Black's idea was to give a check. King h2, bishop f4, very unpleasant pin of the knight. So that's why Fedoseev went here. Now rook a4, targeting this pawn. Knight c3, rook a1, bishop d7. Somehow these bishops are causing a lot of trouble. Look at this, Angelika. Rook c7, rook d6, there's the check on f4.
Ooh, you could not do it. So, yeah, definitely completely...
The only move.
Oh, the only move for rook c4.
The only move for white not to get in trouble. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, of course. You cannot move other than that. And now there is a bishop pair against this extra pawn for white, but it's not even a passer, right, Arturs? Because if it would be a passer, it would be like somewhere on d file or c file. Now it's on e file. It's been stopped by the f pawn. It is going to be very tough for Vladimir to try and make it a passer. And I think Frederic Svane is also a super strong player to be able to defend this game.
Yeah.
Very interesting turnaround also in this game, because earlier we have seen that Vladimir was pushing a lot, but now suddenly it's not so much.
So the only thing I can think of for Fedoseev is somehow get the knight on f6. Because with the knight on f6, maybe there could be some attack on g8, go for the king. But the thing is, if he plays e5, bishop e6 is a very unpleasant pin. There's no way to defend it. Actually, I'm curious how does the engine even keep the position balanced here. All I'm seeing is a blunder. So it's not that. And also, you need to watch out for bishop e8 check. This king could be somehow shaky. So the only unrealistic chance, finally, for white is somehow use the advantage on the clock. He has almost 12 minutes against black's 5. But deep inside, he should really feel that the big opportunity is gone.
It is gone for sure, because the bishop pair right now is dominating the position. The bishop are targeting all the key squares. Knight is beautiful on d5, but it doesn't really do much. Do you think, Arturs, it's a moment for us maybe to scroll back a bit further in the game just to try to find, was there anything else special which Vladimir could have done instead in coming into this endgame? Because we were discussing about this e4 move and...
Yeah, but then it goes really far.
Yeah, really far, yeah.
Really far. I think he played this sequence. This already is pretty difficult. And also, Svanek himself was leading very good defense. So that's the line. I think we already showed you this. It was, I think, a6, rook a5, and this rook b1 move. Oh, wait. I think I didn't show this. Yeah. Rook b1. Rook... No, rook a2 doesn't make any sense. Some bishop move, probably. Some bishop move. And now rook b6. So maybe the takeaway from this position is that Fedoseev, with pretty little time on the clock, he should have understood that the pawn on the e file stands better on e3 rather than on e4. Because what happened in the game, he did play e4 to control the f5 square, but also very unfortunately for him, he weakened this long diagonal, which was masterfully used by young German. Look at this. Look, once again, this bishop e3.
Incredible.
Yeah, I think that he simply underestimated this maneuver, and that's why with a pawn on e3, he would have been controlling this f4 square, very difficult to see from afar.
This bishop e3 is such a stunning move to find, and currently, of course, very tough position. Knight coming to d4. You can even consider taking the knight, but why would you, right? You should keep those two bishops in the position. But we might see some knight f5 jumps with a check. So I think that Frederick has to make sure that there is nothing there.
Yeah, it still definitely looks pretty good for white, and black is the one who is trying to stay alive. Also notice that bishop e8 check is going to be king g1. So it doesn't really give you anything. And black doesn't have any clear ways. Maybe rook a2 makes sense, spinning the pawn on g2. I don't think he wants to take on d4. Like, he wants to keep those bishops alive. And normally also from the position of the defender, he wants to trade off the pawns. He wants to maybe trade the f pawn for the e pawn, some f5 at the right moment, but clearly not here.
Yeah, it's not yet clear how do you do it. So this knight d4 was very nice find from white. Now there is no f5, there is a threat of knight jumping to f5. You have to make sure you're not getting later in some mating nets with the king, because there could be this opportunity of knights jumping into the game.
Yeah.
So Frederick has to make sure, by the way, he has only 4 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. So he's getting lower and lower on the time, and I think we might see some time-troubled blunders.
It's entirely possible, Angelika. And also, yeah, for maybe this also is the position where suddenly for Fedoseev it's a bit easier to play, because he has most like king g3, king f3, there's bishop b8, king g1. Unless there's some kind of a perpetual check like rook a1, rook a2, rook a3, maybe this is the move, this is the idea. But can black trade rooks? I suppose he could if he can include the f and e pawn trade. Like if we put it on the board, let's say rook a1 check, king f2, rook a2 check, king f3, rook a3, takes, and maybe I get some scenario like this. By the way, this looks pretty realistic, but I wouldn't go as far and say that this is like a draw. I would say this is a position that White can play for a long time, and Svane has to figure out, does he want to go for this position, or he better keeps the rooks on the board? Very difficult choice, by the way.
Yeah, very tough question for sure in this position. Now, meanwhile, while we are talking, he has 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock right now for Frederick Svane. I mean, super tough position to be in, and also the opponent to face, Vladimir Fedoseev, is a top seed of the event. He's pushing, he's trying to use and convert this extra pawn. And by the way, we have someone special, a special
A very
guest
happy
here.
guest.
Very happy guest, Saleh Salem, who would you like to join us?
All right.
Okay, please
Okay.
come. We're waiting.
Thank you for joining us. All right. In the meantime, Saleh is coming. And of course, we're going to keep a close eye on this game, but also use the opportunity to ask questions to the tournament leader. So congratulations, Saleh.
Thank you very much.
So maybe your first emotions about the game, like in general?
Okay, result is surprising. Of course, at some point I was sure I'm lost, but of course I haven't checked. And I was very happy already if I will manage to make a draw or to play a good game and lose. But okay, I got really very lucky.
Right. So maybe you stop me where you feel you
Okay.
have to like add something. So
Okay, can
this
you
was.
just flip? It's easier for
Oh,
me.
yeah, of course, I can do that. Where do I do that actually? Here, I think. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't expect the lines, but you can just move. Let's go more.
All of this is more or less normal.
Yeah. Okay, rook a3 already. I'm not so sure. I know it exists, but I'm not sure about the move order. So after queen e7, he started to think for long. Yeah, knight f1 is logical. Yeah, let's keep going. f5 takes knight e3. Here is, I think, first interesting moment. I was considering to play a6 because his idea is a short castle, and after a6 castle, I have bishop d4 move. So I'm
Right.
preventing castle for now, but I was worried of f4. And then I wasn't sure this is achievement or not, because now I get g4 square, like knight df6. So this was, knight df6, I think.
Yeah.
And so I can force him to go f4, but I was not sure. Maybe I'm forcing him to do something good. So I didn't go for this. Instead, then knight e5, castle, and...
Did you consider here f4? Like,
Yeah,
yeah?
f4. I thought knight c4, takes. It looks nice for now, but I'm giving the e4 square, and there is this e6 weak potentially, and I don't know how to use my activity. Like I can see bishop goes to f5. Okay, not immediately, but I don't see where I'm touching white. White is very solid, and maybe slowly he will use this weaknesses.
Right.
It was very tempting to go f4, of course. Bishop d7.
And you saw g3, yeah?
No, I didn't see g3.
Okay.
I saw it only after he made it. Now it's actually very interesting. My instinct was to go f4. And I think his idea is knight g2. Yeah, if he takes, it's also a possibility. Let's say takes, rook f4. Now, if knight g2, for example, then I can go to b4, d4,
Yeah.
I stay on the fourth. And if he goes instead knight e4, I mean, instead of, Okay, let's go knight g2 and take on g3, takes. Yeah, this is a critical position. I wasn't sure how to exactly play. He's getting, again, knight e4. I can maybe exchange this knight, but then also, for instance, let's say rook a e8, knight e4, let's say bishop f5. And do I really want to take on e4? Because then the light squares are very weak. And if I don't take, his knight is good. But maybe I'm threatening bishop f3, yeah. I was worried instead of knight e4 that maybe he starts with something like knight h4, maybe, I don't know. So many possibilities, very unusual structure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so rook e8, knight g2, here. And I think here I played wrong.
You don't like this, yeah?
I don't like what happened. I think here it's the start of going wrong, but I'm not sure. Like a6 maybe? Takes with the idea of b5, but I didn't like, yeah, exactly. Just a5. I don't know. I wanted to get rid of my weaknesses.
Yeah.
like this structure on the king side. So h4, yeah, takes, yeah, maybe without check. Maybe this check was, you know, a Patzer, when a Patzer sees checks, check, he gives check. Yeah?
can't resist
and
it,
then
yeah?
think what happens. Probably h4 directly if I wanted h4. I didn't want to allow, what I didn't want to allow? Okay, rook e1, maybe he has like potentially king f1, but this is just crazy thought, I think. I thought king on h1 will be weak, but it's not true. He will always take gh.
Yeah.
So gh4 was very good in the game. Yeah, I think here it went. Here it's just bad. I didn't want to take on h4. Like,
But did you like originally play h4, knight h4? You obviously anticipated knight f4, knight e6, or you had some second thoughts?
yes, I had some ideas. Like, for instance, there were a lot of tricks, and I thought, you know, something could work. For instance, like knight h4. Knight f4.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure if his move is if he's going knight f4 or bishop h6. By the way, bishop
there's
h6
other move,
also
yeah.
looked interesting. Yeah, let's see bishop h6 because the point is if I go, I cannot go rook f6. Yeah, knight h4 and rook
there's
h6,
a
knight
fork.
f5, and no tricks.
Yeah, there's a fork, yeah. Okay.
And if I go rook f7, which maybe is the only move, rook e1. From far, like, scared me. And finally, I realized that maybe bishop e5 is saving. Maybe it's not so bad.
Yeah, but it walks into f4, yeah?
Yeah, but like, concretely not. Yeah, because
Okay.
bishop on h6 is hanging.
Yeah.
So bishop h6 finally didn't work. But knight f4, yeah. No, instead of knight g5, here there were ideas like king h8. Let's say from far I was thinking, king h8, knight e6, rook g8, knight d4, queen g7.
Oh,
And rook g1, for example, is losing. Take on g1, takes everything.
and there's a back rank, yeah?
And I take on d4 and then rook e1. Okay, he has to go like knight e2, whatever. It's just bad now.
Yeah.
But he has, instead of taking on d4, knight e6, like king
Yeah.
h...
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I already scrolled it.
Uh,
Yeah, maybe let's move a bit forward. Yeah, after
Okay.
this knight g5 still felt pretty normal.
Unfortunately, here
Yeah.
there is this knight h3 trick doesn't work.
Knight h3. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, if he takes on h3, I take on e2, knight d4, knight f2, rook f2, queen e1, but rook f1.
Okay, nice trick.
Yeah, let's go back.
So king f7. Yeah, maybe the question here is, was this a miscalculation? Because I thought you played this king f7 idea. Maybe I'm
Out of
wrong.
desperation, yeah?
Out of this? No, I thought you wanted to play some queen e1, but it just doesn't work.
No, it was out of desperation because my main idea was just to go bishop g7 back, actually.
Yeah?
Can you?
Yeah, here.
Yes, and let's say what I didn't like is queen e1, knight h3,
Oh, we didn't even see this move, to be honest. Yeah, like
Yeah.
such a weird move.
and knight e4 also exists, but let's say knight h3, what I didn't like. No, he doesn't take.
He doesn't take,
Yeah.
okay.
Rook e3. Wait, I have to remember. Queen.
Queen d8, knight e6.
No,
Queen f6.
what was it? I forgot. No, let's go back. This is losing.
Yeah.
And knight, queen e1. Queen e1 was annoying, yeah. Queen e1, I think, is strong after bishop g7. So,
All right, maybe, okay, you could have played it better, yeah? You made this mistake, and after 96, I suppose you realized, oh, yeah, it's pretty bad?
yeah, no, I wasn't like sure yet. Because, no, I saw 96. But, so 96 is the best?
Yeah.
Because, can you go back? This is critical. Instead of 96,
Yeah, I mean, engine says, I mean, we did
Queen
switch
d4 looked very tempting as well. Knight gf3 and queen d1 back.
yeah.
So I cannot move my knight.
But wait, I think you can just take it. This was
Takes?
this was the plan. We tried to make it work.
Queen
yeah?
e1.
Queen e1, queen g1.
And rook
queen...
g8. No,
yeah,
rook g8.
yes, rook g8, and we tried to evaluate the same game after queen f1.
Oof, queen f1 I missed. Okay.
Okay. No, but we were looking here. This end game, knight g2 takes rook d5, where white is pushing. We thought so, but it could be equal.
Okay, I missed actually queen f1. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Takes. Yeah, queen.
Yeah, this looked pretty bad. So
No,
yeah,
I miscalculated that after rook g8, rook g1, what happened? I thought that rook g1 will happen. Rook g8 was my intention, and I thought I was only calculating queen d5 from far.
Yeah.
Let's go queen d5, for example. The point of queen d5 is like rook e6, queen b7, rook e7, queen d5, and it's not really repetition. Now he takes on a7 with check. His other rook. Yes.
Okay.
But I wanted to go instead on first queen d5, the first one, to go. What I wanted to do?
Queen e6 or king e7. Oh, what's the move here?
Okay. I wanted to do something.
Rook e6? No, that's queen e6, yeah?
Queen e6, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, but let's maybe focus on this moment and know your reaction. I mean, I think you felt like you're really busted here.
No,
so.
if I played when I played knight g6, I realized okay, it's finished.
Yeah.
Because if I have to go back, it's over. And queen exchange was surprising, like to me. I think that he should keep the queens.
Yeah,
maybe queen d6 instead. I don't know.
We were thinking like this is good and this is good and even queen d6 is good.
Yes. After queen d5, queen e6, I think I'm fine. No, I mean maybe after bishop g5 move. Bishop g5 was a surprise also.
But did he tell you why they tried the queens after the game? Like,
no.
Yeah, we saw you discussing some things.
Yeah, we were discussing that he should not have not changed, but I don't know why he played it.
Okay.
So takes.
Yeah, so here you suddenly start to take over the game, and it was a bit surprising that you took all the pawns, like one pawn, second pawn, there was another pawn.
Okay, with seconds you cannot really blame anyone, yeah?
Of course,
it was maybe easier to play with black already. And
here, do you think he blundered?
I think he realized that there is knight h2, and he just went back.
Yeah.
And after that, there was no draw, right?
I mean, Engine doesn't like this move, but to be honest...
Knight g5 is best or what?
No, Engine says d5.
I didn't know what to do after rook df1.
Yeah,
Where to go?
Rook d5.
Bishop e5.
This is the silly Engine. It says that this position somehow is better than that position.
Okay, one tempo. Who cares?
Yeah. So and finally, he had maybe some chances with rook h5 to be more active, and this was not a very good defense, and you were just winning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. All right. Okay, really nice game. Even though you were maybe losing, still fantastic.
Nice fight. Yeah, I was fighting.
Nice fight. Yeah. Yes. So how is your tournament so far?
Okay, I won my last 3 games, so it's excellent. Yeah. No, I cannot complain about anything. Of course, I'm always trying to play better. It would be better to play even better, but the result is just very good.
Why you decided not to join us for the rest day? I have this question because I was thinking if somebody is going to join us for the rest day, it's going to be Salek, and you were not there.
I don't have really an answer. I was just lazy. I wanted to rest, walk around.
Okay, I see. Yes, it's a very difficult tournament.
Did you have a good day, though?
Well, we had a very difficult escape room because we're escaping this prison.
But you escaped. I see you are here now.
They helped us, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think normally we wouldn't escape, of course. Yeah. So which is your favorite distance from all the 3 tournaments, or 4 tournaments, technically? Is it just 960, Rapid, Blitz, or Classical?
My favorite, maybe classical actually, yeah.
Ah, okay.
Maybe
I would have thought
classical.
it's Blitz.
I love Blitz, but recently, I want to think more. I want to make deeper decisions. But they are all fun in a different way.
All right. Okay. Well, listen, Salek, thank you for joining me here, and I'm wishing you best of luck in the remaining tournament.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. This was Salek Salem, the winner of today's crazy game against Aravind Chitrambaram. As you saw in the interview, he was feeling a bit lucky because at the critical stage of the game, he was losing, but still he managed to fight back. But going back to the events of the tournament, we have one more game ongoing, which is Vladimir Fedoseev against Frederick Svane. You can see the players are playing it pretty quickly. And it looks like there is a major change in the position. Svane has managed to win back 1 pawn by training the bishop, and now it should be just a draw unless something dramatic happens, Angelika. What do you think? What do you think is going to happen here?
I think that Frederick Svane is very strong. He has to try to defend this position, but definitely there is a pressure on him, which is still ongoing. But wait, I see that there is no extra pawn any longer.
Yeah. It's gone. It's gone. So Vladimir originally had 2 pawns extra, then he had 1 pawn extra, and maybe we can roll back a bit and see during the interview with Salek there were some changes in the position. So let's roll it back. How far does it go?
So here we saw that the pawn was taking on the a file, and then
Okay.
there was a spin.
There was a pin.
And
Multiple.
some checks. You were talking about this check that we might see this rook c3.
Yeah, but
he
I did
didn't
not see
play.
bishop a7.
Yeah, that was
And e5 and very unpleasant check.
a pin. Too many pins, and now he has to wait a second. But he didn't have to take it, did he?
I think you have. I think you have. I mean, that's a pin. You can't defend it, and he cannot keep the pawn. So it's safe to say that Svane was leading the perfect defense. He was really playing well, and this time his time management is also better. He still has 3 minutes on the clock. So for Fedoseev, it's a missed opportunity.
It's a huge miss. It's a huge miss right now in the position of bishop e5. Can we say that black could try to have a passer here with the e file, or there is nothing to be ambitious about?
No, I'm pretty sure that they're gonna fight it out. Like for Fedoseev, it's a position without risk. He can maybe try to put the knight on e4, and he's the one who is pushing for something still, even though the bar is like showing its complete equality on the board. But I mean, black can just maybe put the bishop on g7, play h6, and put the rook on an active square. And unless he's going to blunder something in a time scramble, I think it's going to be a peaceful outcome.
Yeah, and bishop is threatening to trade the knight. We might see the knight trade, but no. Vladimir Fedoseev is removing the knight and also targeting for a fork on d6. Be careful, be alerted not to blunder the fork. But of course, Frederick sees it, Frederick knows he will not do it. I mean, we are going most likely to have a peaceful outcome, but still the bishop and the knight. I mean, I was taught, Arturs, that the rook and the bishop is working better than the rook and the knight.
Yeah, but I suppose it depends on the position. Like, maybe, yeah, but in this position, I'm not really sure. Like, I think first, black needs to be careful not to blunder some checks, like there's a fork on d6. The easy move would be rook d5 to neutralize the knight. Like, maybe he can go after the king. No, but there's at least king e4. I have never really thought about, to be honest, Angelica. Like, I know this saying that they're somehow operating better, but somehow in my own games, I have never felt the need to go for rook and bishop versus the rook and knight just because there's this rule. Like, I have consciously chosen the knight over the bishop in blitz games and time scramble. This I have done, yes, because I know that in a time scramble, the knight is unpredictable and bishop is very predictable.
No, because there are such things, for example, about the queen endgame, that in queen endgame, the queen and the knight operate better than the queen and the bishop, but in the rook endgame, apparently, according to some rule, the rook and the bishop operate better, but it remains to be seen for sure. Now, bishop goes back to f6. I mean, Frederick is trying to defend, keep position together. I mean, is there even a way that white could take the pawn on e6? I mean,
No. Like, I don't think so. Like, how do you do it? Yeah, already yesterday, and not only yesterday, in other games and other days, we saw that Fedoseev is always fighting it out. Like, I think that Svane would agree to draw here. Like, there's no way he can be ambitious here. The black is, like, solid, but no way he can create any threats. And Fedoseev is just looking for something, rook a7, king g6, and how do you make progress? Rook a6, hit the pawn, the king can go back. And this is what we're seeing.
we might see a repetition in this position, but not sure. Okay, there could be also rook e1 check.
Yeah.
The question is king on g6 better plays than on f7 or not? Then you might repeat.
I think it doesn't really matter, to be
Doesn't
honest, at this
matter,
point. Yeah, like... maybe there's, though, one trick, though, you know?
Which one?
One trick could be king f7, knight e6, king e7, knight c8. Okay, doesn't matter. No, it's a silly idea. No, I said nothing.
I didn't hear anything.
I said nothing.
So rook a6 is on the board now. Big question to Frederick. He has only 2 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock right now. Will he return with the king back to f7, or will it be some rookie one check? I mean, it's a big question now.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Because after king f7, there might be some checks on e5 suddenly. There might be knight jump forward.
Well, I was doing the interview. Where you were going? What you were doing? What's the atmosphere in the playing venue?
I was not really in the playing venue. I was around ourselves. I mean, here we have the live audience. We have also the players, the analysis area on the first floor. So the chess is everywhere. And by the way, I see that the person you interviewed, Saleh Salem, has not left the building. He's still sitting here with a chessboard, analyzing. We see it here live. And discussing something, showing something on the board with his coach. And also we see, if we look a bit higher, we see on the first floor, there are players who are analyzing, because there are enormous amount of tournaments here. If I'm not mistaken, 16, but it's for sure over 15 tournaments at the Biel Chess Festival. Every year there is something special. There are many opens. There is Fischer Random Open, there is Rapid Blitz, there is a youth tournament which was happening today.
Yeah, I mean, today we had so many kids here. Like, it was pretty amazing, you know. And I think also as the commentators to have a big audience, a live audience, listen to us. And there were even some kids asked me some pictures during the break.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was really cool.
Very cute.
Yeah, really loved it. Yeah, so it makes us feel a bit more special.
It does for sure. But the chess is in the air everywhere in Biel, wherever you go. By the way, wherever you go, in any restaurant, any place, any square, everyone knows that the chess festival is happening here at these dates. So whenever you say someone something about chess, they either they play chess or they play this tournament, or they know about this event. So everyone knows about Biel Chess Festival taking place, and I think not only in Biel, Vienna, because it's a huge event for the whole Switzerland. I think it's the biggest event for Switzerland, by the way, because also at the same time with the Biel Chess Festival, the Swiss Championship is taking place. And nevertheless, in the open tournament, many of the top Swiss players, like I know the women grandmaster Lena Georgescu, and some of the top male players, they're participating in Biel instead of playing the Swiss Championship.
That's fantastic to hear. So yeah, these days, Biel, of course, is the epicenter of all the chess action in Switzerland. Listen, Angelika, I want to ask you a question. So we have a rest day approaching, which is in 2 days. So tomorrow, obviously, there's going to be the Blitz tournament, and everybody will be playing here Blitz, except us. Yeah, so we'll be doing the commentary, and everybody, I mean, the GMT, the Masters Challengers, there's going to be open Blitz tournaments, and a lot of slamming the clocks and everything. But the day after that, there's going to be a rest day. What would you recommend for somebody who is here in Biel to do during the rest day, or maybe expanding the question, what you're going to do during the rest day?
Oh, absolutely. There is a lot of things to do. I mean, the beautiful nature of Biel and the lake, I mean, this is absolutely incredible. I definitely would suggest to go to the lake. I plan to go to the lake. And also, I will see, maybe I'll take a ship like ride, because there are many boats, there are ships. You can get a ticket. I think it's not so expensive. You can travel around, and you would see the mountains. And I remember one of the rest days we had before, we were swimming on this boat, and we could even see Mont Blanc.
I remember that. That was like 2-3 years ago?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, 2 years ago. So it was definitely something special. And the nature, I mean, I absolutely love it when there is a water and there are mountains. And Biel has both. There is the lake, there is a water, very beautiful, and there are mountains. So this is like a perfect place to be in the summer. Other than that, there is also very nice funicular, like this tram.
What? Funicular. Yeah,
like
that's the thing where you get up the mountains.
Exactly.
Yeah? It's a very hard word. Funicular. Okay. Sorry.
Maybe there is a simpler word for this.
Yeah, maybe.
But you're going basically up, and then you had this very nice view. I have not done it, so I'll try to do it this year. So this rest day, this is going to
Sign me up. I mean, sign me up. Definitely, I'm thinking what to do during this rest day. Like, I don't think
We can organize our efforts together
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
broadcast team.
absolutely. I mean, we're
And
gonna
maybe Bic will join us as well.
Big. Are you gonna join us? I didn't understand it, but
said no.
I think he's gonna join us. He doesn't know it yet. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be fun. Like, yeah, and every year in the Biel Chess Festival, there's the 2 official rest days, which one of them we already had. For the second one, I don't think that there's something there's a special program. No.
No, there is no special program. I think it's also nicely done by organizers because first day there is a special program. You're going, you're enjoying, but the event is very long, right? The event is super long and tiring, and of course we understand that second rest day is needed just to calm down, just to rest for the players, getting ready for the final stage. By the way, that's what's going to happen after the rest day. Tomorrow will be Blitz. With this, we're going to sum up with the first part of the tournament, and there is going to be a final. So you got to focus on those 3 final rounds, what you're going to have.
Yeah. Sounds great.
Yeah, sounds amazing. I mean, definitely something to look forward to. And yeah, we still have the end game. By the way, Frederick Svane gets under 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, but there's not much happening,
Not much.
and I think for Fedoseev, his only chance is to press on the clock and hope that Svane is going to hallucinate something. It's still super balanced, and Svane is just figuring out the best potential setup. So yeah.
I got to ask you, Arturs, how do you like the Biel Chess Festival? And if you would rank this tournament, in the tournament you've participated, you've commentated.
Yeah, but I don't participate here. That's the point. Like, I'm doing the commentary.
Yes, you've commentated or you've participated.
Oh, I mean, of course, for me, Biel has been always a special place in my heart. I remember this when I started to do the commentary back in 2021. Yeah, we did it online, and then the tournament organizer Paul, he invited me to come to do it on site. It was it was quite special, and also we have been in the amazing company of Bic, who is not visible here on the screen, but he's the guy who is magically making the broadcast and all the technicalities possible. We have a very nice team. By the way, I would like to give a shout out to every single team member. So we are like maybe the faces that are visible on the broadcast, but there's a huge team of tournament organizers. They're the technicians. So also, for example, Ufuk, he is responsible for the technical things. We have Tatiana. She is sitting here in the info desk every
Also
single
with
day.
Andreas, yeah.
Andreas also is there, and the tournament director Paul. So I probably cannot name all of them because again the list is really long. We have meetings every morning. We discuss what's going to happen on this particular day, and we share things we could do better. And that's what I really love about the Biel Chess Festival, Angelika, is that it keeps evolving, it keeps changing, it keeps becoming better. So yeah, by the way, once again, bringing up this discussion about the Tippy campaign, we ran it, I believe, a couple of times today. I think this is a good opportunity also to speak about it, that we are every single year, we're looking for ways for Biel Chess Festival to become better. And if you like the coverage, the viewers, we'd really appreciate, right, that you would also support Biel Chess Festival, you would support us, Angelika and me doing the commentary, so that
And
we can
Bic
keep coming
producing.
back. And Bic, of course, doing the producing, because every year it's that's the question. Yeah, it's really hard to organize the tournament of this scale.
Definitely, and the tournament which was already happening for 58 years in a row in such a huge traditional event, and also comparing the first time we were doing commentary together with you, Arturs, in 2021, and comparing to the broadcast we have today. Of course, it's enormous different. Like we cannot compare probably, what was in 2021.
I think it's completely different now. It feels also completely different. We have definitely much more experience. So life is good. The food is the same though.
The food
Really
is the
great.
same, great.
Yeah, it's still the same great, really. So
Yeah, for sure. And The games are also delivering some nice actions.
Bishop c5 is played. Again, the viewers, you didn't miss anything. The status quo remains on the board. Svane has figured out the perfect setup. Like bishop e7 is going to go back. Everything is protected. So I don't know how else here Fedoseev can improve the position. Rook e5 on the board.
So
You got to give it a try, yeah?
Yeah, you have to try, definitely. I mean, you have to try to push, but maybe that's why we can say that the bishop and the rook are working better. There is always this check. So now we see one repetition. The king went back to g2. Still trying.
Still trying. So he can legally play here for 50 moves. White's position is very safe. There's no threat. And the opponent is slightly lower on the clock. So why don't you give it a try? And this is exactly what Svan is doing.
Yeah, and we see that Frederick is, even though he's low on the clock, he's not letting the time run down to the seconds like he used to do in the previous rounds. We saw yesterday against Murzin, he was very much in time trouble. He was playing on the increment. The couple of rounds before, the game against Aravind was a true heartbreak for Frederick Svane, where he blundered. He didn't go for the winning continuation, and he blundered, and he lost that game due to the time situation. So for that reason, German youngster has to try and to keep some time on the clock, not to go down on the seconds, because that's not a good sign for sure. Indeed,
yeah. So knight g5 is played. So here, Fedoseev is attempting to somehow rearrange the pieces. The knight on g5 has not yet been, so why don't you put it there? What, does he want to play rook e4 here? I'm not even sure that's a threat. So bishop e7, the retreat. Here makes perfect sense, just to push back the knight.
And I absolutely love it, how Frederick is like reaching for a piece, and he's coming back with work, reaching for a piece, and then one more time. It just happened a couple of times. I mean, he's unsure.
By the way, that's the difference. By the way, I've been thinking about this, playing over the board and online. Have you noticed, Angelica, when the players are playing online, very often they grab the piece and they hover it over the square, and they see how the position looks like. And then they retract it. They take another piece. They kind of make the move, like they drag the move. They see how it looks like, then it goes back.
The touch move rule doesn't work.
Yeah, that's very interesting, right? I've noticed this. This is like a very common thing for really high-class players. Like all of them, they're doing this. Because once you kind of make the move, the position feels a bit different. Obviously, you cannot do that over the board. Yeah, so that's the advantage.
Should chess.com introduce a touch move rule in the online games? Yeah. Imagine you're accidentally clicking on some piece and then you have to move it and like, oh no.
Yeah.
No, I think that's the main reason, obviously, because in the online games, anything can happen. You can accidentally touch some other piece than you were supposed to, and then unfortunately it will not be working, but...
Svane does not yet make a move. He is unsure about something. I mean, it's only ghosts at this point. Like here, Black has a million ways to keep the balance. And I think that he doesn't want to find himself in a position where he's playing on increment. But okay, there you go. Bishop e7 is played. Maybe knight h3 is Fedoseev's idea. Knight h3, knight f4. All right, there you go. So the knight on f4 is targeting both e6 and h5 pawns. Makes sense to give it a try. No risk.
Definitely no risk in the position, but can Frederick push somehow that pawn?
He's a bit nervous though, do you see?
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah, also like comparing both players' body language, I mean, it's completely opposite. I mean, looking at Frederick. Frederick is like, he's twirling the pieces. As you can see, he's completely nervous. He cannot sit still. He's trying to find the move. He's reaching for a piece and he's stopping. He's reaching again, then he's stopping. While Vladimir, as I can see, he's just standing as still. He's sitting and he's like fully focused.
I really love watching how Fedoseev plays. He's always as calm as a cucumber, basically. Like totally, absolutely peaceful and calm. And either he's winning or he's losing, etc. He's always like having the same posture.
Yeah, so there is no change, change whether it was yesterday's game which he lost or it's today's where he had some chances. So finally we'll see a move, 37 seconds, rook f5 is on the board. What happens after knight f4?
Yeah, and rook a6, but there's bishop h4, so it doesn't work.
Ah, so you cannot take
Let's maybe
pawn.
put it on the analysis board, yeah, so that we can at least do something. That's why we are here.
Yes, definitely.
We should show some analysis. Maybe you can play rook a7. Okay. I was thinking actually here rook a6 was an interesting idea to target a pawn, but there's bishop h4, g takes on h4, the knight at f4 loses support. And I also was thinking rook e4 made sense to target a pawn, but black plays, I suppose, e5. But we saw something else, and again, this is only for tricks, just to try to confuse the opponent. King f6, rook goes here, maybe you start to see some ghosts, you can still, of course, play rook e5. But, I mean, when you are, which hour is this? Because the game has been continuing for 5.5
hours, exactly.
Yeah, when you're in the 6th hour, you sometimes start to hallucinate really things.
Definitely you do, and we see rook b5 has been played very quickly. So the main point is not to blunder anything. But now rook a6 could be a move. Rook e6 targeting the pawn on e6.
Yeah, rook a. By the way, yeah, rook a6. But then you can go back, rook e5.
Rook e5.
Otherwise, rook a6. Let's put it on the board. If you play e5, it does cost a pawn.
Yeah, you cannot push pawn forward. Knight is perfectly placed on this f4 square. It's targeting 2 pawns on h5 and on e6. And I think the biggest problem in the position is that there is no light square bishop. The bishop is dark square, so it cannot defend these pawns on h5 and on e6. Because if you had the light square bishop, you would put it somewhere on g4 and you would just chill in the position. But with the dark square bishop on e7, it's not the case.
That is correct. Yeah, so, but of course, Fedoseev keeps trying.
He is trying, he's spinning, but now, what will he do? He has 11 minutes on the clock, of course 10 more minutes than what Frederick Svane has, 11 times more.
Can we, by the way, check the... Yeah, so rook a6 is played. Can we check also the view on the playing venue?
Yeah, of course.
What's happening there?
I'm interested if it is the only game which is ongoing right now, or there are still games in the MTO or ATO tournament, because we have a large playing hall here in Biel. We have...
yeah, this is the board, but... we already see... There you go. Yeah, it's pretty empty. Yeah, everybody has finished.
I see Laurent Freud, the chief arbiter, is standing over the board, making sure everything is correct and according to the rules.
Laurent cannot leave for the dinner.
Yes, he cannot.
Did the players play?
He absolutely loves these Biel's end games, and I remember, look at this, one game still happening.
Oh?
We see that some board. I'm not sure if it's MTO or ATO, but this is happening, and another arbiter is standing there. It's MTO analyzes. We got an information.
Oh, so they're not even playing, they're analyzing. I think they can do that if they're really quiet, because you don't really bother anyone. So it's solitude, pretty much, for these two players. Nobody else is playing.
And we have basically in every round this endgame which prolongs. So we had yesterday this endgame which was happening between, it was Murzin against Frederick Svane. By the way, Frederick Svane again, one of the last games to finish. We've had this endgame of Rinat Jumabayev against Daniel Darda, complete heartbreak. We also had an endgame of Machun against Rinat Jumabayev, where Machun was pushing. So we had crazy endgames here in Biel, which are lasting long.
I have an idea.
Okay.
Like, if I could find a trick you into rook e4, then the pawn would be under attack, and the pawn on h5 is impossible to defend. For example, this could be one of the mistakes. Like, boom. With the idea that you could trade, the pawn is under attack. If you leave, the pawn on e6 is under attack. But even in this position, Angelica, there's rook f5.
Oh,
and you could
so
take
you cannot take.
There's a capture.
There is a streak.
Yeah, worth a shot. Like I'm trying to picture what kind of a trick
Could there be?
Fedosevia can try. Or maybe he's just going to shuffle the pieces here and there and hope for an unforced error.
Yeah, definitely. There is still hope in this position. He's still trying, but I mean, for Frederick, I mean, talking about Frederick, he got the medal, the gold medal on the fifth board in the team of Germany during the Olympiad in the Budapest.
I also got the medal.
You also got which one?
Of course not. I did not get the medal. I really played really
No?
terrible. Of
Which
course, I'm
board did you
kidding.
play?
I played really terrible. The top board.
You played first board.
Yes, I was silly enough to ask for the team to put me in the top board, and I played really badly. I started the first 4 games like minus 20 rating points, but then I climbed back a bit. So no, I did not get the
I mean,
medal.
Olympiad is tough.
Did not
I
get
mean,
excited here. Yeah.
But Olympiad is tough.
It is very tough, yeah.
Very, very tough competition. And for Frederick, it was one of the highlights. Also, recently, he has played in the Grenke. It was a freestyle open tournament with all the top players participating. And he got there 4th place. I mean, shared first, to be precise. He got first, 3rd, and 4th place sharing. And yeah, I mean, like he's one of the... currently, he's like one of the most promising youngsters, and especially in Germany. He also has a brother, Rasmus Svane. So there we have.
Who is making content, I hear. Like this is what I heard today, that his brother Rasmus is streaming.
He's a streamer.
But I don't know what he's streaming. But
Chess.
since he's a brother,
Chess.
I mean, of course, chess. But I understand that. But I think, what kind of chess is he analyzing Rasmus's games? I'm not really sure.
I mean.
Probably.
Well,
It would
maybe
make sense.
he is. I just wanted to quickly check if he's live, but I don't see him live.
I mean,
because
I
do
saw
follow.
him. I think I saw him the other day. Was
Yes.
it yesterday or day before
I also
yesterday? He was starting to stream when we finished, and I thought he waited for the round to finish so that he can do some analysis. But I gotta confess, Angelica, I did not really check.
There is an information that also Frederick is streaming. Apparently, I have not seen him streaming, to be honest, so much. But I don't know what is his channel.
What are their usernames?
I know for Rasmus for sure, because Rasmus I've followed many times, and I send the raids to him, so I know and I follow him. But
Let me
Frederick,
guess.
I didn't see.
GM Rasmus Svane.
Okay,
Is that his username?
or GM
And everybody goes for the GM tag.
Frederick Svane.
Ah, just Frederick. No, but his brother?
I don't know.
GM.
GM
I
Frederick.
told you. I told you. I mean, everybody used the same tag. I mean, it's because of Hikaru. Like Hikaru started. So there's like million accounts. GM Hikaru, GM Nardiski, GM Neiksans. No GM Big. Sorry, Big. You're not GM. There's also
Kanti,
some non-GMs
GM
with
GM.
GM Kanti. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
GM
not
Kanti, who
he's
is not
the
GM. Yes. Yes, GM
GM
Rasmus
Benjamin
Svane
Bock.
also.
GM. How many else GMs we know? There's many of them.
Arturs, by the way, I see that Frederick Svane had the last stream 11 days ago.
Before Biel.
So today is July 19th. 11 days ago would be July 8th.
David Howell, GM. That's wrong. It should be GM David Howell.
Yeah, it's wrong.
Ginger GM.
You know what I know about? I know that Gata Kamsky, his username is IGM, like International Grandmaster. So he has not GM, but IGM Gata.
I love
Kamsky.
that. That's a bit different.
Yes, that's a different. And Gata was also playing in Biel
Of course.
in 2021. He's the winner of the GMT, the FFL, the legend.
Yeah. Pretty famous.
Definitely.
Okay. So, no more moves, no more updates at the moment. And here, Vladimir is thinking, like, wait, maybe he has no choice actually here, because if he walks away with the king, there's going to be bishop takes on h4.
Yeah,
Like,
he has to repeat with rook e4.
here and takes. King e3, bishop e5.
He's got a tip.
Oh, the game is about to wrap up, is it?
He's got to play rook e4.
It's about to wrap up. I mean,
Wait, he cannot play rook
cannot
e4.
avoid the trade.
e5.
yeah, he walked into the trade. There's nothing he can do. I think we're getting close.
Oh,
There's nothing he can do. Like now, I just realized we're talking about all kinds of GMs on the streaming scene. GM this, GM that. I'm pretty sure I didn't mention like 50 other GMs. GM Solver, I forgot. Yeah, Kasper Pierun.
Yes,
GM
exactly.
Solver. Yeah, another GM. G4.
Yes.
If this happens, it just basically prolongs the game for no good reason. Once again, King G2 is bishop takes on H4. King F2 is bishop E5. King E3 is rook E5. I think actually. Wait, King E3 is bishop E5. Sorry.
Bishop E5, yeah, you were
Yeah, King E4 is rook E5. Maybe that's the final chance to play King D3. Wait, what I'm talking again is bishop E5. I'm sorry.
Same.
It's just fatigue. Yeah, like I'm not.
Everyone is getting tired in the event. The players, the commentators, everyone.
No, commentators are never tired.
Never tired.
Oh, of course not.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Is it, into your opinion, is it more difficult to commentate or to play?
It's a very tough question. You know, when I'm playing, I cannot commentate, obviously. I would say it depends on the character of the game, because when I play long games, I could be pretty exhausted. And I don't think I would be so exhausted after the commentary. Okay, sure, I would be a bit tired. Yeah, like it's been a long day, etc. But compared to a game, I think playing is more difficult.
But you know, sometimes you might have some short games or shorter games, but when you're doing the commentary, you have to stay until all the games are ongoing. So it's kind of basically it's prolonging or much longer, and maybe sometimes more exhausting. And maybe sometimes also it depends with whom. Like if you're doing alone, for example, it's much more tiring. Oh, wait a second, we didn't see.
Why didn't you play bishop E5? I thought bishop E5 was a bit easier, no? Why do you go here?
Will we see rook F5 now again back?
I thought bishop E5 was just trading
rook
off
F5,
the bishop for the knight immediately. Why go here? No need for this. Now it just somehow prolongs. Again, this is tiredness, really. Nothing else. He's going to walk back.
It looks like he's about to take a piece.
No, he cannot take E2, then
But
the
he
pawn
was
next.
reaching.
Really?
Maybe there is bishop E5 after.
Taken a bishop E5. Oh,
But
come on,
then
that's so
king
complex.
F3. But then there is king F3. And you're reaching the pawn endgame. What can you say about this pawn endgame? And are you sure it's a draw? No, look at this.
He does take
He
it.
does take the rook on E2.
Okay.
So we will see king E2 and now bishop E5. But wait,
Ah,
E5.
knight takes on H5. Okay, this is a pretty complex way to make a draw, but as long as it works, it works. There's his idea. After knight takes on H5, he's going to play bishop D8. After king F3, king G6, let's say king G4, black just stands and does nothing.
Oh, and there is no way for knight to escape.
Yeah, it's a draw. Okay, he figured it out.
Nice find. Nice
This
find.
is nice. Like a bit more complex to my taste, but whatever. If it works, it works.
But look at the reaction of Fedoseev. I mean, he is now holding his head. He's realizing if the knight is taken on H5, it cannot get back.
Well, I'm afraid he can still decline to take on H5. So I do think...
And then we can still continue. And then the
Yeah.
game still goes on.
I mean, knight H5 is a draw. But he could decline and just make something else. But then, I mean, black's defense is very clean. And does Fedoseev want to prolong the game more than it should continue?
And also, I would like to highlight that the black's pawn is on H file, which is a wrong file for the bishop. So we might even see the way, like for example, something like king E3 or king H3.
Oh, you
King
mean
F3?
white,
No.
white could make fun of black?
Yes, just making fun.
Yeah, like I think even king D1 is drawing here.
Yes.
Like even this is like king D1,
Possibly,
king
yes.
D2 should be drawing.
To be safe, it's better probably king F1, but
Let's not put it on the board. I'm pretty sure it's a draw as well.
yes, it looks like this. So you don't even have to remove the knight. But let's see what Vladimir is going to do. At least it looks like if knight is being kicked from F4, there are no real chances there. There is no way to attack the pawn on H5.
Yeah, there's the looks. When the players start to look left and right, usually that's a signal that they want to finish the game. He checked the amount of the moves played, king f3, king g6, king g4, and he's going to check the final accuracy if black finds bishop d8, which he's going to find, of course. Any bishop move basically is good here. And then after bishop d8, I think bishop d8 is going to happen here.
Yeah, bishop d8 or even bishop f8. Not bishop g5, not bishop h4, definitely. But yeah,
okay, bishop d6.
d6.
All right, also is good.
So there is no way for knight to go.
As immediate move, there goes the knight f4. Oh no, there's a new score sheet, but I'm afraid you're not going to need it. E takes on f4. The question here is black going to take on f4 or keep the bishop alive? Big moment here. He does take it. He found it.
Bishop takes. Right. What a surprise.
Actually, I think out of principle, I would have kept the bishop alive. But
okay. Which move is it? King h5. So I don't think there will be... They're continuing.
All right.
They're playing it out.
I think that Vladimir wants to reach move 100. Oh, and he reached it. Yeah, move 100 officially. There you go. There's a draw. Oh, achievement unlocked.
And there is a smile you see for both of the players. Both players are happy. For sure, Vladimir knows there was a moment he could have pushed, the moment he could have won this game. But definitely a relief from Frederick Svane after such a tough defense. What a result!
I think that Vladimir simply wanted to reach 100 moves. That's why he had this glance up at the live transmission. He checked how many moves has been made.
And he also has score sheet.
That's a valid point, actually. I didn't really think about it. Maybe he just made sure, agreeing a draw move 99 would be really terrible.
What a day in the office here at the Biel of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Let's take a look at the results in the Masters and Challengers, and we see that almost all games finish in a draw. In the Masters, we see Vladimir Fedoseev has just made a draw against Frederick Svane. He was trying to win, but there was no chance. Meanwhile, Aravind Chidambaram was better against Saleh Salem, but then he scored a very tough blunder, and after which Saleh Salem is managed to convert a very nicely extra pawn endgame. Meanwhile, Voldar Murzin and Radoslav Wojtaszek had a very interesting opening, but outcome was peaceful. What about challengers, Arturs?
So in the challengers, all the games finished in a draw. Jumabayev had initially, he got in trouble in the opening against David Navara. Then he missed a very nice... he actually saw the exchange sacrifice against Navara, but for some reason he hallucinated that black and castle short. He didn't go for this. The fight of the leaders, Niklas Theodorov against Aram Hakobian, was a pretty even fight, and the same applies also for Machun against Daniel Darda. It finished in a draw. But Angelika, looking at these results, who did win the bet? Actually, I'm thinking. I think it was me. I think I predicted better. I think I won it.
I think you predicted. So you predicted Saleh winning. You predicted the draw.
I predicted Fedoseev winning. He didn't win.
Yes, me too. So we both lost there. But other than that, yeah, of course, we had... Yeah, you won by one point. By standings after the final rounds, here we see them. Not much of changes in the challengers because every player got 1.5 points today. It means that Nicolas Theodorou is still holding the lead with 20.5 points, and 3.5 points behind is Aram Hakobian. After them, there is Rinat Jumabayev with 12.5 points. And 1.5 point behind is Makun. It's very important to understand that this first 4 places is something what players will fight for tomorrow, because for David Navara with 10.5 points, just half a point behind Makun, and Daniel Darda with 8.5 points, it's going to be crucial tomorrow to do well in the Blitz, to get in the top 4 in the leaderboards. And what do we have in the Masters, Arturs?
Yeah, in the Masters, it's also incredibly unclear because the same applies for the Challengers and also the Masters. You're seeing that, of course, Saleh is the new leader, basically coming from the last place to the first place with his impressive victory streak. But when you talk about the qualify, who could qualify, it's only Frederick who is struggling a bit. He is something like 9.5 points behind the leader. But everyone can still make it to top 4. Even Radoslav Wojtaszek, who is currently only on 5th place. There's this very, very narrow distance. And tomorrow there's 10 more points to pick up. It's going to change the rankings dramatically.
What an impressive final day of the classical portion we had today, Arturs. If you have to highlight the game, which would be the highlight for you from today?
I think it makes sense to go for the only decider game, and it could have been easily the other way around. Like I thought that Arvin was playing a really textbook game until move 30, and then yeah, he just collapsed. And also Salem himself, he said that he was pretty lucky today, but that's what matters.
Absolutely incredible. We had concluded the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon for now. Tomorrow we are going to be here at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time for the Blitz action. It's going to be really exciting. We are looking forward to see you here tomorrow. Have a good evening. Bye-bye. See you.